by Beth Bolden. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Prologue. 6 months ago. "I don't think we have a choice," Diego said, hating how bleak he sounded, even though he'd known this was inevitable from the first moment they'd learned Caleb Chance was back. "I think we have to tell him." Diego was curled in his favorite chair, and opposite him, Benji was hunched over on the couch, saying nothing, not even making a noise. He just kept turning the glass in his hands around and around, the amber liquid in it catching the light coming in from the enormous living room windows that overlooked the valley. Diego tried again. "I know you're Leo's best friend, and you want to save him from this, but I don't think you can. Not now." Benji Schmidt wasn't just Leo's best friend. He was Diego's too, and watching Benji agonize over Leo's reaction hurt more than he'd ever anticipated. Of course, Diego didn't feel as strictly platonic as Leo did about their mutual friend and bandmate, but then Diego had been pushing those feelings away for so long it almost felt second nature by now. 4 years during the Star Shadow reign, and then almost 6 years after. So many years spent denying his feelings. Lots of people might have thought Diego was a masochist, but then they hadn't spent half that time watching Leo and Caleb, two of his closest friends, destroy themselves over a love affair. Anyone watching that particular cautionary tale would have been wary. "I tried." Benji's voice was muffled as he continued to stare at the glass. "I tried to save him." Diego shifted uncomfortably. It had suddenly occurred to him that maybe his first inclination after that disastrous meeting with their lawyers shouldn't have been to pour them each a glass of whiskey. He set his own on the glass side table with a noticeable click, but even though Benji hadn't taken a drink yet, he was still clinging to the liquor like it was a lifeline, not like it was the catalyst of Caleb's self-destructive spiral. Ever since that last year of Star Shadow, Diego had developed a complex relationship with alcohol. He couldn't drink now without thinking of Caleb, cursed to push away the people who loved him the most, and Leo, shouldering all those burdens alone. But alcohol also seemed to file away some of his sharper edges, and Benji's edges too, and God knew they had enough of a fucking mess on their hands without clashing, or, God forbid, meshing those edges together. "I know you tried. We both tried. Max tried." Their fifth band member, Max McLeod, wasn't around because he was currently on tour with another band. Because unlike the rest of them, he'd actually managed to turn his time as Star Shadow's drummer into an actual musical career. Yeah, it was playing for other bands, but it was still something. What had the rest of them done? Leo had wallowed in his misery post-Caleb. Caleb drank and drank and drank some more. Benji had listened to some shitty advice and had tried to parlay their pop-punk success into a massively awful foray into R&B. What had Diego done? Nothing. Only one thing worth anything, and the only thing he even cared to remember. Sometimes it was hard to remember that, 5 years ago, Star Shadow had been hot shit. No longer. Not hard enough. Benji finally glanced up, and his eyes were red. He'd been crying. They'd all tried to help Leo after Caleb had left, but Benji had worked the hardest to shine a light into his best friend's life, day after day, month after month, year after year. It never helped, but Diego had fallen in love with him all over again, witnessing his selfless determination to reach Leo, no matter how impossible it seemed. And now they were going to have to go to Leo and tell him that any measure of peace he'd found over these last 5 years was gone, because Caleb was back, and while he was finally sober, he'd apparently become a sober dick. "You know what the lawyers said," Diego said, getting up out of his comfortable seat and going to where his friend sat, miserable and in pain. Not even wallowing in his own pain, which was probably considerable enough, but Leo's pain. "I know what they said." Benji's voice cracked. "I don't care." Diego reached over and pried the glass out of Benji's hands and set it aside. Benji didn't seem to notice it was gone. Replacing the glass with his own hands, Diego intertwined their fingers together and gripped hard. Benji squeezed back and didn't move. It was so risky, and definitely over the line that they'd drawn in the sand forever ago and never significantly crossed. But what else was Diego supposed to do? Let Benji suffer alone? When Diego felt the echo of that unbearable pain reflected in his own heart? We have to be strong for him. It was a week since they'd found out about Caleb's legal threats, and even though Diego had begun the week feeling sure that they'd never have to give in, day after day went by with no good news to be found, and all that certainty had gradually seeped away. Benji squeezed even harder, and Diego wondered how much pressure it would take for the outer molecules of their skin to simply evaporate until they melded together and became one. He'd wanted it for so long, but he'd never wanted it like this. "I'm not strong," Benji admitted in a soft, wretched voice. "Not strong enough." Diego's first and instinctual reaction was to immediately deny it, because he'd never met a person stronger or more determined than Benji. The most loyal friend he could have ever asked to have. So loyal he'd kill himself trying to save you. And as far as Diego was concerned, Benji shouldn't have to sacrifice everything to help Leo. Diego was here. He could help shoulder the burden. "You've always been so strong," Diego said. "But you don't have to be strong all the time. Not for me. Not right now." Benji's response was to nearly obliterate that line separating them and to put his head on Diego's shoulder, leaning right into him. "I'd even tell him if you wanted me to. I could do that for you," Diego murmured, even though he was pretty sure that Benji would reject the idea. Instead, Benji's dark eyes widened and he looked shell-shocked. "You would do that for me?" he asked slowly. Would Diego? What wouldn't Diego do for him? The question wasn't one that Diego was even sure he wanted answered. "I'd do anything for you," Diego said softly, meeting his gaze straight on. 9 years, and that was the closest he'd ever come to admitting to this man how much he loved him. Maybe that hadn't been so prudent after all. Maybe that was just fucking stupid. Benji's hand relaxed, and just when Diego expected him to pull away, his thumb slipped over Diego's skin in something nearly like a caress. It was the electrical shock he needed to remind him that sitting this close together and holding hands was a huge-ass mistake. Diego might have seen his marriage for what it was, a horribly misguided attempt to distract himself from how much he wanted Benji. But Benji was still married. He and Sophie seemed pretty happy, too, and Diego wasn't going to let himself get carried away. Benji was off-limits, like he'd always been, but not as a friend. As a friend, he'd always made Diego feel safe and warm. They'd lived in each other's pockets during the Star Shadow era, so disagreements were inevitable. But even when they'd fought, Diego had always felt protected with Benji. Just now, he'd been distracted and upset and almost let them cross over to unprecedented and dangerous territory. Almost, because everything that had happened could still be construed as platonic. They were just two very good friends consoling each other because a long-lost friend had returned to make their mutual friend's existence a living hell. They were leaning on each other a little more than normal. That was all. But even when Diego tried to untangle their fingers and pull away, Benji held fast, with the same determination that ruled his entire life. "Don't," he said shortly. Diego froze. "Don't pull away," Benji continued, pleading. "Not now. Not like this." Diego didn't know what Benji was saying. He was clearly more upset than even Diego had anticipated. Maybe this was about more than just Leo. "You knew..." Benji was still talking, and Diego scrambled to keep up. "You knew all along. You knew..." "About Caleb? I didn't know he'd come back. Frankly, I was sort of hoping he'd stay away." Benji shook his head once with absolute finality. "No," he said. "About this." And suddenly, without any warning, he pressed his lips to Diego's. It was Diego's favorite fantasy come to life, living and breathing in front of him. A Benji who truly wanted Diego, wanted him enough to leave all the pretense and denial behind them, one who wanted to embrace the truth and stop hiding and pretending and deflecting. But he was so shocked that it was finally happening in real life, and right on the heels of the Caleb disaster, that he didn't respond. Didn't even catch his breath until Benji was pulling away, a frown on his face. Diego scrambled. "What are you doing?" he asked, which was probably not only the worst way he could have worded that, it was also the worst possible thing in the world to say. It completely left out the fact that Diego had been wanting to do that for 9 fucking years. Benji's face closed over, and Diego realized that he definitely should have led with that particular fact first. "You knew," Benji said, in a surprisingly hard voice. "You knew. Vicky filed for divorce before she even had Anna. You knew it was a mistake." He'd known it was a mistake before he'd even proposed. But Diego wasn't going to bring ancient history up now. They'd had Anna because of his stupidity, but she wasn't ever going to be a mistake. Suddenly it dawned on Diego what Benji was really saying. "You and Sophie," he said, suitably shocked. Benji's sigh was harsh. "I said you knew. And now I know too. Sophie and I were a mistake." "And this?" Diego ventured after what felt like an interminable silence, though it was probably only a few seconds. It hadn't felt like only a few seconds to his heart. "I don't know." Benji released his hand and stood up, shaking his head. He reached over for the open tumbler of liquor and downed it in a single gulp. "I really do think this might be better coming from you, Diego." "I know I offered." Diego hesitated, struggling to keep up with Benji's rapid-fire subject changes. He still wanted to turn back the last 2 minutes and say anything else after the kiss. "But Leo is your best friend. You've known him the longest. You knew him long before Star Shadow ever existed." Benji nodded. "That's why it's too hard coming from me. I've put too much effort into putting him back together. I can't tear him apart again." Diego heard loud and clear what Benji couldn't say, what he was hinting at between the lines. "I'm already a mess, can't you see? Don't make me destroy my best friend, too." "I'll tell him," Diego said. He'd meant what he said before. He'd do anything for Benji. "Text me later and tell me how it goes." Benji was already halfway to the door, Diego staring helplessly at him. Whatever had just happened, whatever raw confession Benji had nearly been about to make, he was running from it now. "Of course I will," Diego said. But before Benji could answer, the front door was closing behind him. It was impossible not to be pissed that Benji had run out. Still, it was hard for Diego to blame him entirely, because the first words out of his own mouth had been so fucking stupid. Diego sat there for a long moment. He didn't want to get up. He didn't want to go to Leo's and break his heart all over again, but he'd promised Benji that he'd do it. Benji believed a promise was ironclad. If LA wasn't such a shithole, Benji would float through it, shaking on all his deals, not a written contract in sight, trusting and being trusted in return. Diego was slightly more suspicious of the world, especially of anyone affiliated with the music industry. They'd been fucked over too many times to make him feel any differently. And now, he was going to have to deliver the news to Leo that they were about to get fucked over yet again. Chapter 1. 6 months later. Benji Schmidt had known since he was 8 years old that he was going to be a star. The daydreams and the music lessons, piano and then guitar, had gotten him through the worst of his parents' divorce, and then transferring to a new school where nobody knew him and nobody liked him. At 10, he'd met Leo Humphreys. The shorter kid had stood in front of Benji's bullies one day, and despite his much tinier build, had stared them down until they'd ultimately left him and Benji alone. After that, the dream hadn't exactly changed, but it had evolved. Afterwards, Leo was always an integral part of it. He and Leo were going to be huge rock stars, and they were going to do it together. How many people could actually say their childhood fantasy had not only come true, but in lights flashing, flames leaping, absolutely fucking Technicolor reality? Not once, but twice. Sometimes he wished those bullies could see him now. They'd sure be singing a whole different tune. Benji was sure of that much. Benji let the last chord of the last song of the Star Shadow reunion tour reverberate through his fingers, the strings on his guitar and deep through him, down to the core. The crowd had been on their feet from the first chord, but the screams were suddenly so deafening, he knew if he looked to his right, Leo would be kissing their bassist, Caleb Chance, again. He was fucking thrilled for them. After 5 years of a hellish separation, filled with rehab trip after rehab trip as Caleb had attempted to get sober, and then 6 months of uncertainty as Leo tried to figure out how to forgive him, they'd finally emerged from all this shit just as in love as they'd been during the first Star Shadow reign. It hadn't really felt like Star Shadow again until those two had started fucking again in every dark and semi-dark corner. If Benji looked to his left, he'd see Diego chilling behind his keyboards, smile on his face, eyes alight with the incredible fucking privilege of playing for thousands and thousands of devoted fans. It was a high you couldn't ever replicate with anything else. But Benji didn't look in Diego's direction, because he was afraid of what he'd feel if he did. After their brief and belated kiss 6 months ago, and then absolutely fucking nothing afterwards, despite being together on tour, it was hard not to doubt. After all, if they were destined and fated like Leo and Caleb, wouldn't they have found a right time to get together over the last 9 years? But even if it never happened, even if Diego's feelings had finally cooled, Benji could no longer deny that his were alive and well. Max, their drummer, shouted something incomprehensible, and suddenly Benji was nearly knocked to the ground by his leaping hug. Benji had a few inches on him, but that didn't matter to Max, who jumped on Benji's back like a spider monkey. And suddenly Diego was there too, eyes alight with joy, pushing back his gorgeous dark hair, and Benji's heart gave a painfully hopeful thump. Benji ignored the way his pulse accelerated and slung an arm around Diego's shoulders. His t-shirt was damp with sweat, and Benji could feel the heat radiating through the thin cotton. When would the time be right? Would it ever be right? Would Diego ever be ready? Would he? But tonight wasn't just about him and Diego. It was about Star Shadow. "Yo!" Max yelled practically into Benji's ear. "Get your lovesick asses over here." Leo and Caleb sauntered over, and they didn't even have the nerve to look ashamed. Benji wasn't sure he blamed them. If he'd ever had the courage to make out with Diego on stage, he'd do it every time he could, too. Frankly, he would take making out just once in the privacy of their green room or their tour bus or even their hotel room. His stomach squirmed at the thought. Leo kept telling him they needed to talk, and they had, but never about what felt really important. Could they do it tonight? Was he finally ready to say it? He'd asked himself that question 1,000,000 times over the last 9 years. He wasn't a coward, wasn't a chicken shit, and could no longer deny what he really wanted. But something kept stopping him. And before, he'd always pushed the block away because he didn't understand it, and assumed he'd deal with it later. But later was rapidly becoming a non-possibility, and that scared the absolute living shit out of him. Maybe even more than taking that final, inevitable step. Leo wrapped an arm around Benji's waist. Caleb nestled into his other side, despite his much taller stature. "You guys ready for one last bow?" he asked. It was only the last bow of this tour. Star Shadow was officially reuniting. They were recording a new album. It wasn't anything like the last show during that other disastrous tour. It wasn't anything like right before Caleb disappeared and stayed missing for 5 long years. But Benji still felt himself stiffen as panic lanced through him, all sharp, pointy edges. There were going to be other shows, he reminded himself, trying to jerk himself back to reality. There would be other final bows. He wasn't losing everything he'd been building since he was 10. He wasn't losing Star Shadow. He wasn't losing Leo to grief and depression. He wasn't losing himself into a never-ending battle to reinvent himself into something cooler and more relevant. It was impossible to forget the horrible, blinding panic he'd felt when the remaining members of the band had voted to disband in the wake of Caleb's disappearance and Leo's complete breakdown. Everything he'd been working so hard at for so many years, gone in an instant. He'd gone a little crazy. Married Sophie, even though he'd had doubts. Hired a new agent, and rededicated himself to never fucking failing again. The 5 of them bowed, and Benji only managed it by moving with them as one entity, as they'd done for so many years. He should have long since gotten over his fear of everything falling apart, of failure, but it still hung around like a bad stench, popping up in the worst possible moments, like this one. All he should be feeling right now was joy, but instead it felt tinged with doubt and uncertainty and sheer blinding panic. The lights dropped, and the 5 of them separated, moving toward the back of the stage in their green room. Benji handed his guitar to a stagehand and hoped he could fade into the shadows for a minute, give himself a moment to breathe and recollect himself before heading into the starkly bright light of the green room. In there, he wouldn't be able to hide at all. "Are you okay?" Benji glanced up, and of course it was Diego. Of course it would be him who'd know that something was wrong. He cleared his throat, his tongue suddenly thick in his mouth. The panic hadn't faded entirely yet, and he felt too close to the edge still, but Diego reached out and cupped his shoulder with his hand. The fear retreated a little more. If he couldn't be honest with Diego, could he be honest with anyone? "I was just thinking of the last vow, the one we took when we didn't know it was the last one," Benji admitted. After a moment of hesitation, which Benji understood entirely, their friendship sometimes seemed like a walk through a minefield, Diego pulled him into a hug. His hands hovered over Diego's shoulders before giving in and gripping him tightly. They stood there together for a long moment, holding on to each other. Benji let his head fall down to Diego's shoulders, but otherwise they didn't move. "It was hard, because we didn't know it was over, but it was over," Diego finally said, the sound of the stagehands beginning to take down the stage around them punctuating his words. "But it turns out that it's not really over after all." Benji didn't want to say that some mornings he woke up, and for a split second he still thought it was over. That he sometimes had to remind himself that he wasn't on his own again, that he wasn't struggling with a career that didn't fit quite right, that he didn't miss his boys so much he ached, that he hadn't ultimately crashed and burned. "It's hard to forget sometimes," he said, even though he hadn't really meant to say anything at all. Diego pulled back, and even in the dim of backstage, Benji could see the empathy in his eyes. "You know, you're more than your achievements," Diego pointed out softly. It wasn't like he hadn't been told that before, but something about the earnest belief in Diego's voice made him want to believe this time. The problem was knowing, with crystal-clear clarity, what he was capable of, and never being able to settle for less than that, without that ugly voice yelling in his ear that he'd failed again. "I know." Benji's smile was wry. "Theoretically." Reluctantly, he let go of Diego. Too long holding him, too long of them holding each other, and he was going to want even more than he already did. Diego laughed. "Yeah, that's the whole problem. Theoretically. You're rich and famous. You don't need to work so hard all the damn time. You've made it, Benji." All theoretically true. If only that voice would shut the fuck up sometimes. "Yeah," Benji said, rolling his eyes. "I know." He paused. He and Diego had been practically inseparable this tour, But it was ending tonight, and they had 2 weeks in LA before the recording sessions on the new album started. Even though they'd spent so much time together already, the idea of a 2-week break from Diego hurt. It had never hurt before. Somehow, Benji knew they'd crossed that point of no return. Friendship alone would never be enough again. Had it been the kiss? He could barely remember it. It had been so short and brief. Nothing like he'd always imagined. He'd wanted a do-over for the last 6 months, but maybe they needed more privacy for that. Hey, he started again hesitantly. We should get together when we get back to LA. Diego was leading the way back to the green room and didn't look at Benji. I'm not sure. I'll probably be busy with Anna. Benji knew how much he loved his daughter, and how much he'd missed her on this tour, even though his ex, Vicky, had brought her to as many tour stops as she could. So he didn't know what to say to that. Even though it was probably true, it was hard not to see it as a brush-off. Diego was good with people. He wouldn't give a brush-off that felt like one. He'd make it sound legit, all to spare Benji's feelings. The question was, why was he brushing him off, right after hugging and reassuring him? Benji didn't know, and didn't know how to bring it up, because they were walking into the green room and Max was spraying the walls with a bottle of sparkling apple juice, and Leo and Caleb were dancing to the Black Eyed Peas, their favorite post-show soundtrack. Benji let himself get pulled into the celebration, because resisting his best friends was difficult normally, but impossible now. But he still noticed out of the corner of his eye that Diego avoided meeting his eyes, and even skirted around the other side of the dancing group so that he wouldn't be right next to Benji, touching again. It hurt, even though Benji tried to ignore it, and told himself that he was imagining things. After the Black Eyed Peas finished singing about what a good night it was going to be, Max announced that a band he knew was playing in the area and they should all go. Everyone agreed, and Benji gave himself a very stern reprimand that he was reading too much into Diego's hesitancy. It was the end of a long tour. They weren't as young as they'd used to be. He could be tired. Maybe he'd had plans to Skype with Anna and Vicky. He wasn't avoiding Benji. He couldn't be. He wouldn't be. At the venue, they were led to the VIP section, and for once, Leo hung back instead of hanging all over Caleb. One thing Benji did not miss about Leo and Caleb being back together was how sometimes it felt like them and then the rest of Star Shadow. And goddammit, sometimes he missed his best friend, even though he was right there. You're quiet tonight, Leo said. I thought you'd be on top of the world. New album, new contracts, new management, all you're doing. Benji decided to use his excuse for Diego. It was technically true, right? I'm just tired. It was a long tour, and we're not 18 anymore. Leo shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans and rocked back on his heels. Yeah, I guess so. You guess we're not 18 still? Leo's answering smile was wicked at the edges. He'd always been the most annoying friend Benji had ever had, and yet also the best. Sometimes he wondered if those two things weren't correlated. I mean, I guess I can let you get away with claiming exhaustion. You need us to airlift you to Mount Sinai? You're a pain in the ass. A pain in your ass, Leo retorted with glee. Seeing Leo at peace with himself and with Caleb was like seeing the old version of Leo all over again. Before anything had gone wrong. Before he'd locked himself away. I'm just happy you're happy, Benji said. Leo tried to argue by making a horrid face at Benji's sappiness, but ended up breaking into a smile instead. Yeah, I am, aren't I? Wow, I never thought I'd be back here again. He glanced over at Benji, and then over at Diego, who was chatting with Max. You should give it a try. The water's fine. Benji frowned. Leo always, well, almost always, meant well, but this was like salt in an open wound. The water's a bit chilly, if I'm being honest. What he wanted was Leo to tell him he was crazy and that he was imagining things. Leo looked surprised, which helped, but his words didn't. Really? Well, you never thought this was going to be easy. Things that are worth it generally aren't. No shit, Benji said sarcastically. You really are in a bad mood, Leo said. Did something happen? Do you want me to talk to him? God, no. I've done enough damage. I can't imagine what you'd do on top of it. Point, Leo conceded. I'm not exactly the most emotionally mature person on the planet. How about this? When it goes badly, as I'm sure it will at more than one point, I'll willingly come with you to the gym. No complaints, even though I'll hate every second. Benji's gaze narrowed. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Leo raised his hands in mock surrender. You know I'm shit at this. Benji knew, which was why he didn't often ask Leo for advice. Who did he talk to? Diego, who he couldn't go to with this at all. What could he say? I'm sorry, but what do I do when I've been in love with someone for 9 years and spent all that time pushing them away? How do I stop pushing and start pulling? It was a clusterfuck, that was for sure. Max approached. This is supposed to be a celebration, not you two over here in the corner gossiping. And for God's sake, Benny, get that frown off your face. If you're not careful, it's going to freeze like that, and then nobody will want to fuck you anymore. Oh, is that all? Benji asked. Max nodded sagely. It'd be a real damn shame, too. Just when you were free to actually get fucked again. He should have been offended that Max was so callous about his failed marriage, but he wasn't, which said everything about his marriage that needed to be said. He'd never cared enough to even give a shit when people pointed out how much he hadn't cared. Glancing up, he met Diego's eyes. He was still over by where he and Max had been standing, and he was currently twisting the cap on a bottle of water over and over. He might pretend not to be involved or even interested, but he was. They'd always been drawn to each other like magnets, and that hadn't changed. I still think Benji's pretty cute, Leo said, reaching up and attempting to pinch Benji's cheek. He swatted Leo's hand away, eventually grabbing him by the wrist when he wouldn't quit. Caleb meandered over, crushing peanut shells, the shredded remains joining weeks' worth on the floor. Leo stopped struggling and glanced over at his boyfriend. Save me, he pleaded. I've been taken prisoner by a horrible man who wants to compromise my virtue. Benji rolled his eyes and tried to prevent the flush from rising on his cheeks. Leo was his best friend, and he'd never had any more than a stray sexual thought about him. But Leo casually talking about him being attracted to men in general still made him a little uncomfortable. I don't think it's your virtue he wants to compromise, Max pointed out. It was impossible not to glance up at Diego again. After Caleb had come over, he was now the only one standing over by himself, pretending to watch the mediocre opener, fingers clenched determinedly on the water bottle in his hand. His teeth sank into his bottom lip, and, not for the first time, Benji thought about what it would be like if those teeth were his. Their one kiss had been so brief, so fleeting, so unlike anything Benji had wanted it to be. It was tough to see it as anything other than a mistake. But that didn't mean he wasn't dying to correct it, practically every second of every day. He'd found the courage once, but that had been born of fear and despair, not yearning. And now he wasn't sure he'd ever find enough again. Caleb was the tallest guy in the band, but even though he had some muscle hidden on his lean frame, Benji didn't feel exactly threatened. His personal trainer would have laughed if Benji had expressed doubt about being stronger than Caleb. Benji and Gray had been working together almost since the end of Star Shadow, when the last thing Benji had wanted to do was sit in his house and do nothing but contemplate the ruin of his career. Gray had given Benji something to work for, a goal to achieve, and now his black t-shirts and leather jackets hid a body that even Benji could be proud of. Still, he dropped Leo's hand. He knew exactly what his best friend was doing, and he wasn't going to play that game. "Your faux virtue is now safe," he muttered. "Maybe from Benji?" Benji looked over, and Diego was walking over, his words making it crystal clear that he'd been listening to the whole conversation. Leo smiled, because Diego joining them had obviously been one of the end goals he'd been trying to achieve. "Yeah," Max gave a short bark of laughter. "I think that ship's already sailed, at least where Caleb's concerned." Only a minute ago, Benji would have been downright thrilled to have the conversation switch back to the subject of Leo and Caleb's seemingly insatiable mutual lust. But now, it was hard to watch Leo flutter his eyelashes at his boyfriend, and Caleb's slow, eyelash-singeing smile back. "You are not jealous," Benji told himself firmly. But it was hard to identify the feeling swirling through him as anything else. "You just want that too, and you want that with Diego." "I hate being up here," Benji complained. "I'm going to go downstairs." Max raised an eyebrow. "You want to mingle with the commoners?" Benji didn't answer him. Instead, he directed all his attention toward Diego. "What do you think?" he asked. It was the second time in only a handful of hours that he'd been as direct as he dared with Diego. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't exactly a declaration of intent, and it definitely wasn't a declaration of love. But damn it, he was trying. And for the second time, Diego just shrugged. "It's okay up here," he said. It was obvious how interested the rest of the band was in this exchange, because for once nobody interjected any snarky comments or interrupted and offered to go downstairs with Benji instead. Everyone just held their breath and waited to see what would happen. Benji wanted to believe he was above it, but he wasn't. He waited with everyone else, hoping desperately that Diego wouldn't turn him down again. "It'd be better downstairs," Benji argued, when Diego didn't seem inclined to change his mind. His words weren't true at all, and he hoped the transparency of the lie made it clear what his real ulterior motive was. "Probably not, but okay." Diego sounded reluctant and extremely dubious, but he'd agreed. And when they ducked under the red velvet rope at the top of the stairs leading to the VIP area, Benji swore he saw a flash of pleasure on his face. Like he'd been happy Benji had asked, except instead of showing it, he'd hid it. It wasn't fair. Benji knew that he'd not only avoided Diego before, he'd given deliberately evasive answers and hidden his feelings not just once, but dozens and dozens of times. They'd done it to each other, for years even. Still, there was something about this time that particularly stung. Maybe nothing had changed for Diego, but things were changing for Benji. He was done lying to himself, and he wanted desperately to stop hiding. He wasn't sure how to move forward after those two realizations, but he was trying, goddammit, and he wanted them both on the same page. At the bottom of the staircase was a bar. Upstairs they'd been drinking water, mostly in deference to Caleb, but now, to Benji's surprise, Diego reached out and grabbed his hand for a split second, tugging it in the direction of the bar. Maybe that was what Diego thought Benji had been implying, that he wanted to go downstairs so he could drink, and he'd wanted company, and not Diego's company specifically. The bar was crowded, and while Benji's solo career had been a flop by any standard definition, he was still recognizable. The crowd melted away and let the pair of them through. Resting his elbows on the bar, Benji glanced over at Diego. He was rolling up the sleeves of his oversized t-shirt, the fabric thin enough that Benji could see his tattoos through it. The rose over his heart, the thorns swirling down his side, disappearing under the waistband of his jeans. Benji remembered the first time he'd ever seen the tattoo, and recognized his speechlessness as one of the first steps on the path toward whatever the fuck was going to happen with him. Even more incredible had been Diego's confession that he'd drawn and designed it himself. Someday, Benji had promised himself, Diego would draw a tattoo for him, and it would be personal and meaningful, and if he was really fucking lucky, they would have figured their shit out, and it would also be full of love. And not the garden variety of friendly, platonic love, but the heart-racing, fingertips pressed to bare skin, panting, life-altering, world-burning love that he'd always believed they were capable of together. "You want something?" he asked Diego as the bartender approached. "We're in Texas," Diego said with a wry twist of his lips. "Guess we better make it a whiskey." "Two," Benji said to the bartender. He exchanged a 50 for the 2 glasses and told the guy to keep the change. "You keep throwing your money around that way, someone's gonna get the wrong idea," Diego teased. "It's not like I can even spend all of it," Benji pointed out. "Might as well share it." They retreated back to a less crowded corner. Benji leaned against the wall and took a sip of his whiskey. It was hot and smoky on his tongue. If he ever got the chance to kiss Diego again, he'd always imagined he'd taste like a really good whiskey. "Even Justin Bieber couldn't spend all of his," Diego said with a laugh. "I guess we're not all that different after all." It was supposed to be a night of celebration, but Diego still sounded melancholic around the edges. Benji didn't like it. Benji was also terrified it had something to do with him personally. "You already thinking about legacy? We're just getting started." "You said it yourself. We're not 18 anymore," Diego said, sipping his own drink, hair falling into his eyes. Benji's fingers itched to smooth it back, to feel those soft strands. Diego hadn't always worn his hair long. The first time they'd met, when Benji had been so sure of everything he was and everything he'd wanted, Diego had worn it cropped short to display better his perfectly chiseled features. But Benji liked it better like this. Even though that short hair had been enough to make Benji question everything. "Okay," Benji corrected. "We're just getting started again." He finished his whiskey in one big, burning gulp. He could use a little more courage for this part. "Do you want to—" He gestured toward the main floor, where in between band sets the DJ was spinning dance music. He hadn't quite managed the whole line. He hadn't managed to add, "with me," to the end of the sentence, but he figured Diego must have gotten the idea, because he looked shocked. "Dance? With you?" Diego questioned. Benji nodded and held his gaze even though it was hard. Every part of him wanted to crawl away and hide. Every part of him wanted to brace for what felt like an inevitable rejection. But he had to know. If Diego was trying to pull away from whatever this was, then Benji had to know. Had to figure out how to move on, even though the last 9 years had proved that was basically impossible. Diego leaned in. It was crowded here near the bar, and a little noisy, and after so many years of touring, their hearing wasn't what it had once been. Still, Benji desperately wanted to believe he just wanted what he did. To be closer. Here, with all these people. It was tough, but not impossible to avoid squirming under Diego's disbelieving stare, but Benji managed it. Mostly by reminding himself of what Leo had said earlier. This was never going to be easy. Somehow, though, Benji had crossed the point where this being uncomfortable and tough was enough to dissuade him from trying anyway. Diego tossed back the rest of his whiskey and shot him a knowing look. "Last night of the tour, feel like raising hell? I guess I shouldn't be surprised." It wasn't like Benji was planning on making out with him in the middle of this crowd, though he wasn't sure he'd protest if that was what Diego had in mind. "Yes or no?" Benji asked. He set his empty glass down and shot Diego his most expectant look. He'd learned long ago that even if he was quaking with fear, as long as he presented a confident exterior to the world, nobody ever saw the scared little boy inside. Diego was more equipped than most to see the little boy, but he didn't say a word, just set his own glass down and nodded once. He was sweating under his leather jacket as they walked out to the dance floor. They'd both had lots of experience blending into crowds, and they did it tonight, standing close together, but not so close that anyone would assume they were together. Just enough deniable distance, for others and for each other, Benji thought. That wasn't what he wanted at all. He wanted more, and he wanted it despite all the risks. The song changed, and then changed again. Diego seemed to relax with each minute that passed, moving his hips in the fluid way that Benji had always envied. Despite all his musical experience, and playing the guitar, the bass, the piano, and being more than a little proficient at drums, Benji still thought he danced like a white man with zero rhythm. His self-consciousness made him nervous, and left him focused more on not looking like a fucking moron than trying to get closer to Diego. He considered it more than once, but always held back, because there were first steps, and then there was taking a giant leap. The crowd kept getting bigger, pushing in closer together, and inevitably the space between them kept closing in. One of Benji's flailing hands brushed against Diego's shoulder, his fingers spasming against the damp cotton of his t-shirt. It wasn't all that different than the embrace they'd shared earlier in the night, but it felt entirely different. It felt purposeful in a way that embrace hadn't. Diego stared at him, dark eyes inscrutable. Did he want Benji to move his hand? Did he want Benji to pull him in closer? Benji was frozen, not sure which path to take, and Diego's expressionless face gave nothing away. Well, you never thought this was going to be easy. Things that are worth it generally aren't. Leo's words echoed through him again as Benji's fingers dug into Diego's shoulder. Maybe it wasn't easy, but maybe it was as simple as being honest. "I like this," Benji said as loudly as he dared, hoping Diego could hear him over the pounding bass of the music, giving a little squeeze of his shoulder to indicate exactly what he meant. Diego didn't answer, but he didn't pull away either. Benji started moving again, half-heartedly trying to find the beat and match it, and as Diego joined him, his hand slipped down his side, following the trail of his rose tattoo and settling at his hip. Diego was slender, with unexpectedly powerful muscles from the yoga he loved and the cycle classes he didn't. Benji's big hand, which he'd always believed was too large, too unwieldy, fit into the curve of his waist like it had been designed just for it. It was impossible for Benji's hand to settle into that hollow and not squeeze. Not a lot, just a little, just enough to make sure that Diego knew it was there. And suddenly, he wasn't quite so unbothered anymore. Shock exploded through his eyes, pupils widening, and Benji's hand trembled. But then Diego leaned in, so close, and Benji couldn't help it. His eyes fluttered closed. Not the best venue for their second, hopefully much improved kiss, but it didn't matter, because Diego was going to kiss him. Finally. Except he didn't. Nothing happened, and suddenly Diego's body was gone and he was slipping away, Benji's hand falling useless to his side. His eyes opened and that inscrutable mask was back on Diego's face. No evidence that the pleased astonishment had ever existed. Diego looked at him for a long moment, and then he was gone, slipping through the crowd like a fish through water, people separating for the tall, slender man with the sad eyes and the beautiful hair. By the time Benji had elbowed people out of the way, he had none of Diego's grace, only brute strength. Diego was nowhere to be found. Not by the bar, not by the wall they'd stood at earlier. He really didn't want to go back to the VIP section empty-handed, but he needed to find Diego more. Had Benji misunderstood? He'd been so sure, more certain than he'd been in his entire life that things were finally going to start happening. Max was lounging in a chair, his feet propped up on the balcony edge, sipping a beer. Leo was practically in Caleb's lap, and his tongue was definitely in Caleb's ear. They looked like they were about 10 minutes from saying, "Fuck it," and possibly earning another public indecency charge. "Where's Diego?" Max asked before Benji could demand to know if their fifth member had come back to the VIP section. "He's not up here?" Benji couldn't help just how dejected he sounded. Had Diego run away because he'd been tempted to kiss Benji? Or had Diego run away because Benji had wanted the kiss too much? It didn't really matter, Benji realized, because he was probably never going to get an answer either way, and for the very first time, that really pissed him off. Why the fuck couldn't they just say plainly and clearly what they wanted? Why did it always have to be a game? Oh, I like you, but wait, not that way. Or maybe I do. I'm not sure. Well, Benji was fucking sure he did like Diego, and he was pretty sure Diego felt the same way. Was it complicated? Of course it was. You couldn't be members of one of the biggest bands on the planet, again, and not have it be complicated. But it was less complicated than it had been, because now they owned their own souls, determined their own fates, and Leo and Caleb had blazed a lot of ground in terms of acceptance. He texted me, Leo said, finally detaching from Caleb's neck and pulling out his phone. He said he was catching a cab back to the hotel and leaving early in the morning. He said he'd see us in a few weeks for our first recording session. Benji's jaw dropped. What? He demanded. Max's smile grew sly. What did you do? Kiss him or something? Again, Leo added. No, Benji said. He didn't need to go into the whole, it maybe almost happened, I'm really not sure. Because even though these guys were his friends, and despite that he knew that secretly, or maybe not so secretly, they were all rooting for him and Diego to figure their shit out, they would absolutely give him a load of crap for his confession. He just left? Benji asked again, even though he already knew the truth. He'd left, leaving Benji with no answers and even less certainty in his wake. And he really said that? That he'd see us in a few weeks? Maybe he's sick of us, Caleb said. I mean, we do spend a lot of time together on tour. Benji knew Diego tended to be more introspective and introverted, and needed more private recharge time. But weeks? This had to be a continuation of what Diego had started before, when Benji had asked him if he wanted to hang out back in LA, and Diego had essentially said no, he didn't. He'd been reluctant about going downstairs with Benji earlier, and reluctant about dancing, which led Benji to one inescapable conclusion. Diego had wanted to say no, but he hadn't felt like he could. Fuck, Benji swore savagely. Leo was disturbed enough that he stood up, actually managing to separate himself from his boyfriend, and he put a reassuring hand on Benji's shoulder. It'll be okay. Maybe he's just going through some stuff. He'll come around. Maybe before Benji would have believed Leo. Maybe before Benji would have thought the same would they or won't they dynamic had frustrated Diego and that's why he'd left. But Benji had just tried to jerk them out of it. Benji wasn't just annoyed anymore. He was pissed off. And he wanted some goddamn answers. Chapter 2. When he got back to the hotel, Diego's heartbeat was still uneven. That was the thing about Benji. He affected Diego even when Diego was determined not to be affected. Even when Diego had decided that he was done waiting around for Benji to wake up and discover that there was more to a relationship than just platonic hangouts punctuated by heart and lung-seizing moments of yearning for more. He'd given him a tour, and even though there'd been plenty of opportunities for them to discuss their friendship and more, Benji had held back. Then, Diego had found out that during the fateful night when Leo and Caleb had finally gotten back together, Leo had pushed Benji to actually talk to Diego. But when he'd showed up in Diego's room, they'd only watched a few movies, drank some beer, and had gone their separate ways to bed. After discovering that, Diego had found it increasingly difficult to believe that Benji would ever be ready to talk about it. And if he wasn't prepared to talk about it, then he definitely wasn't prepared to do anything about it either. And sue him, Diego was a little sick of waiting. He'd made his availability clear, and then waited and waited and waited some more for Benji to figure out that they wanted the same damn thing. After all, Benji was the one who still even shrank when confronted with the word bisexuality. Diego had understood at first. After all, witnessing Leo and Caleb's epic crash and burn had been plenty of warning that it wasn't easy to be closeted and hopelessly in love with your bandmate. Then Sophie had filed for divorce, and there were no excuses left. They were both single. They were best friends who were also impossibly crazy about each other. For the first time, Diego had hoped that would be enough. But it hadn't been. And it wouldn't be, no matter how many tentative times Benji reached out, only to pull his hand back at the last second. It was up to Diego to make sure Benji couldn't disappoint him anymore, so they could at least preserve their friendship. He'd intended to spend the next 2 weeks getting over Benji. It wasn't nearly long enough, because it wasn't like he'd been successful over the last 9 years. But then he never really tried that hard either. He was going to try this time, and he still felt convinced that it was the right thing to do. Except there was that glimmer of hurt lurking in Benji's eyes when he'd pulled away at the last second. Had Benji been intending to make an unspoken declaration? But then, Benji had kissed him before, and it wasn't like that had been the moment either of them had been hoping for either. Before, Diego had chalked it up to terrible timing, but now he didn't have any excuses left, and he was done making them for Benji. He stepped out of the cab and said a quick prayer of relief that Benji hadn't done anything stupid, like try to follow him. When he couldn't find Diego, he'd go upstairs where the rest of the guys were hanging out, and then Leo would tell him what he'd texted. Hopefully that would be enough to keep Benji away for the full 2 weeks. It wasn't. "Diego!" the voice behind him shouted out of breath, like he'd run part or all of the way here. He stopped, but didn't turn around. Diego could still feel Benji's hand on his hip, each finger digging in, like Benji was staking his claim. Except that Diego knew he wasn't. The next moment he would have laughed and made it a joke. Always towing that line, but never deliberately crossing it. Diego started walking again, hoping that if he got to the lobby with its audience, Benji would let it go so they wouldn't make a scene. "Wait," Benji called out, his voice growing closer. "Wait a goddamn minute." He reached the huge double doors that led to the lobby and didn't pause, just scooted right through them. 3 steps into the lobby, Benji caught his elbow and brought his ability to run to a screeching halt. Because he'd definitely been running. From Benji, from his own feelings, from a world that wanted them to fit into easy-to-classify boxes. Shucking Benji's grip, Diego turned. "What do you want?" he demanded. The tone and pitch of his voice would have scared Benji away any other time, because he always hated making a scene, hated any negative gossip about Star Shadow. But today, right now, he held firm and didn't flinch. "You just left," Benji said, and his own tone was plaintive. Distressed, confused, all emotions Diego had experienced lots of times after one of their will they or won't they moments, and so he didn't feel as sympathetic as he maybe should have. Diego shrugged. "I was ready to go. Then Leo told me you texted, that you'd see us in 2 weeks?" Benji's eyebrows slammed together, and now he was bordering on annoyed. "What the fuck, man? Did you need something in the next 2 weeks?" Past Diego would have given anything for Benji to say yes, and to explain that what he needed was Diego. But it turned out that past Diego didn't need to give anything, only time. A long-ass fucking time. But in the end, it was only time. 9 years of it. "I wanted to see you. I want to see you." Benji's voice dropped. "We need to talk." Maybe he should have taken the words at face value and believed that yes, this was finally it. But Diego had believed that so many goddamn times before, and look where it had gotten them. Nowhere. So he just shrugged again and turned away. "You're going to pretend we don't?" Benji's tone edged towards disbelief. Diego turned back, annoyed too now. "I'm not pretending about anything. I just don't want to talk about it. That might be hard to wrap your head around, but if you think about it long enough and hard enough, you might be able to come up with the right reason." Many times over the last few days, Diego had questioned his ability to truly let go of his hopes and his feelings for Benji. After all, they'd become a part of him, so ingrained that he didn't know if they could ever be dislodged. But tonight, he proved to himself that at least he could hold his own ground, because this time he turned and walked away, leaving Benji gaping behind him. It should have felt like more of a victory. It didn't. Even days later, Diego still couldn't believe he'd been able to walk away. Every cell inside him had reached out, yearning for someone who probably wouldn't ever be ready for more than just friendship. "You're quiet today," Vicky pointed out as she finished fastening Anna's diaper. "Everything okay?" Diego leaned against the doorframe. The creamy yellow walls of Anna's room, bright and sunny, even when it was gloomy outside, almost always filled him with joy, just like his daughter did. But today it was hard to find the smile. "The usual," Diego finally said with a sigh. "He really didn't do anything? Not a thing? Didn't even try to say anything?" Vicky asked. The last person he'd ever expected to be able to discuss his doomed love affair with was his ex-wife, but she'd seen the writing on the wall long before Diego had ever been able to face it. The best thing they'd both gotten out of their marriage was Anna and their friendship. "You know he didn't," Diego grumbled. "And so what? You're going to hide in this house for the next 2 weeks?" He could hear the judgment in her voice. Diego had followed the common adage of marrying someone smarter than yourself, but it turned out that after the divorce, it wasn't always good that Vicky knew him better than he knew himself. "I'm relaxing," Diego pointed out. "I was on tour for months, and we're going right back into the studio. I deserve a break." Vicky shot him a look that said she knew exactly how much of a break he deserved. None. "Yes, your job is so hard," Vicky said, but she was smiling. "Now, dealing with your head perpetually stuck up your ass, that's a little tougher." Diego crossed the room and picked up Anna, who was giggling and swatting at the cloud and rainbow shapes hanging above her head. Pressing a kiss against her dark hair, he jiggled her a little harder, and she squealed with delight. There was something beautifully simple about the love of his daughter. There were never any conditions, never any addendums, never a question. She loved him, and he loved her. If only adult relationships could be that straightforward. "I'm not the one with my head up my ass," Diego hissed. "Yeah, I know you think it's Benji," Vicky began, and Diego glared. "It's almost always Benji," he interrupted. But if it had been that simple, maybe they wouldn't be stuck in this annoying perpetual loop. "As far as I'm concerned, you've both fucked up," Vicky said. Diego shot her an annoyed look. "Language, Vic. She's going to pick it up, and I'd rather not start washing her mouth out with soap at the age of 2. But Vicky just rolled her eyes. "Like that's the worst thing she'll hear in this house." They both knew it probably would be, though. Diego was insanely protective and didn't invite anyone over while Anna was here that couldn't elevate the conversation past obscenities. "I know we've both made mistakes, but I'm not the one who kissed me and then did nothing about it for months. While we were on tour, no less. I've been waiting forever for him to figure out that he wants me, and even after he did, nothing. I'm done waiting. It's over." "Yeah, okay." Vicky tossed her dark hair, not exactly sounding convinced. "I'll believe it when it actually happens." "I even told him to stay away from me," Diego pointed out. "When we start recording, we'll be together all the time, and I needed time away first, to get over him." Vicky actually looked surprised. "You told him to stay away? Really?" "It's over, finally," Diego said, which wasn't exactly true because his heart still ached the same way it had ached for the last 9 years. But maybe someday, hopefully soon, it would begin to heal. I need this time to get my head on straight. A glimmer of a smile was on Vicky's face. "Except that's impossible because you're not straight." Diego shot her a look over their daughter's head. "Thank you, Victoria." She laughed. "I know you're all broken-hearted right now, but there's no cause for that, thank you very much." "I was thinking of taking Anna to Disney next week. Do you think that'll work?" Diego asked. They had an official custody agreement because they needed one to obtain the divorce. Still, since it had been filed before Anna's birth, there had been no DNA testing. Diego could see little bits of himself in her, in the curve of her cheeks, in the mesmerizing darkness of her eyes, but she was basically a spitting image of Vicky. He'd never asked Vicky point-blank if Anna was his, even though he had a pretty good idea she wasn't, because to Diego it simply didn't matter. Anna was his daughter, in every way that counted, even if she wasn't his by blood. And Vicky returned that trust by making sure Diego saw her as often as his schedule allowed. It wasn't a perfect system, but it worked for them. There was still that deeply buried fear inside of him that someday Anna's real father would show up and demand the rights that Diego had been enjoying, or that someday something would interrupt the smooth, friendly, and conflict-free arrangement that he and Vicky enjoyed. Until that time, he was going to enjoy every moment with his daughter that he could. "I don't know," Vicky said, tapping her fingernails against the headboard of Anna's crib. "Are you taking security?" "Security?" Diego scoffed. "For what?" Vicky rolled her eyes again, which Diego remembered was one of the things he'd disliked the most about their relationship. How she'd almost never taken him seriously. "You might be living here in a publicity-free bubble, in which you live exactly the way you have for the last few years. But on the outside, everything's changed. Leo's being followed by paparazzi on his morning jogs. If you didn't live in a gated community, they'd be here too. And I don't want them following my daughter around. Don't you think she deserves better than to have her face plastered all over the tabloids before she even turns 2? Diego grimaced. Vicky was almost always right in the end, and it sucked now just as much as it always had. "I'll find someone." "Good," she gave a nod. "You can pick her up next Tuesday. Does that work for you?" "I'll make it work." "Good." Vicky walked over and reached for Anna. As always, Diego was reluctant to let her go, and she made a small noise of distress at being separated from her daddy. Diego leaned over and pressed another, longer kiss to her forehead. Arms flailing, her fingers caught on his long hair, and Vicky laughed, disentangling them. "We'll see you next week, right, Pumpkin?" she asked Anna, who cooed happily. Vicky gave him a look. "Don't think you can skimp on the security either. I want someone with experience, not some random friend of yours." "I will," Diego promised, and he watched with sad eyes as Vicky and his daughter walked down the stairs. He'd only had her a day and a half after getting back to L.A., and that was the one thing he and Vicky disagreed on most: how much time Diego got. Still, it was more than the custody agreement promised, and he was going to have to be okay with that. "I agreed to let you go jogging with me. I did not agree to let you chatter my ear off while we were doing it," Leo complained loudly. Benji glanced behind them, to the small contingent of paparazzi photographers and hardcore fans trailing after them, most of them panting hard at even the relatively sedate pace he and Leo had set. "If we went faster, I'd probably have trouble talking so much," Benji said dryly. Despite Leo's claim, he really hadn't said much. Only a few complaints on how unfair Diego was being by freezing him out. "I was wondering the other day, is it involuntary manslaughter if one of those guys dies while they're trying to follow me? Like, is it my fault if I deliberately jog faster than their ability to follow?" Leo asked, clearly wanting to change the subject. "So you're not going to tell me what the problem is then?" Benji said, frustration bubbling up inside of him. Diego had said if Benji thought about it, he'd know what his issue was. But he'd been thinking for 4 days now, and nothing had immediately come to mind. Benji had finally made an effort, and instead of Diego being pleased and reciprocating his feelings, he'd run away, and then, when confronted, stomped all over them. And somehow Benji was supposed to understand exactly why that had happened? Leo stopped short, sand shifting under his sneaker-clad feet. Benji swore the posse following behind did a dance of joy. "You know what the problem is," Leo said with clear exasperation. "I really don't, or else I wouldn't be here with all your admirers trying to figure it out." Benji said between clenched teeth. Aw, they are dedicated, Leo said with a little wave towards his followers. Though I'm sure they're disappointed that today I left Caleb at home. They started jogging again. Do you really actually jog when Caleb goes with you, or do you just end up making out the whole time against every flat surface you can find? Benji asked sourly. Leo shot him a look. You don't have to sound so bitter. You could have done more, and you could have done it earlier, and then you wouldn't feel like you've lost your chance at happiness. Benji rolled his eyes. I don't feel that I've lost my chance at happiness, he claimed. But inside, he felt the echo of Leo's words, and hated how true they felt. I just want to know why Diego is avoiding me. You know why he's avoiding you, Leo said, his sideways glance galling in its sympathy. Funny, that's what he said, and yet I'm still not any closer to enlightenment, Benji ground out. Okay, Leo said, picking up the pace a little. Not a lot. Not enough to give anyone behind them a coronary, but enough that there was more distance between the pair of them and everyone else. Here's the thing. You kept telling me you were going to talk to him, and you didn't. Why? Why? Because he was a coward. Because he hadn't been ready. Because he'd thought after waiting for 9 years the timeline between them wasn't so finite. But none of those things were excuses he wanted to give Leo. Leo, of course, continued not to spare Benji's feelings. You were scared, I know. It's a big step, and well... Leo paused awkwardly. I know those guys from elementary school bug you still. They were just idiots, and guess what? They're probably still idiots. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't work constantly and never take a day off and reject things that might make you really happy just because they were stupid. That makes you stupid. It probably did make Benji stupid. That much he could admit freely. I don't even want to know why you think they bother me still, Benji protested. But they did, undeniably. Sometimes he still heard their callously cruel jokes echoing in his head. 15 years, and he still couldn't tune them out. Leo shot him a look. I know you, remember? Benji chuckled uncomfortably. Anyway, Leo continued, you've been putting this off for, we'll say various reasons, because it probably doesn't do your ego any favors to think it was because of a group of bullies when you were 10 years old. But here's the thing. I wouldn't put it past Diego to get tired of waiting. Maybe even tired enough that he didn't want to do it anymore. Benji stopped short, and Leo glared at him. Is that what happened? Benji demanded. Is that what he's doing? Trying not to want me anymore? Leo held his hands up in mock surrender. I haven't talked to him, but avoiding you, one of his best friends, running away when it seemed like something might finally be happening, that would be my best guess. And my best is, as you know, always excellent. It was worse than Benji had thought. Diego was trying to get over him? Right when Benji had finally, emphasis his own, because Leo was right, he needed to own that shit and somehow stop listening to bullies from 15 years ago, gotten his head out of his ass? Yeah, that was really bad. Thanks for the jog, Benji said in a rush. There's someplace I gotta be. Leo's glance in his direction was fond. I figured as much. Chapter 3. As Leo jogged away, leaving Benji staring after him and his unwanted entourage, panic welled inside him. What if Diego had been successful? What if he finally managed to do what they'd both been half-heartedly trying to do for years, and had actually moved on? If Diego was done, Benji didn't think he'd ever forgive himself for letting his cowardice win and not going after what he really wanted. It had only been a couple of days since the end of the tour, though. It might not be too late. Benji might still be able to change his mind. Benji had jogged over to Leo's, but Diego's house was too far to go on foot, and he didn't want to go back and get his car. Instead, he pulled his phone out and called an Uber. The car pulled up next to Leo's gate a few minutes later, but unfortunately the driver knew exactly who Benji was. And not just because of Star Shadow, but because of the horribly ill-advised R&B album that everyone had tried to talk him out of. "You're Benji," the driver pointed out when he slid into the back seat. "From that rap album." "Urban contemporary, actually," Benji said stiffly. It was a fast drive to Diego's, only 10 minutes, but already this drive felt like an eternity, and not just because of the driver. 5 minutes might not matter in the scheme of things, but Benji had every intention of having this conversation before his courage failed. It was good practice to sit in the back seat, trying not to fidget as the driver pelted him with questions about the career move he wished everyone would just forget. "Bet you wish everyone would just forget about that," the driver, his phone told him his name was Paul, said. "Sorry." "Yeah," Benji said shortly. "It really wasn't that bad," Paul added, a little too kindly. But Benji didn't believe him, because he knew the truth. The album had been embarrassingly bad, a major blow to both his ego and his detailed 5-year plan for success post-Star Shadow. "Right," Benji said, because the last thing he wanted was to discuss how awful his biggest failure had been. But Paul obviously didn't get the hint, because he kept going. "My sister listened to Star Shadow non-stop when she was in high school," Paul said. "And when she told me you were branching out, I had to check it out. It was interesting. Creative." That was a word for it. Benji had heard lots of other, much less flattering terms thrown around. He'd thought he'd developed a pretty thick skin being in Star Shadow. After all, there was nothing like the entertainment industry to continually remind you that you could always do better. More albums sold, more singles on the radio, more fans, more followers on social media, more sold-out shows. But Benji had discovered just how ugly things could get when you backslid the other direction. He hadn't left his house for a month after they'd finally put his marketing team out of their misery and canceled his upcoming tour, effectively ending Benji's attempt to be the new, much whiter Drake. And, now that he thought about it, the person who'd finally managed to drag him out of his horrible funk? Diego. They'd burned a whole stack of promotional materials in a gigantic bonfire on the beach, and though the thing Benji grappled with the hardest was failure, he'd been mostly able to move on after that night. All the memory did was convince Benji even further that he couldn't let Diego go. Not without a fight. "Thanks," Benji said dryly. "It's been called worse." Paul cleared his throat, like he'd finally realized that Benji didn't want to talk about it. "Do you think any of you guys are going to do solo stuff again?" "We're actually back in LA to record the next Star Shadow album," Benji offered. "So I doubt any of us will be breaking away to do solo stuff anytime soon." "Well, good," Paul said. "You're a great guitarist. Stick to what you do best, yeah?" Benji rolled his eyes. "Thanks, I'll give that a try." Finally, they pulled up to Diego's gated community up in the hills. Benji gave the code, Paul entered it, and the gate rolled back. A minute later, Paul stopped in front of Diego's house. Benji could tell he was dying to ask whose house they were at, but while Benji might have tolerated a discussion on his solo album, he wasn't going to talk about Diego. "Thanks for the ride," Benji said, and shut the door before Paul could even try asking. The one positive about Paul, the Uber driver, was at least he'd distracted Benji from the purpose of this visit. Now that he was driving away, there was nothing left to keep the nerves at bay, and even though his heart rate had long slowed, Benji started sweating again as he stood at Diego's front door and rang the bell. Benji's palms grew damp as he waited, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other. But the house remained dark and quiet, nothing moving, especially the door. He rang the doorbell again, and then added a few exasperated thumps on the heavy wood for good measure. He knew Diego was home. When they were on break, Diego rarely left the house. He liked being at home. His house was his sanctuary. Still, there was a slim possibility that he'd taken Anna out to the park, or maybe even the grocery store. Benji really hoped that wasn't the case, because he might never feel this motivated to clear the air between them again. He also didn't want to risk Diego getting any further in his get-over-Benji plan. It had to be today. Benji's resolve strengthened and he pounded on the door again. If Diego wasn't home, he'd wait on the stoop until he came back. If it was rare for Diego to leave the house, it was even more unheard of for him to go further than a few minutes away. Suddenly and unexpectedly the door wrenched open, and Diego, pushing his hair out of his eyes, glowered at him. "What's the fucking emergency?" he asked sulkily. Benji stared. Diego was only wearing a pair of low-hanging athletic shorts, leaving his whole chest bare, the rose tattoo vibrant against his dusky skin. It wasn't like it was the least clothing Benji had ever seen him in, but it was definitely the most skin he'd seen in a while. He was still slender, but muscled. It was one thing to know it, and it was entirely another to see it. He finally found his voice. He said. Diego rolled his eyes. "What are you doing? Did you actually jog here from your house?" Belatedly, Benji remembered he was wearing his running shorts and a loose-fitting white tank, his unused earbuds dangling uselessly around his shoulders. "I was jogging with Leo," Benji admitted. "And that made you want to come see me?" Diego didn't sound very pleased, but then Benji supposed that if their places had been swapped, and Diego had shown up unexpectedly right when he was trying to move on, it wouldn't have been very convenient. Benji took a short, deep breath and prayed he wouldn't fuck this up more than he'd already fucked it up. "I called you about 20 times the last few days. Sent a lot of texts, too." "Yeah, I know," Diego frowned. "Funny, you didn't answer any of them." Diego opened his mouth, no doubt to say something like, "I told you that I didn't want to talk to you." "Yeah, I know you said you wanted me to leave you alone, and that I'd know why if I thought about it. But here's the thing. I'm an idiot. Do you think if this was easy for me or straightforward, we'd still be dancing around it nearly 10 years in?" Diego's expression softened a little. "Probably not." "I want to talk about it." It was the most straightforward gauntlet Benji knew to throw down, and he said it like he wasn't terrified, shaking inside at what this could mean. He'd always known if they ever managed to get their heads out of their asses that this would be it for both of them. He'd never love anyone else the way he loved Diego, and he could only hope Diego felt the same. "Really? You're really going to do this now?" Crossing his arms across his chest, Diego's expression morphed back into annoyance. "Really? Can we talk about this, I don't know, inside maybe?" He didn't want to say that he was half worried Paul the Uber driver might come back, desperate for a little more celebrity dirt, and the last thing they needed was for him to witness whatever came next. It could be a fight, or it could be a makeout session. Benji wasn't leaving until they reached the logical end of this, and either one of those was a real possibility. "I don't know," Diego said. But it sounded like he did know, and the answer wasn't what Benji wanted to hear. "Do you really want to try to move on without ever talking about it?" Benji had one more card to play, and he played it, praying that Leo hadn't been fucking with him. "I don't want to do anything," Diego retorted. "Some of us just aren't willing to waste our lives waiting for something that'll never happen." "I'm here," Benji swore. "I'm here, right now. If you never want to talk to me again after we discuss it, that'd probably be pretty awkward, but I'm willing to take that chance. And if I don't want to talk about it?" Benji had definitely not expected Diego to be so cold, which went hand in hand with his earlier confession. He clearly was an idiot, if he hadn't even realized how sick Diego had gotten of waiting for Benji to figure his shit out. "Then I guess I'll sit here, next to your front door, and wait until you do." A frustrated expression crossed Diego's face. "You really would, wouldn't you? After you waited fucking forever to say anything. That's just like you." He hesitated. "I guess you might as well come in." He opened the door wider, and Benji walked in, following him through the house, past the kitchen, and into the wide-open great room with the valley stretched out in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Diego curled into his favorite chair, staring at Benji, who was hesitating on the threshold awkwardly. Should he sit? Should he stand? Now that he had won himself a chance to actually talk, what should he say? Giving a short bark of laughter, Diego gestured at the couch. You might as well sit down. Sitting gingerly, Benji racked his brain for the right thing to say. So, Leo was right. Diego glared. Of course, of all the hundreds, all the thousands of things he could have said, he'd picked exactly the wrong thing to come out of his mouth. Is that why you're here, then? Diego asked. Benji was pretty sure his bored attitude was just an act, but he wasn't 100% sure, which hurt. There'd been a time when he could read every single expression that crossed over Diego's gorgeous face. Because Leo told you to come? That was easy enough to answer. No, I'm not here for that reason. Leo just helped me realize why you didn't want to see me. That's all. I'm here for me. Actually, Benji paused. I'm here for you. It shouldn't have hurt that Diego looked so surprised, but it did. Wow, you look shocked, Benji laughed shortly, bitterly. I really have fucked this up. You knew I cared. You knew, right? For a split second, Benji had wanted to go balls to the wall and confess all the love he felt, that he'd felt forever. But he couldn't. Not if there was any possibility that Diego would still ask him to leave afterwards. Of course I knew. You kissed me right there on that couch. Or did you forget about that? Diego's voice was still cold. He clearly continued to be angry. It could have been momentary insanity, Benji suggested, and then at the dark look that crossed Diego's face, hastily added, But it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. You know I care about you. And, Diego added, you told me that I must have known, and that you just figured it out. Benji remembered. It had been a shitty day. A shitty week, actually. Caleb had come back, and at that point, nobody had known what to do with him or his legal threats. Benji had been completely absorbed in trying to save Leo the pain of what had seemed to be an inevitable confrontation, and then right in the middle of it, Sophie, his ex-wife, had moved out. You never loved me, she'd said, standing in the foyer of their house, surrounded by boxes. I knew it, and I thought it would still be okay, but it wasn't. She hadn't even sounded all that bitter, or all that surprised, as she told him that he should go after what he really wanted. Diego. And yeah, he'd probably known he didn't love her. He'd wanted to, because she represented a normal life that he desperately wanted. Normal had never really been on the table, not since Star Shadow had been discovered when they were 16. But Benji had wanted it anyway, had spent years pretending and denying things he really wanted, all in pursuit of all that fucking normalcy. That week, that horrible, awful week, had been the final death of normal. It wasn't happening. Not for Benji, anyway. And he'd had to come to terms with that. I hadn't just figured it out, Benji clarified. But yes, that was the final sort of realization. That it wasn't going to ever work with someone else. Not if the someone else wasn't you. And so you kissed me, Diego said. And Benji was truly impressed at how steady his voice was. His pulse still spiked whenever he thought about it, which was embarrassingly often. It had barely been a kiss, but even if it had only lasted a few moments, it had still realigned his whole world. Yeah, I did. Benji hesitated. Maybe he should say these things, all the crap that he was thinking, because maybe if he didn't, Diego would ask him to leave, and then it would be finally, awfully over. I wanted to be normal, and I knew after that I couldn't be. Not ever. I needed to be okay with that, And the way that I didn't just like guys. I liked you.
6 months, Diego said testily, tapping on the arm of the chair. 6 months.
At least it was better than 9 years, Benji suggested sheepishly.
Closing in on 10 now, Diego said.
I know you're pissed, Benji tried again. But this is a big deal. I don't know how to do this. I'm not sure you know how to do this either.
Diego raised a questioning eyebrow.
I don't? This is really fucking complicated, Benji said. We're friends, bandmates. We spend too much time together already, and we do it all under a fucking microscope.
I don't know. It seems pretty straightforward to me. You like me. I like you. I want to do this, and so I just will.
Diego uncoiled himself from the chair, and before Benji could even figure out what he was doing, he'd placed those delicate, strong, graceful fingers on his shoulders and leaned down. Benji froze. How long had he wanted Diego to kiss him? For so many years it was difficult to even count. Definitely the first time he'd ever seen him, even when he hadn't understood what it meant back then. Hundreds of times after. Thousands of times after. Diego gave him 1 second to turn away. And fuck if Benji was going to let fear win when Diego was about to kiss him. And then pressed his lips against Benji's. The kiss was surprisingly gentle and sweet, almost hesitant, like Diego was afraid he was going to run away if it was too deep or too passionate. After a long moment, Diego pulled back, a smile lighting up his face.
I've wanted to do that forever, he said softly.
Benji reached up and tugged Diego down, covering his mouth with his own. This kiss was more like what he'd wanted for their second kiss, that buried spark of desire igniting. Benji's hands skimmed down Diego's side, tracing the rose tattoo that he couldn't see but knew was there. His hand settled back into the dip at his waist, where they'd only been a few days ago, and he tugged Diego in, pulling him closer. Just when he believed that Diego would come the last few inches and climb onto his lap, and they could really kiss the way Benji had been dreaming of, he pulled away, even turning his head so Benji couldn't chase his lips.
Wait,
Diego said breathlessly. But Benji had been waiting for a long-ass time, and he thought he'd made it pretty clear he was done waiting. And hadn't that been Diego's whole problem? Too much waiting? Now he wanted to wait? What is it? Benji asked. Diego might have pulled away so he was no longer in kissing range, but he was still definitely in touching range, and so Benji didn't stop, using the pads of his fingers to trace the winding, thorny vines of the rose.
I don't...
Diego hesitated. For the first time in weeks, maybe even in months, Benji felt less guilty. He'd been blaming himself for not finding the courage to have this conversation, but maybe it wasn't all his fault. Maybe Diego had doubts, too. It hit him like a brick to the side of the head. Maybe Diego had doubts. "Are you okay?" Benji asked, as he prayed that the doubts weren't serious enough to stop this thing in its tracks, just as it had finally gotten good.
You really want this?
Diego finally said after a long, heart-stopping pause.
You aren't freaking out?
Benji was confused. Should I be? Diego pointed to himself.
I'm a guy. You don't usually do that.
Oh, shit. Benji was going to have to come clean on something he'd rather not have confessed. At least not right away. I've known I liked women and men for quite a while, Benji pointed out.
Theoretically, Diego stressed.
Yeah, there was definitely no way around it. You're not the first. Not exactly. Not the first guy I've kissed. Benji tried hard not to outwardly cringe at the statement, but it was hard. But back then, as Star Shadow's popularity had exponentially increased, just as Benji's crush had done the same, he'd had to know. Was it worth it?
Was it just Diego, or did he like men as well as women? You've kissed other guys? Diego's voice was flat. Maybe it wasn't fair that he was annoyed, but it wasn't like Benji hadn't done anything else wrong over the years. He was categorically terrible at this. I'm sure you have too, Benji retorted. Maybe, but I didn't go around pretending to hide it. That was true. It wasn't as if Benji had gone around after his makeout sessions with other guys and talked about them. He hadn't. Probably because, 1, it scared the shit out of him how much he'd liked it, and 2, it scared the shit out of him even more how desperately he'd wished the guys had been Diego. Choosing not to mention it is not the same as hiding it, Benji argued. But Diego was already slipping out of his grasp, metaphorically as well as physically. Don't say that you wished it was me, Diego said, sounding pained. Of course I wished it was you. I've always wanted it to be you, Benji said, more than a little flabbergasted. He wanted to get back to the hot, sweet moments of just a few minutes ago. Instead, Diego was forcing them to dig into something that, as far as Benji was concerned, didn't mean anything anymore. Then why not do your little experimentation with me? Diego demanded. That answer was far too easy. Because I wanted to. Too much. And now that doesn't matter? Of course it matters, Benji argued. It mattered. But I grew up. I came to terms with the fact that I'm bisexual. I tried to love Sophie, but I couldn't because I was already in love with someone else. Is that what you want me to say? Because it's true. Diego stared at him for a long minute, and Benji's heart thumped uselessly in his chest. Had he just gone too far? He hadn't said it precisely, but he'd come close enough that Diego couldn't be under any mistaken impressions anymore. You really mean that? Diego said softly, slowly. Come back over here, Benji said, and I'll show you how much. Diego wrapped his arms around himself and looked uncertain. This is a big step. I know I've wanted this. I know you've wanted this. But maybe we should think about it. Think about what? Benji couldn't believe Diego was trying to slam on the brakes now. Do you want to come out? Do you want to announce to the world you're bisexual? That we are dating, just like Leo and Caleb? Benji couldn't lie and say he'd never considered the possibility. It was impossible to be part of a band in which 2 members were viciously and aggressively closeted for both their sexuality and their relationship, and not think about what would happen if he told the world he was bisexual. I don't know, Benji said. And it was as honest as he'd ever been. I was sort of hoping we could figure out what was going on between us, and then tackle that issue. Because I don't want to hide, Diego said. I've never wanted to. Especially not now, not when we're claiming to be completely transparent about who we are this time around. I don't want you to do anything you don't want to, Benji soothed. But I also don't think we have to have those answers right now. Do you? Diego thought for a moment. No, I don't think so. Not right away. We can figure it out. Okay, Benji grinned. Then get your ass over here so we can get on that. Objectively, Diego knew that Benji was a very charming, very sexy man who knew how to get exactly what he wanted. He just never anticipated actually having all that charm turned on him, or the effect it would have on his knees. There was also an undeniable part of him that expected Benji would need to be cautiously treated and essentially coaxed out of having a big gay freakout. But it wasn't happening at all. Not only was he 100% fine with kissing a guy, he was downright enthusiastic about it. Frankly, Diego believed he'd have a little more time to acclimate to the idea that he and Benji were actually going to be doing this dating thing. Never mind the kissing, and more. It was a lot to comprehend when just an hour ago he'd been actively trying to figure out how the fuck he was going to get over him. We haven't even been out on a date yet, Diego objected. He walked back to the couch, but sat down at the opposite end. Benji frowned. We've been friends for almost 10 years, Benji said. Doesn't that count? Diego knew exactly how that counted, or didn't count, but gave Benji the benefit of pretending to think on it for a minute. Yes, but no. Not enough. We spent that 10 years either pretending what we felt was platonic or actively avoiding getting together by marrying other people. This is a huge change. He hesitated. I want to come over there, a lot, but I don't want to rush this either and fuck it up. You really think that would happen? Benji said with disbelief. It would be so easy to slide over on the couch, cover all those bulging muscles with his own body, and shut Benji's beautiful mouth by putting his own over it. It would be really good. It would be really distracting. Probably in a week or two they'd wake up from a sexual haze and actually have a conversation or two. But Diego knew himself, and knew that wouldn't be enough for him. He wanted more. He wanted beauty and love and romance and dates. He didn't just want Benji fucking him so hard he couldn't even see straight, though he definitely wanted that too. I think that it would be really easy to get lost and lose sight of what this is, Diego offered finally, gesturing between them. His heart rate accelerated, his palms went damp, and he wanted to look anywhere but into Benji's dark eyes. I want to be with you, in a proper relationship. Dates and romance and hot fucking after. For a moment, Benji's eyes grew really dark, and Diego was afraid he'd lost him in a fantasy of lots of hot fucking. But then he refocused back onto Diego. And yeah, there was love there in his gaze, not just lust. Plenty of that, too, but Diego would be a little offended if it wasn't there, considering what he just said, and that he was currently mostly naked. So, you want to take things slow, Benji clarified. We've waited long enough for this. Don't you want to enjoy the journey now that we've finally figured our shit out? Diego questioned. Yeah, but I was really looking forward to the end of the journey, too. Been a long time coming, that part. Benji took a deep breath. But you're probably right. You're usually right, so I'm perfectly okay trusting you on this. Someday, Diego wanted Benji to believe that he was as good at things as he actually was. A good start, I think, he said instead. He'd argued with Benji so many times over the years, whenever Benji thought he wasn't good enough, but today wasn't the time to bring that particularly sore subject up again. Benji eyed the space between them on the couch. Can I at least sit next to you and hold your hand? He couldn't help it. Diego burst out laughing. There were so many reasons he loved this man. His dry sense of humor was absolutely one of them. I'd be disappointed if you didn't, Diego was finally able to say. Good, because it was happening regardless of your permission, Benji said, shooting him a cocky smile that went straight to his cock, which hadn't exactly been uninterested in the last 5 minutes of conversation. Like he promised, he slid over on the couch and carefully and deliberately picked up Diego's hand, covering it with his big, calloused palm. He squeezed slowly, and then lifted it to his mouth, brushing a hot, damp kiss across the back. Diego shivered. He couldn't believe how unbelievably sexy hand-holding could be when it was with a person he'd been yearning for forever. Is this okay? Benji asked, gaze intent on Diego's face. More than fine, Diego said in a low voice, and it was only how sure he had been of their agreed-upon path that kept him from climbing into Benji's lap and damning moving slow to hell. After a long moment of tracing intoxicating circles with his thumb into the sensitive crook of Diego's hand, Benji spoke again. I took an Uber over here, he said, and the annoying driver was one of 10 people on Earth who'd actually listened to my solo album. Diego was surprised.
Benji didn't talk about his solo album these days unless absolutely forced, and since it had been such a disaster that everyone wanted to forget it almost immediately, that almost never happened. But here Benji was, trying to make conversation, and doing it by bringing up something that Diego knew he didn't want to talk about. It was almost heartwarming. Sad, but heartwarming. "You know, I didn't think it was so bad," Diego said. Benji chuckled humorlessly. "I don't think you get it. I'm already a sure thing. You don't have to tell me anything to convince me to stick around." "I'm serious," Diego said, and not for the first time wished that Benji believed enough in his own talent. "It could have used a little more you, and a little less manufactured flavor, but it was better than any of us could have done." "Yeah, that's not saying much," Benji scoffed, but Diego could still see the pleased gleam in his eyes. "I also like to tell myself you wrote Violet about me," Diego added. He'd thought so since the very first time he'd ever heard the song, but they'd never been in the right place for him to actually bring it up. "And if I did?" Violet had been the epic first single off Benji's solo effort, melancholy and raw and hauntingly beautiful, and all about lost chances. It hadn't exactly been the cookie-cutter stuff that overplayed on the radio, and it had been universally declared sort of weird. But the thing was, it was Diego's kind of weird, and he'd always loved the song. "You know I'd be flattered," Diego said softly. Benji pressed a kiss to the top of his head. He felt it all the way through his hair, past his skin and his skull, and it resonated through his brain. "He loves me, he loves me, he loves me." Maybe Benji hadn't said it explicitly, but those three little words were there, in between everything he said. And frankly, he wasn't saying much that was different than normal. Maybe Benji had been telling him he loved him between the lines for longer than he wanted to think about. "Why do I get the feeling we should have been saying this sort of thing to each other a long time ago?" Benji wondered out loud. "We weren't ready," Diego said, and for the first time really accepted it. He'd been so angry, so frustrated, so lost for so long, and he'd never stopped believing they were wasting their time. But if they hadn't been ready, was it really time wasted? Wasn't thinking that way essentially claiming that their rock-solid friendship was actually pointless? But it hadn't been, and Diego knew he couldn't think that way anymore. They were here now and figuring their shit out. That was going to need to be enough. Chapter 4. It was terrible timing, but the very next morning Benji had a meeting with his agent. Not the manager they'd newly hired to take care of Star Shadow's business, but his solo manager, the one he'd hired right after the band had broken up, and he'd been desperate to stay relevant. Desperate to stay successful. Maybe that desperation had driven him to choose someone that he might not have normally, because there was a slick, manufactured quality about Jay that Benji didn't always like. But it was hard to argue with his methods when his results were so stellar. Of course, not in Benji's case, at least where his solo album was concerned, but then Jay was always quick to place the blame for that disaster squarely in Benji's court. He'd warned him that the material wasn't commercial enough. He'd wanted more production, more pop beats, more radio-friendly material. But Benji, who'd always considered himself a musician first and a marketing construct second, had held his ground. Maybe Jay had been right, because God knew the music hadn't sold, hadn't gotten radio play. He'd barely even sold any tickets on his planned, then canceled tour. But then maybe, Benji thought as he stared up at the framed platinum records behind Jay's desk, Diego was right, and it hadn't been that bad. Jay had long since converted him to thinking that good equaled sales and bad equaled no sales. Even though Benji longed for the former and wanted to avoid the latter at all costs, maybe revenue wasn't everything. "So everything is on hold," Jay said, tapping his finger on the desk. Diamonds set in his heavy rings flashed in the California morning sun.
I'm glad you're reuniting. Star Shadow was always going to be your bread and butter. You knew I thought you shouldn't have been so quick to abandon it, even without Caleb." That had been their very first argument. Jay had started out the conversation about Benji's solo career by claiming that it shouldn't exist yet. He'd actually wanted Benji to call up Max and Leo and Diego and suggest recording a new album, just the four of them. Basically pretending that Caleb didn't exist and wasn't out there, lost in the world, drowning himself with booze. Unsurprisingly, Benji had drawn a firm line in the sand. Jay was hired to manage Benji's solo career. He had no authority over anything Star Shadow related. "Everything is on hold," Benji agreed. "What about the music you've already recorded?" Jay asked. Benji hadn't told anyone else that he'd been working on new stuff. Not the faux Drake of his last album, but more of his old style. But that had been before Caleb had reappeared in a tour and then the band officially reuniting. "It sits, I guess," Benji said with a shrug. Jay continued to drum his fingers against the exotic wood desk. "The label won't be happy about that. They took a chance on you by letting you record more material." Benji didn't need Jay to remind him that he was no longer the slam-dunk success he'd once been. He'd been living it. "I've actually considered taking some of those songs and recording them as Star Shadow," Benji offered. "You can't. That's material you recorded for your solo label and isn't transferable," Jay said. "That's annoying," Benji huffed. "What if I give them something else?" "Without promising to release new music anytime soon? I doubt that's going to go over," Jay pointed out. "Fine," Benji grumbled. "I suggested we meet because I want to make sure your solo brand stays strong during the Star Shadow reunion," Jay said. "I don't want you getting lost in the whole Caleb Chance is back hysteria. Add on to that the attention he's bringing with Leo, and it's not good for you." 4 years ago, Benji would have pointed out that his friends finding each other again was fucking wonderful, thank you very much. But he'd long ago learned that Jay considered anything good happening to other people bad news for Benji. Jay was a snake, but at least he was Benji's snake. And there'd been a time when he'd been so wildly desperate to continue the success that Star Shadow had begun that he hadn't minded getting into bed with one. "What do you suggest, since new music is out?" Benji asked. "Your divorce has been final for what, 3 months?" Benji did not like where this was going. "Almost, yeah." "Then it's time to date again," Jay said with one of those slick smiles, full of 2 white teeth. Exactly what Benji had in mind, but he had a feeling that Jay wasn't going to approve of who he'd picked. Diego was probably not high-profile enough for what Jay had in mind, and was certainly a lot more masculine. "Do you have someone in mind?" Benji asked. "Rochelle Andrews," Jay said. Rochelle Andrews was an actual supermodel, one of the very first, and she was easily 15 years older than Benji. Still gorgeous, of course, and still popular and successful. If Benji hadn't been in love with Diego, and for the first time certain that the feelings were returned, he might have been a little tempted. But he was, and Diego did. So he just shook his head. "Seriously?" Jay demanded. "You don't want to date a supermodel?" "Is it really dating if it's all fake?" Benji asked. He knew Jay, and knew he wasn't volunteering to set Benji up with one of the most successful models in the world to fulfill a deep-seated need to bring more happiness and love into the world. "Does it matter? Fake, real, it's all relative." It wasn't, really, but Jay was really good at persuading people to think so. And manipulating. Jay was aces at that, too. He was even doing it now, and sometimes Benji let him, because the results were usually good. But this was something he felt strongly about. "I'm not sure," Benji hedged. It was always hard to tell Jay no up front. It was better, and usually easier, to shift him to your own point of view carefully and slowly. A straight no always meant Jay hitting the panic button,
and the panic button meant a fully armed, persuasive onslaught designed to change your mind.
"Did you have someone other than the world's most beautiful woman in mind?" Jay asked in disbelief.
Yeah, he actually did. Someone he considered the world's most beautiful man. "You know I don't like fake relationships," Benji said, which was completely true. He'd never liked them, but he'd especially not liked them after Leo had had a perfectly nice girl foisted on him. They'd had to pretend to date for over a year, and nobody had liked it. Jay didn't look concerned in the slightest. He'd never really cared about what Benji liked and didn't like, and probably wasn't about to start now.
"You didn't like that Leo had a beard," Jay pointed out. "You've never tried it?"
"What if it was a real relationship?" Benji asked, trying to be casual about it. There was no way that Diego was ever going to want their relationship, especially their brand-new, complicated-as-fuck relationship, to be used for publicity. And on top of that, Benji still wasn't sure he wanted to announce his sexuality publicly. But he figured he might as well float the idea just to see what Jay thought.
"Who is it?"
"Diego." Benji could count on one hand the number of times Jay had seemed truly surprised in the last 5 years of working together. Today, his jaw dropped and he looked stunned.
"Diego from your band. Diego from Star Shadow," he demanded.
It was hard to regret bringing it up at all when Jay looked that shocked.
"But you're—"
Jay could barely get out a sentence that made sense. "Bisexual, yeah," Benji said quietly. He didn't know how Leo and Caleb had come out once, never mind how often they really had to do it. Every day, sometimes, based on what they'd told him. He definitely did not feel ready to do it once, never mind that often.
"Well," Jay said, "that's new."
It wasn't, but how could Jay be really all that surprised Benji hadn't told him?
"I'm guessing you didn't want to publicize this before," Jay said.
Still don't, Benji thought.
"We'd be battling Leo and Caleb for the attention," Jay continued thoughtfully. "But it's not a terrible idea, actually."
"I'm really not sure I want to battle them for anything, especially for all the attention they're getting," Benji admitted. He remembered the pack of paparazzi that had followed him and Leo on their jog a few days ago. Leo didn't like it either, but he'd gotten pragmatic about it. The last thing Benji wanted was to get so used to it that he barely even noticed anymore.
"But that's the point of this," Jay objected. "The attention is the whole point."
It was undeniable now. Benji greatly regretted bringing Diego's name up at all. "Just forget it. It's too new between me and Diego. We're still figuring stuff out."
"Easy then,"
Jay said, scaring Benji because he didn't look upset at the change of plans.
"You date Diego in private and Rochelle in public. Great solution."
"I really don't want to date Rochelle at all," Benji said grimly.
"Listen."
Jay leaned forward across the desk, and not for the first time, Benji was reminded of one of those birds of prey, gaunt and fierce and a little bit cruel.
"You've got to do something to raise your profile, set you apart during the reunion. You'll fade right into the background, and I know you don't want that. That's why you came to me the first time, because you were afraid you'd just become one of those guys. And it's going to happen again."
He'd been such a mess back then, desperate and panicked, and in something very much like mourning for Star Shadow. And for Leo. But as bad as things had been then, he couldn't deny that he still felt an echo of the same feelings now. What if he faded into the background? What if Leo and Caleb, already verging on legitimate power couple status, took over? What if Benji became obsolete? Forgotten? What if all those 5 years of work ended up becoming worthless? That was completely unacceptable. "I'll think about it," Benji finally said. He didn't want to, but unless they came up with a better idea, what could he do? Worst of all, it would definitely complicate his brand new relationship with Diego. He wasn't going to want to see Benji out with some supermodel, doting on her in public, while Diego stayed in the background, hidden and forgotten. "You really think this is date material?" Diego asked, as he lounged in the big stuffed chair outside Benji's dressing room. "Me watching you try on clothes?" Benji smirked in the mirror as he buttoned up a shirt. "I never said it was a date. I just asked you if you wanted to come with me, and you said okay." "It might be a little more like a date if I was in there, seeing you take your clothes off," Diego grumbled. He couldn't help it. The laughter just burst out of him. Truthfully, even with Jay freaking him out earlier today, he hadn't felt this light in years. Like things were finally falling into place. Star Shadow had gotten back together, and he and Diego were figuring their shit out. "It might also get us arrested for public indecency," Benji pointed out. "And I think we should leave that to Leo and Caleb." Diego said noncommittally, which made Benji want to pull the door open, screw him being half-naked, and demand to know what that meant. Did Diego want to risk public indecency? "Why do you even have a stylist anyway?" Diego continued, before Benji could quell his nerves and actually open the door to ask. "Don't you have one?" Benji pulled on the pants and made a face in the mirror. Impossibly, these pants made him look skinny and fat all at the same time. There was a long silence out in the waiting area. "No," Diego finally said. "Why would I need one? Again, why do you?" Benji stared at himself in the mirror. "Not to pick out pants like this, that's for fucking sure." "Let me see," Diego demanded, and for the first time since they'd shown up to his stylist's office, he sounded like he wasn't mostly bored as hell. What had Benji been thinking, texting him to meet him here? Well, that was actually pretty easy. He'd been thinking it had been nearly 24 hours since he'd kissed Diego, and, now that he could, that 24 hours was too long to go without. And he'd figured that after the stylist appointment, they could go grab dinner somewhere, walk along the Malibu Pier, maybe even make out like teenagers. Maybe it hadn't started out in his mind like a date, but he did remember that Diego had pointed out that they had never been on one, and he'd wanted to change that as quickly as possible. "You want to see me in ugly pants?" Benji questioned. "Maybe I just want to see you. You've been in there so long I was beginning to think you'd escaped out the back." Diego's voice was sly, teasing, and really fucking cute if Benji was being honest. There was nothing else to do but swing open the dressing room door and walk apprehensively into the waiting area. Somewhere, deep inside, Benji still felt like that bullied little kid, awkward and dorky, with his ungainly limbs and too big hands and feet. "Wow," Diego said. Someone had given him a bag of microwave popcorn with his flute of champagne, and he tossed a few kernels in his mouth. "I don't know why I haven't gotten a stylist yet if she can work these sorts of wonders." Benji blushed bright red. "I know, they're awful, aren't they?" Diego's dark gaze swept from the top of his head all the way to his feet. There was almost nothing more exhilarating on earth than having Diego really look at him, like he could see through his skin, right down to his soul. Benji wasn't proud of every single part of who he was, but Diego had always accepted everything like it was precious and valuable. He put the popcorn down, which meant something, because for Diego, popcorn was a major food group. After he stood up, he circled around to where Benji stood in front of the mirror. "To be honest, I like the guy in them a whole lot better," Diego said with a playful grin. It was impossible not to blush even harder. "Thanks." Diego put a hand on Benji's hip, fingers digging in just enough to send zings of pleasure and pain up his spine. "Why don't you just pick out your own clothes? I do okay." Benji hesitated. He didn't want to confess the real reason why it was perfectly fine for Diego to pick out stuff, but so difficult for him. But Diego probably wasn't done asking. He'd already asked the same question 3 different ways, and if Benji knew anything, it was how stubborn Diego could be. Especially if he thought Benji was hiding something. You've got good taste. Your clothes are so simple, like a frame, too. Benji waved around Diego's head. All that. Diego raised an eyebrow. All what? It was difficult not to roll his eyes, but Benji managed it. You know how gorgeous you are. You're the most beautiful man I've ever seen. He shouldn't have been surprised at all, because he was, but Diego's eyes went wide and shocked, like this was the first time he was ever hearing that people found him attractive. Diego's hand clamped down harder on Benji's hip, and his other found his shoulder, and he stared into Benji's eyes as his fingers stroked up to his collar and under it, brushing against his skin. Benji shivered. You've never told me that before, Diego murmured. You knew it already. You know how I feel about you. Benji had lost count of the number of times Diego walked into a room and he literally fell over something or dropped what he was holding. It would have been embarrassing, but Diego's pleased smile always erased any humiliation he might have felt. Diego had always made him feel just right in his skin, when the rest of the world made him feel like it was unbearably small. I know, but you've never said it to me before, Diego said, and the smile dawning over his face now put all those other pleased ones to shame. Of course he hadn't. That would have been crossing the line that they'd somewhat scrupulously maintained over the years. But now, he could say and do anything he wanted. All this freedom was heady and a little overwhelming. Benji reached up and cradled that incredibly arresting face between his palms. You're beautiful, he said, because he couldn't say it enough now that he was allowed. You're the most beautiful person I know, inside and out. And your tattoos, they're gorgeous, ridiculously so, like art on art. Diego leaned down and kissed him. It still made Benji's breath catch in his throat that they could do this now, and it only took Diego's lips brushing across his to overwhelm him in an instant. And that was even before he tilted his head, changing the angle and deepened the kiss. Heat roared through Benji, destroying all the good intentions holding him back. He slid his hands down Diego's back and pulled him in closer, and then closer still. He could feel Diego's dick, hard against his hip, and all he felt was another rush of desire, hot and intoxicating, swirl through him. He'd been afraid for so long, but he wasn't afraid anymore. Excuse me, an amused voice said behind them. Benji barely managed to wrench his mouth from Diego's, panting hard. Diego's eyes fluttered open, even darker than normal, and his tongue flicked out, tasting his lower lip. A second ago that tongue had been in Benji's mouth, and he'd been nibbling at that delectably swollen lip. He wanted to be back doing that, not trying on ugly clothes. Sorry, Diego offered belatedly, not sounding very sorry at all. Benji glanced up in the mirror and saw Cora, his stylist, leaning against the wall. Oh, don't be, she said, her smile widening. It was quite a show. I don't think you've introduced me to your boyfriend, Benji. Boyfriend? The word clanged around Benji's brain, and again, there wasn't a single ounce of panic to be found. Only exhilaration. Because they weren't just friends anymore. They were more, finally, and now he could introduce Diego to Cora as his boyfriend. Then Diego turned around more fully, and Benji heard Cora's breath catch in her throat. Of course she'd know that face. Diego wasn't exactly someone you'd forget once you saw him. Cora was an exceedingly self-possessed person, confident and certain in every situation she and Benji had ever found themselves in. This was the first time she'd ever been speechless. Naturally, this development would be surprising to someone who didn't know them both. It just seemed so unsurprising to Benji because he'd been living with these feelings for so long. To everyone else in the world, Benji and Diego from Star Shadow dating would be major news. Hi, I'm Diego. Diego walked over to her with his hand outstretched, and Cora shook it, still apparently in a speechless daze. He glanced back at Benji, and for once he couldn't interpret it. And then he could,
because Diego kept talking. "I'm Benji's boyfriend." You could have heard a pin drop in the room. "Hi," she said faintly. "I'm Cora. This must be new?" Diego looked as relaxed as if he was meeting lifelong friends, and not like he just outed their relationship to Benji's stylist. "Yes and no." Diego shot Benji another of those inscrutable looks. Benji was beginning to think they were supposed to indicate Diego wanted to drop a bomb, and Benji was supposed to stop him if he didn't want him to go on. But Benji had no fucking clue what Diego was going to say next, so he just shrugged. Cora had already walked in on them devouring each other. There wasn't much else Diego could say that would shock her. "We've known each other a long time," Diego continued. "But yes, the boyfriend part is pretty new." "I'm glad for you two," Cora said cautiously, and then turned her attention to Benji. "And really happy for you." "Don't be self-conscious," Benji told himself firmly. "You'll make Diego think you're ashamed of him." But it was hard, because Benji felt he spent so much of his life pretending everything was normal, even though it never was. It should have gotten easier, he supposed, with all that experience, but somehow it never did. "Thanks," he said shortly. "Now, what about these pants? Really?" Cora shot him a somewhat despairing look. "They're on trend right now." "They're hideous," Diego supplied. "They sort of are," she agreed, and Benji belatedly realized he was no longer going to be giving the sole opinion on Cora's clothing choices. Diego did have a good artistic eye, and he always looked laid back and cool. Benji figured there were worse people who could be telling his stylist how to dress him. "Don't you have something that accentuates his, well..." Diego shot Benji that glance again. "Well, how fucking ripped he is? Because I could get on board with that." Cora laughed. "I think we can figure something out. I'll be right back. Go change out of those and into the next outfit, and we'll reconvene." After Cora left, Benji turned to go back into the changing room, but Diego reached out and caught his arm. "I'm sorry," he said, "if I should be. I probably shouldn't have told her like that." Benji's heart melted like a candle into a puddle of wax. "It's fine. Well, I think she'd already figured that part out." "Yeah, probably." Diego's smile was so brightly unapologetic it could have lit up a room. "So," Benji shrugged, "all you did was confirm her suspicions already. Besides, I trust her. She's discreet. She's not going to go blabbing it to everyone she knows." "Okay." Diego seemed to relax. "I'm assuming she didn't know you were bisexual?" Benji's smile was rueful, but he couldn't say he was all that upset she'd found out. "She does now." "I'm sorry. You should get to come out how you want." "I know, but it was really fine," Benji insisted. "I'm fine, I promise." Understanding dawned in Diego's eyes. "You really are, aren't you?" "This has been a long time coming. I've spent a fucking age thinking about it. Haven't you?" "Yeah," Diego admitted. "But telling your personal friend and stylist isn't the same as telling the world, you know." "Yeah, well, that's a lot. I'm not sure I'm ready for that." Maybe he shouldn't have said it so bluntly, but Diego needed to know, and couldn't really expect more. They were international superstars. They made headlines when they put the trash out. Coming out of the closet was complex with their careers, and coming out of the closet with their relationship definitely involved a few additional wrinkles. "Yeah, I get it," Diego said. "We'll figure it out, when it's right." Benji thought of Rochelle and Jay's big plan, but pushed the thought to the side. He'd told Jay he'd think about it, but he still didn't want to do it. He just needed to think of another plan first, so Jay wouldn't freak out when he said he wouldn't date Rochelle. "I'm going to get changed, and then after we can grab some dinner, yeah?" Diego settled back on the couch with his popcorn and his flute of champagne. "A little more like a date," he conceded with a grin. "I like it."
Of course, Diego wasn't going to drop his one burning question. When they settled down into the darker back corner of one of Benji's favorite Malibu restaurants, he asked it again. So, again, why is it okay for me to manage without a stylist, but you need Cora? He asked, dipping a chip into the salsa verde the waiter had already placed on their table. Maybe I like Cora, Benji said flippantly. Diego rolled his eyes. She's nice, yeah, but you didn't meet her and think, oh, I should hire her because she's nice. And you started to make a point before you distracted me with all that most beautiful man you've ever seen crap. It's not crap, Benji said indignantly. Yeah, okay. But it was still a distraction. Benji had to concede that point. Okay, maybe a little. Then what's the deal with this stylist shit? Just buy your own damn clothes. Benji took a deep breath. You're good. You're cool, and you're gorgeous, so you need less help. Me, I could use all the help I can get. I've got way less material to work with, and not great instincts besides. Leaning back in his chair, Diego frowned. You've got less material to work with? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Benji shot him a look. I already told you. You're the most beautiful man I've ever seen. I'm objectively not. What? Diego practically squeaked. What? Benji shrugged. He'd said the reason. He wasn't going to take it back. You really don't think... You do? Diego frowned. You don't think you're hot? Really? I'm not fishing for compliments, Benji said stiffly. He wished he'd lied or said just about anything else, because he wasn't comfortable at all with this conversation. Diego cared about him, almost certainly loved him, and that was enough. He didn't need to be hot to win his love. I think... Jesus fucking Christ, Benny, you know I think you're hot. You... Diego waved his arms around Benji's general space. Your muscles have muscles. I can't wait to take all your clothes off and finally get to enjoy that. It was Benji's turn to be surprised. He could hear his heartbeat pounding away at the image Diego's words had created. I can't wait to take all your clothes off and finally get to enjoy that? What did enjoy entail exactly? Could he ask now? No, Benji reprimanded himself sternly. That isn't the point of this conversation. You're surprised. You really... Diego shook his head. I want to fucking climb you like a tree, okay? Benji cleared his throat. Okay. Do you remember the first day we met? Did he remember the first day they met? The first day he'd ever realized that he could be attracted to guys? Yeah, he fucking remembered. I didn't want another member in the band. I definitely didn't want someone who played the keyboard, Benji said. Then it was you who showed up. It was like taking a club to the head. It wouldn't have mattered if you played the fucking tambourine. I would have said yes. So you remember, Diego said, sounding smugly satisfied. Of course I fucking remember, Benji muttered. That day changed my whole life. Good, Diego paused. It changed mine too, you know. I didn't even want to join your band. I told Caleb I thought it sounded lame. And of course he defended Leo after I said that, and then he defended you and said you had vision, whatever that meant. But you did, and a plan. And you were kind and sweet and had these biceps that nearly made me cry. Do you remember when we went swimming? Benji nodded. He knew Diego wouldn't lie to him, but why hadn't he told him all of this a long time ago? Why hadn't he told him that day? Maybe he wouldn't have been ready to hear it, but at least he would have known, and that might have changed the path of their entire lives. You took your shirt off, and I swear to God my mouth went dry and my knees went weak. You've been doing that to me ever since, you know. I didn't, actually, Benji said softly. I know. We were stupid for a long time, but at least we're not stupid anymore.
Diego reached across the table and tucked his fingers into Benji's and gave a little squeeze. It's the present that matters, but it's nice to hear about the past, too. I could hear more about this tree climbing thing, Benji teased, and for the first time ever he saw Diego blush. Diego tugged his hand away and focused on the menu, hiding his face. I bet you could. Yeah. Who's that idiot who suggested we take things slow? Benji asked innocently. Over the top of his menu, Diego shot Benji a daggered look. You agreed to it? I'm not saying it's wrong, Benji said, picking at his napkin. I'm saying it's not going to be easy. At least not if earlier is any indication. I put my hands and mouth on you, and I don't want to stop. What if I told you that I'd be cool with us doing it again? Diego asked, and Benji knew he was only pretending to be interested in the menu. Where, when, how soon? That's what I'd want to know. Benji should have been embarrassed at how deep and gravelly his voice had grown at just the thought. Diego glanced up from the menu and his eyes were burning, his gaze searing right into Benji's skin. Tomorrow night? I'd tell you that's not quite soon enough, but if I get to kiss you again, then I suppose I'll live. Diego returned to his menu, muttering underneath his breath, and heat spiked through Benji, just thinking that he was having as much trouble controlling himself as Benji was. Tomorrow night couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 5. Diego had been pretty sure he was going to regret telling Benji that they needed to slow down, but he hadn't thought he'd regret it quite so fast. But right now, perched on Benji's lap in the back seat of the town car he'd called after dinner, mindlessly and endlessly kissing, Diego definitely regretted it. He regretted it even more when Benji's mouth slid to his neck, instantly finding where he was most sensitive. And really fucking regretted it when Benji moved his hands from his hips to his ass, cupping and pulling him right down onto the gorgeously hard cock that Diego had been trying not to fantasize about forever. You feel so fucking good, Benji breathed out. Diego's fingers skimmed down from his insanely broad shoulders to where his heart beat, fast and hot underneath his palm. Resting his forehead against Benji's, Diego tried, and failed, to get his breathing under control. He was panting like he'd just gotten out of spin class. And why? Because they'd started making out 5 minutes ago and it had spiraled out of control almost immediately. Shit, Diego swore. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I would have pinned you down and kissed you a long time ago. Benji grinned up at him, looking as light as a cloud. As long as you promise to keep kissing me. Future, not the past, remember? Yeah, but I want to be up on this, Diego said, and his hand skimmed down further before his actual brain could chime in and insist this was a bad idea, and slid right over Benji's erection. Even with 2 layers of fabric between his cock and Diego's hand, it felt burning hot, and Diego swore he could feel it twitch. Benji's jaw worked and his head flopped back. You're trying to kill me. Yeah, Diego said, and that was definitely Benji's dick twitching under his hand. It'd be a good way to go. The best way, probably. Benji licked his lips. But probably not the best venue. Yeah, I'm sure that any moment now the driver's gonna roll the partition up, Diego joked, even though the partition had been up since they'd climbed into the car, and Diego had climbed onto Benji's lap. Benji threw his head back and laughed, and Diego might have been dislodged from his new favorite perch, but he hung on to those broad-as-fuck shoulders and couldn't help but enjoy the friction. Are we still on for tomorrow night? Benji asked seriously. Because that might be a little better venue. My house, 8 p.m. I'll cook. You're going to cook? Benji questioned. Diego leaned down, tucking his head into the curve of Benji's neck. He smelled so good, like herbs and freshly chopped wood. A strange combination he never would have dreamt he'd enjoy, but on Benji the smell was irresistible. I can cook, you know, Diego murmured into his skin.
I've just never been lucky enough to have you do it for me." Benji stroked his back, all the way up and back down, with one of those big, strong, capable hands. "Maybe you'll even get luckier tomorrow," Diego said, barely resisting the urge to grind down again, reminding them both exactly what he was referring to. "I thought you wanted to take things slow." "I do," Diego said, even though he was rapidly discovering that going slow was an extremely overrated concept. He wanted Benji so much, despite the fear. "Slow doesn't mean glacial." The car rolled to a stop, and Diego dismounted as gracefully as he could from Benji's lap. He caught the flash of disappointment in Benji's eyes, and couldn't help but be reminded again that he'd always believed that, if things ever progressed past heated looks, he'd have to coax Benji past all his reservations. But it turned out that Benji was totally fine getting down with a guy. Even had experience. What was he going to say when he found out that it was Diego who was silently, sort of, freaking out? Not just because this was finally happening, but because he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. The driver opened the back door. "Mr. Gonzalez's house, sir," he said. Benji shot him a swift, hot look in lieu of a goodbye kiss. He might trust Cora not to spill their secret, but clearly not the driver, and Diego slid out of the back seat. He watched the car depart back down the hill toward the gate, and as soon as it was out of sight, he pulled out his phone. Leo answered on the second ring. "I was about to text you, actually," Leo said instead of anything resembling a normal greeting. Typical Leo. "About what?" Diego asked. "I wanted to remind you that Benji is one of my oldest friends, and I might have to kick your ass if you were mean to him." "Were you?" "Was I what?" "Mean to him," Leo said with exasperation. "He went rushing over to your house 2 days ago, and I've barely gotten him to say anything about what happened afterwards." "So, really what you're saying is that you thought I might be less close-lipped than Benji, which is why you were going to text me in the first place?" "Maybe," Leo said after a long moment of hesitation. "No, maybe. You were going to text me to get some good band gossip." Leo and Benji might be the longest friends in Star Shadow, but the 10 years he and Leo had been friends wasn't exactly anything to sniff at either. And Diego knew Leo far better than he was probably comfortable with. "I'm just worried about Benji," Leo whined, and then added belatedly, "And you too, of course." "Of course," Diego retorted dryly. "Seriously, though, you know Diego had known Leo long enough to identify the long, rambling rant he was about to go on, all designed to convince Diego to confess what Leo wanted to know. He had every intention of telling Leo everything he wanted to know, no persuasion necessary, so he interrupted him. "What are you doing tonight?" "Tonight?" Leo sounded surprised. "I don't know. Nothing, I guess. Caleb's at a meeting." "I'm coming over," Diego said, "and I'll tell you anything you want." Because Leo was Leo, he was instantly suspicious. "Really? Why?" "That's not important," Diego said, but it kind of was. He just didn't want to confess his own big gay freakout on the phone. Truthfully, he didn't want to confess it at all, but circumstances had made it unavoidable. "Fine," Leo said petulantly. "Bring beer." And he hung up the phone. Diego pulled his Tesla out of the garage and stopped at the corner market on the other side of the gate, buying a 6-pack of what he knew was Leo's favorite brand of beer. 20 minutes later, he showed up at Leo's door and shoved the 6-pack into his stomach as he stepped around Leo. "Wow, nice to see you too," Leo grumbled as they headed into his kitchen. It was a hell of a lot neater these days, now that Caleb was back, and probably insisted that Leo do his dishes before he ran out of cereal bowls. Diego leaned against the counter and eyed Leo steadily as he cracked open a beer and slid it over to him, then opened his own. "You told Benji why I was avoiding him." "Maybe a little. I mean, I didn't know because you hadn't told me, but it was a pretty good guess. I was right, wasn't I?" Diego shrugged. "Maybe a little." Leo made a face. "I would like to remind you that you're the worst." "I thought that was Benji." "It's flexible, and right now, since you and Benji are closer, I can easily imagine it would jump from him to you.
Easily. Diego frowned. That doesn't make any sense at all. So it's true. You guys are closer. How close? Like super duper close? Cheek to cheek, Diego said wryly, which wasn't really all that far from the truth, actually. They had totally been earlier tonight. Leo placed a hand over Hart and said, very dramatically, "Don't tease me like that. My heart can't take it." Except they both knew Leo's heart was unbelievably resilient. After all he and Caleb had gone through, his heart would have to be incredibly tough. "So you are going to tell me what's going on, right?" Leo asked when Diego didn't say anything, just kept peeling off little pieces of label from his bottle of beer. "You can't tell Benji any of this," Diego warned. "Like, not a fucking word. And you'd be the only person who knows, so I'd know it was you if he found out." "Pinky swear," Leo said. It was hard not to roll his eyes. Sometimes Leo really was still 16 years old, perennially stuck in the moment Caleb had walked into his house for the first time. I've never, not with a guy, and not with anyone but Vicky." Leo's jaw dropped. "You've only had sex with your ex-wife?" "Yeah." Diego kept picking at the label. "I wanted Benji, and I never wanted to settle for less. And that felt really fucking romantic until I realized tonight that he's going to expect me to have some experience. Even he has some, and I'm not going to. And that's going to be weird and awkward." "I'm sorry," Leo said. "I'm still stuck on that you've only had sex with one person." This was exactly why Diego didn't share that information with anyone. "Why?" "I don't know. You look like that. Like a cross between one of those really old statues and a supermodel. And I know how many groupies have tried to get you into bed over the years." "Yeah." Diego knew his voice was ripe with disgust. "Exactly." Are you even interested in sex?" "With Benji, yeah. With some random person, no." "Hey, that's cool," Leo insisted. "Don't take my surprise for judgment. You do you, that's perfectly fine. But Benji is going to freak out when he finds out that you've been basically waiting for him." "The whole point is he isn't going to find out," Diego retorted. Right, that's why you're here. For..." Leo hesitated. "For sex advice?" Inwardly, Diego cringed. Sometimes he wished that Leo wasn't quite so good at figuring out what he was trying not to say. Except this time, it was exactly what he was trying to say. He shrugged awkwardly. "Huh, okay. Sex advice." Leo paused. "You could always go watch porn, you know. Very educational, some of the films I've seen." Diego didn't want to blush, but he didn't know how to stop it. It just spread across his cheeks, and he felt just how hot they'd flamed. "Believe it or not, porn really isn't my thing." He could see how much Leo was struggling to control his surprise, no doubt afraid that Diego would interpret it as judgment instead of just pure, unadulterated shock. Yeah, a guy who didn't watch porn, a guy who didn't have sex who also didn't watch porn. He knew he was a rarity, but he also just didn't enjoy it. He'd tried, but he'd found he always got distracted from his orgasm when he started wondering about the logistics. As soon as you started wondering where the fuck that magically appearing lube had just come from, porn was automatically less sexy. You do, Leo trailed off. "Jerk off? Yeah, I do. But not to porn," Leo stated. Diego gripped the edge of the counter. He did not want to tell Leo what he used in lieu of porn. He tried really hard not to be ashamed of what he enjoyed, but even Leo's friendship had limits. "Can we get back to the advice part of the conversations, please?" "I'm sorry, I have to know. Do you just fantasize? Mentally?" Leo asked. "Yeah, I guess you could call it that." Something unholy gleamed in Leo's eyes. Oh my God, you fantasize about Benji when you jerk off. That's what you don't want to say.
Sometimes you're a little too perceptive, Diego grumbled.
Don't worry, I won't tell him, but wow, that's sort of crazy romantic and actually kind of sexy, Leo admitted. I'm not going to push, but maybe someday you should tell him. I know him, he'd want to know.
Yeah, maybe after they'd had sex 100 times and it wasn't awkward or weird anymore, it could be something Diego might share. But right now, tomorrow night, forget about it. About that advice? Diego stressed the final word of his sentence.
Oh, yes. Well, what did you want to know?
I've done some online research, Diego admitted. Not porn, but like instructional websites. And of course it's not like I haven't thought about it. He even managed a wry grin, which he was proud of himself for. Or experimented, personally. Talking about this felt impossible. He'd wondered if Leo could be emotionally sensitive to discuss it kindly, and he'd almost gone to Caleb instead. But he and Caleb were still trying to figure out their new friendship again, after so long being separated, and in the end, Diego had trusted that Leo would have his back. So, you know the basics, then.
Basics? Consent and lube, Leo said impatiently. Those are imperative. Anything else, well, anything else goes. Like you said, it's not like you haven't thought about it. Maybe a little more than Benji, though I'd wager he's got a dirty imagination buried under all that Boy Scouts preparedness.
Diego had sort of been hoping so. But what should I do? Diego asked. I don't know. How does it usually go?
Leo shot him a very frank look across the counter. I guess you wouldn't know because you've only slept with Vicky. But here's the thing. The big truth about sex. It's different. Sometimes completely and utterly different, partner to partner. Sometimes every encounter feels different. And that's okay. It's whatever you two feel like doing, and how you do it is always completely up to you. There isn't any right and wrong. As long as you're honest and communicate, there's no reason to be apprehensive. Diego was sure he still looked skeptical, because Leo just laughed and continued, Trust me, you're not going to do anything that Benji won't love. He adores you, you know. Practically worships the ground you walk on. You could probably take your clothes off and he'd be okay just looking at you for hours. That sounded suspiciously like what Benji had said earlier today, about Diego being a work of art. Truthfully, he didn't really want to know what Benji and Leo talked about when the subject turned to him.
Okay, Diego said.
He didn't feel 100% better, but he did feel a bit better. I mean, I'm assuming you didn't want me to teach you to deep throat using a banana, right? I didn't really get the impression you were after the more practical side of advice.
Diego laughed. No, thank you. I'm good. I think I could go my entire life without watching you do that.
I mean, Leo said, reaching for the banana in question and miming giving it a blowjob. It could be fun, and also instructive.
Diego shot him a hard look.
Or not. But Leo just shrugged and started to peel the fruit. Your loss.
What's going on?
Diego looked up and Caleb was standing in the doorway of the kitchen, a perplexed expression on his face. He must have caught the last 30 seconds of their conversation. Oh, I was just helping Diego out, Leo said airily, reaching up and throwing his arms around his boyfriend's neck.
Could you, Diego thought, still use the term boyfriend when they seemed like so much more? They weren't engaged, at least not yet, but he never met a couple more in tune with each other. Even when shit had been going to hell 5 years ago, they'd been the partnership example he'd always wanted for himself. Truthfully, the partnership example he'd always wanted for him and Benji. You were helping him out by giving a banana a blowjob, Caleb questioned, after kissing Leo thoroughly. Caleb looked over at Diego, who just shrugged. Honestly, Leo had done way weirder things with far less of an excuse,
so Caleb probably wouldn't read anything into it. He wouldn't ever assume that Leo was teasing Diego by offering blowjob lessons. "So, does this mean you and Benji?" Caleb asked in his slow, deliberate drawl. Sometimes Diego wouldn't be surprised if he found out that Caleb and Leo shared the same goddamned brain. "We're figuring it out," Diego said. It wasn't like he wanted to keep it a secret from their friends, but things were at such a critical stage. One wrong move and the good stuff would never happen after all. And Diego, who had waited so long for Benji to figure out what he wanted, wasn't sure he could handle the disappointment. It wasn't quite so clear-cut that it was Benji for him or no one, but it felt that extreme sometimes. "I'm really happy for you guys," Caleb said, sounding incredibly sincere. He reached out and squeezed Diego's shoulder. "You deserve to find happiness." "What have you guys been up to?" Diego asked, even though he was pretty sure he already knew the answer. "Fucking like rabbits now that the pesky tour wasn't getting in the way." Caleb said, and Leo giggled next to him. "We've gone jogging a few mornings," Leo said, nudging his boyfriend with his hip. "You really enjoyed trying to outrun the paparazzi." Caleb's glance down at his boyfriend was unbearably fond, and not for the first time, Diego almost felt like he was intruding on this imperfectly perfect bubble of love that they'd created. "It wasn't very hard. I was more than a little worried a few of them might actually pass out." "Yeah," Leo said, rolling his eyes. "My altruistic boyfriend. Went out and distributed bottles of water to the pack that's bloodthirsty enough to try to follow us. Way to discourage them." Caleb smiled. "I think the pace was probably enough to do that." "Benji went with me one morning," Leo said slyly. Diego had a feeling that was the day he'd come over to his house dressed in running clothes and had demanded to know why Diego was avoiding him. The day everything between them had finally, irrevocably changed. "Yeah," Diego said. "I think that was the day you decided to interfere in our relationship." "You should be thanking me," Leo said with a scoff, but they were both smiling at each other. "I gave you the dirt. You should feel plenty appreciated," Diego pointed out. Caleb shot a pouting glance in Leo's direction. "You know what's going on?" It wasn't like Diego had expected Leo to keep all his secrets from Caleb. After all, they practically shared a brain, and not sharing might be difficult. "They're working on it," Leo said sternly. "Well, let us know when you've worked through it," Caleb said, with a glimmer of a grin dawning over his handsome features. He shoved his hair back, the coppery threads of it gleaming under the lights. "We'll want to congratulate you." "Yeah, I can do that," Diego said, and couldn't help the grin that overtook his face. It wasn't an if any longer. It was a when. The next day he ordered groceries, cleaned his already clean house, and then, because he was tense and more than a little nervous, sat down at the piano. When they were touring, the thing he usually missed most about being home was playing on a really nice instrument. The keyboards he had for concerts were top of the line, but they weren't the same as a grand piano, with the feel of ivory keys under his fingertips and the magnificent resonance that echoed through his great room with its soaring two-story ceiling. He warmed up, cycling through some of their older hits, singing along under his breath just to keep his memory up. When Star Shadow had reunited early in the year, he hadn't played any of their songs in forever, and now that he was practiced, he wasn't going to make the same mistake again and let himself get out of practice. Next, he pulled out some music he'd buried under another pile. He hadn't been hiding it, necessarily, but Benji came over to his house frequently when they weren't touring, and he hadn't wanted him finding it. Benji was so sensitive about what he perceived as the failure of his solo album, and he didn't need to know that Diego had been tweaking one of his songs, his favorite, Violet, to try to find a more musically interesting place. A place where maybe they could put it on the Star Shadow album. It was almost definitely a fool's errand, but Diego loved the song, and he didn't want it to die. Even if he only ever played this for Benji, the time he'd spent would be worth it. He ran fingers over the keys confidently,
Then, grabbing the pencil he'd stuck through his ponytail, made another notation on the sheet music. Benji had been so eager to prove himself, he'd gone the hard route every which way he could on this song. But what it really needed was a space for the melody and the lyrics to grow and develop and stick, the way they'd always stuck on Diego. He made 3 more notations, simplified the breakdown after the chorus some, and glancing at his watch, considered pulling out his acoustic guitar and adding a second part. Because really, when it came down to it, that was sort of what he pictured when he reworked this song. A duet. Just him and Benji, the songwriter and the subject, singing this song to each other. Starshadow would do this new version justice, but not for the first time. Diego wanted a song for them like the scientist had been for Leo and Caleb. But the glance at his watch told him that he needed to shower and get going, or else he was going to be sitting at the piano when Benji got here, and there was no way he was ready to hear what Diego had in mind. Yet. Chapter 6. Benji changed his shirt 3 times, and when he finally settled on one Cora had specifically said made him look fuckable, he sweated right through it. It was not an auspicious beginning. It had been so long since he'd actually been on a date, he couldn't even remember the last time. He and Sophie had fallen in together casually, and then developed a more serious relationship almost by accident. Humiliatingly, there had been more than one occasion when he'd actually thought that it was good she was around, because it had kept his hands and his mouth, and most importantly his cock, away from Diego. Sophie had gotten the shitty end of the bargain, but then he'd given her a lot of money in the divorce. They might not be even, but miraculously she didn't seem to hate him. In fact, when she'd informed him she was leaving, she'd even hugged him and told him that what he needed more than anything else was to find the courage to go after what he really wanted, not what the world wanted for him. Some days it felt impossible to juggle the demands of Starshadow's fanbase, his own fanbase, both labels, and Jay. Much of the time it didn't feel like there was even room in there for what Benji wanted. Everyone struggled with balance, but for Benji, for whom saying no was next to impossible, it was a nightmare. But this thing that was developing with Diego, it was worth every bad moment, every impossible situation he'd been placed into. He would sacrifice a lifetime's worth of peace if they could figure out how to make this work. Benji changed his shirt a 4th time, slipped into his Maserati, and then drove to the florist. He'd considered bringing a really nice bottle of wine, but he didn't know what they were eating, and Diego wouldn't be impressed that he could hire a sommelier to pick out something fancy. Flowers it was, and Benji knew exactly what he wanted. Still, the florist looked at him like he was a little crazy. "You want red roses and violets? We don't really... Violets really aren't a bouquet type of flower." Benji tapped an impatient foot on the floor. "I don't care," he said. It needed to be roses, red as blood for Diego's tattoo, and violets because he had written the song about Diego, and he wanted him to know it, unequivocally. "How about purple roses?" the florist asked, showing him a vase full in the floor-to-ceiling display cooler. "Very trendy right now." Trendy might matter to other people. If the flowers had been for Sophie, Benji would have just grabbed whatever the florist suggested. But these were important. He needed them to send a message. "I know it took forever, but I'm here now, and I'm going to win your heart." "Could you do anything with the roses and the violets?" Benji asked, and any other time might have been embarrassed at the pleading tone he used. But he'd wanted this so much and was tied up completely in the idea those 2 flowers represented. "I promise. Price isn't an issue." "A lower arrangement, maybe? Something bedded in moss?" the florist said hesitatingly. "It would take a little while to construct. Half an hour, maybe?" Benji glanced at his watch. He'd put on the silver Patek Philippe with his second-best shirt. Nothing was more important than this date, but he wasn't willing to be late either. The good news was that Diego's house wasn't far, and he could probably just make it on time if he drove his Maserati the way it had been designed to be driven. Way too fast. "Yeah, that's fine." The florist looked relieved and went into the back room, presumably to get started. Benji pulled out his phone, hoping for a distraction so he'd stay calm and not sweat through another shirt. 28 minutes later, the florist was back, cradling a wooden box in her arms, violets and red roses nestled together inside a bed of moss. It was wild and unique, and Benji gave the florist a look of everlasting gratitude. This was everything Diego was, and somehow the florist had known, even though he couldn't possibly. 7 minutes of Grand Prix driving later, Benji pulled up to Diego's driveway. Carefully, he lifted the flower arrangement from the passenger seat and got out of the car, trying to regulate his breathing. He told Diego a few days ago that they'd been friends for 10 years, so why were dates such a big deal? He'd even called Diego and arranged for them to meet at his stylist's office with the explicit plan of taking Diego to dinner afterwards. But that was a far cry from the purposefulness of this evening. If they were still just friends, he'd never have shown up here with flowers, dressed up to eat a dinner Diego had planned and then cooked for him. There was an inevitability with every action that made Benji's heart race. He rang the bell, and unlike last time he'd been here, dressed in jogging clothes and praying to God that he hadn't waited too long to say how he felt, Diego opened the door right away. He was wearing another of his favorite long-sleeved, semi-transparent t-shirts. This one was navy, and Benji could see the shadow of the rose tattoo through the fabric. His hair lay in shining waves against his head, and Benji wanted nothing more than to touch it. But this time, unlike every other time he'd had the desire, now he was allowed. So he did, reaching out and cupping Diego's head in his hand, fingers trailing through his hair. They stood there for a long, drawn-out moment, just staring at each other, and then Diego came the rest of the way, pressing up against the flowers and kissing Benji like it had been weeks, not only 24 hours. "Wait," Benji said breathlessly, pulling back. As much as he wanted to kiss Diego, he didn't want the flowers crushed because, unlike any other random bouquet, these actually meant something. "These," Benji continued, pressing the arrangement into Diego's hands, "are for you." A look of wonderment crossed Diego's face as his fingertips lightly danced over a violet and then a rosebud, as red as the tattoo Benji could still barely tear his eyes off of. "They're beautiful." It was incredibly cheesy, but also incredibly accurate for Benji to say, "Not as beautiful as you." Diego flushed a little and looked up, eyes full of warmth and an emotion that Benji hoped was love. "Come in. I have just the place for these." Benji trailed him into the house, past the foyer and into the kitchen, where the lights were dimmed and candles were burning, and then out onto the terrace. He'd set a table for two outside, with an embarrassingly large amount of candles offsetting the lights strung across the top of the balcony. Los Angeles was laid out in front of them like a gift, but Benji only glanced at the view. He watched as Diego set the flower arrangement onto the table and smiled. "Roses for me, violets for you, right?" Diego asked, his sideways glance so affectionate Benji could nearly feel it on his skin like a caress. "Sort of," Benji admitted. He'd wanted to believe he could bluntly say what he'd never explicitly stated before, that all the poignant, haunting yearning of Violet was for one person and one person alone. But when faced with the perfect moment to say it, his courage stumbled. Suddenly, Diego's face lit up even brighter than the lights of Los Angeles. "For Violet," he said, "my favorite song of yours." Benji flushed. Why hadn't he been able to say it? He shouldn't be punishing himself for failing at the last moment, but it didn't feel great that he hadn't been able to follow through. What if he couldn't follow through with the rest of what he'd hoped for tonight? "Yeah," he said, "you figured it out." Diego moved closer and gathered him up into a very tight hug. A hug much like they might have had only a few weeks ago, supposedly purely platonic. Except that this one went on and on and on. Before, one of them would have had to let go before it got weird, But now that wasn't necessary anymore. They could hold each other as long as they liked. "You should have told me long ago," Diego murmured into Benji's ear. "I know how much that song means to you." "And now I know how much it means to you," Benji whispered back. He couldn't have said it even 6 months ago, his marriage notwithstanding. He hadn't been ready. There were moments now, flashes of doubt, where he wondered if he was ready now. He'd been so sure he was going to tell Diego everything about Violet, but he hadn't been able to. At least, not yet, anyway. The evening was still young. Diego shifted backwards and looked very serious. "You know it's more than just my favorite song." "It is?" Benji wasn't sure where Diego was going with this. He hesitated. "I've been working on a new arrangement." "Of Violet? Why?" Benji knew Diego had been one of the few unabashed fans of his solo album, and of that song in particular, but why would he be continuing to waste his time with it now? Diego shrugged. "It's beautiful. I love beautiful things. Do I need another reason?" He didn't, but the hesitation in his voice scared Benji. I'm not going to record any more solo music. Not for a long time. I'm done for now." "Right, yeah," Diego said, and lightened up as he changed the subject. "Dinner's almost ready. You want to help me finish it up?" "Sure." For every moment of crippling self-doubt, there were easily a dozen more where everything came easy and natural to them, like they'd been doing this relationship thing a whole lot longer than a few days. Diego reached out for Benji's hand and laced their fingers together, giving him a little squeeze. "I promise not to poison you," Diego said with a chuckle. "It's just a roast chicken." "You roasted a chicken?" Benji didn't like dwelling on things he wasn't good at, but cooking was definitely one of them. "I didn't know you could do that." "It's not exactly hard. You just follow a recipe." Diego led the way through the patio doors to the kitchen, where something smelled incredible in the oven. "We just need to finish up the rice and the green beans. Do you want wine?" "That's what I thought I should have brought," Benji grumbled. "Wine." Diego smacked him lightly on the shoulder. "The flowers were gorgeous. Are gorgeous. And you're gorgeous for giving them to me. Besides, I picked up some wine." He grinned. "You know the place. It's got lots of food and even some booze." "I know what a grocery store is," Benji retorted, but his facial muscles involuntarily twitched up into a smile. He couldn't help it. As nervous as he'd been, and he still was, it was so good to be here, just soaking in Diego's presence. "That's not what Leo says," Diego said, pulling out green beans from the fridge and grabbing a pan from the hanging rack above the stove. Diego's kitchen didn't feel anything like Benji's. His was lived in, with warm terracotta and reddish tones, nothing like Benji's stark white sterilized room that he barely ever used. "Leo's an idiot." Diego flashed him a knowing little smirk. "But he's not wrong." "I cook," Benji protested. "And it's not like Leo can cook either. He eats cold cereal 99.9% of the time." "I don't think he ever claimed he could cook." But Diego clearly had some skill, as he whipped out a terrifying-looking chef's knife and very competently chopped the green beans into smaller pieces. "I've just been so busy. It was easier to have someone else prepare meals and leave them in the freezer," Benji pointed out. "I don't know how you make time to do it all." Diego rolled his eyes. "That's easy. I don't have a solo career. I don't produce music for other artists like you do with Leo, and I definitely don't have a stylist. Though," Diego paused and glanced over at Benji, his gaze skimming over him. "If she picked out that shirt, I'm not complaining." It had never occurred to Benji that the reason he was so much busier than everyone else was because he'd chosen to do all this extra stuff that Diego didn't do. Leo did help with songwriting and producing when Benji was still working on an album, but initially that hadn't even been Leo's choice. Benji had dragged him into the studio about 2 years post-Star Shadow, when it hadn't looked like he ever left the house he and Caleb had shared before. "Why not?" Benji asked. Because he realized he genuinely wanted to know. Diego wasn't lazy. He had some ambition, and more than some talent and skill. Why wasn't he doing anything with them? Diego shrugged. "Maybe I'm good with what we do already." Shifting his attention to a pot on the stove, he picked up the lid, fluffed something inside with a fork, and slid in a pat of butter he had already portioned out. "Dinner's nearly ready. The wine's just in the fridge. Can you open it and pour?" But Benji was frozen in place. We weren't doing anything already. Not before Caleb came back this year. We were officially broken up. We'd all moved on. Well, some of us had moved on. Benji didn't necessarily mean Diego in that statement. Mostly he'd meant Leo, who'd been stuck in a 5-year-long rut after losing Caleb. But maybe it was more applicable than he'd realized. What had Diego been doing? "I do stuff," Diego said, and his voice was defensive around the edges. Right, of course you do." Benji kicked himself for bringing up the subject on their big date, even if it was inadvertent. The last thing he wanted to do was piss Diego off by nearly accusing him of being lazy and aimless and not doing anything with his life. But really, besides the wonder of Anna, what was the last thing he'd created? "Where's the wine again?" Benji wasn't proud of himself trying to change the subject, but he did it, because he was afraid if he didn't, he might not drop the conversation at all, and it wasn't going to end well. Definitely not the way he'd been hoping this date would end. "The fridge." Diego had shifted into comfortable neutrality, and Benji sent up a prayer that he hadn't just fucked everything up. But, that annoying voice inside of Benji reminded him, if Diego isn't doing anything with his life, that's not your fault. No, it was not. But he wasn't going to jeopardize any of this by saying so outright. He found the wine and the opener sitting out helpfully on the counter next to the fridge. Diego, whatever he did with his time, did know how to plan a dinner. Benji had never seen him as a planner, but there was real planning involved with this evening. And suddenly, with that thought, the nerves were back. What else had Diego planned for tonight? As he poured the wine, Benji tried to steady his suddenly trembling fingers. Whatever Diego had planned, or whatever he hadn't, they would be fine. They'd been friends for almost 10 years. No matter what happened, he knew neither of them would let anything ruin that. But as they sat on the patio and clinked wine glasses in a makeshift toast, Diego's eyes glowing in the candlelit dusk, something inside Benji trembled. He wanted so much. Not just Diego pressed naked against him, but 100 other moments like this one. 1,000. He remembered during the tour when Leo had kissed Caleb on stage, and after Benji had questioned him, all Leo had said was that he was being free. And Benji, who would have claimed before this moment that he was perfectly free, suddenly realized how many rules and directions and self-enforced guidelines he was truly laboring under. Suddenly, that was what he wanted too. More than anything else. To simply be free. "You look so serious," Diego teased, sipping his wine. "What's on your mind?" "Do you remember during the tour, the concert where Leo basically said fuck it?" Diego's gaze softened. "Of course I do. That was a pretty monumental occasion. Benji stared at his plate. "I was so dumb. I went up to him right in the middle of the set and asked him what he was doing. And he told me something I've never forgotten." Diego reached out and took Benji's hand. "Tell me, what did he say?" "He said he was being free." Diego didn't say anything for a very long moment. He just held Benji's hand, fingers tightening on his own. At the time, I didn't even know I felt this way, but I think I was actually jealous. Benji laughed bitterly. Isn't that fucked up? But Diego's gaze was still soft, understanding, sympathetic. Like he understood perfectly the demons that drove Benji to always be better and stronger and more successful than he'd ever been before. The ones that always reminded him not to stand out, not to make himself too different, because that might compromise everything he'd worked so hard for. It's not fucked up. You were going through a bad divorce. You were questioning everything, and here Leo was, doing whatever he felt like and reveling in it. Anybody would be jealous. Except that Benji wasn't quite so sure Diego was right. A better friend wouldn't have been thinking of themselves in that moment. A better friend would have been downright thrilled that Leo was finally able to embrace who he truly was in front of their legions of fans. Leo had taken back their narrative that day and then made it his own. That was something to be celebrated, not envied. Do you remember that one show? A really long time ago? Benji finally asked. You know the one I'm talking about. It was clear from the surprised expression on Diego's face that he did remember the one Benji was referring to, and that he'd not expected Benji to ever bring it up. We got carried away, Diego said carefully. And that wasn't right. Didn't he want to throw it all to the wind like Leo and Caleb had? I don't know when we're playing a show next, Benji said. But I wouldn't be averse to getting carried away again. Diego shot him a disbelieving look. It shouldn't have hurt as much as it did. You want to faux fuck on stage again? You? Well, not exactly, no. Not like that. Not because we were half drunk and stupid. Not... Benji scrubbed a hand across his face, suddenly not knowing what he wanted. But then that word beckoned again. Free. Maybe the problem was that he didn't know how to go about fulfilling the promise of it. You started dating Sophie the week after we did that, Diego said. And even though his voice was so neutral and he'd not let go of Benji's hand, there was a phantom echo of something. An accusation? What was Benji supposed to say? Sorry, yeah, I dated her because I wanted you too much and I couldn't take not having it anymore, even though I wouldn't have known what to do if I got it. Benji wasn't proud of it, but he feigned confusion. Did I? Diego's swift glance made it clear he knew exactly what Benji was doing. Still fucking pretending. Okay, yeah, I do remember that, Benji admitted. You know, I've made lots of mistakes. I've fucked up us so many times, I'm lucky you're even willing to give me a chance. But just as Benji braced for Diego agreeing with him, horrible but terribly inevitable, Diego shook his head decisively. It wasn't entirely your fault. I mean, we acted out on the stage that night. We were young and really, really stupid. We knew the risk, and maybe you weren't even wrong to find someone else to date. We would have been catastrophic back then, and Leo and Caleb already had the market cornered on that. It helped for Diego to admit that it wasn't entirely Benji's fault, but he still felt the pulse of guilt. We don't have to be catastrophic this time around, Benji pointed out. But then, I think we could survive just about anything after Caleb came back. Diego smiled cautiously, a little tentatively, but still a smile. That was something I wasn't expecting to happen. Benji cut into his chicken, which of course was not only incredibly juicy, it looked and smelled delicious. Speaking of Caleb, does he know you're aiming to take his Martha Stewart of the band title away from him? Now Diego laughed, and Benji breathed an inward sigh of relief. He hadn't ruined the date. It was still perfectly intact. I'm not gunning for it, but maybe you should keep the details of this meal to yourself. Caleb doesn't need to deal with another thing he missed when he was gone.
especially if it's me learning to cook." "Why did you?" Benji asked. The chicken tasted just as good as it looked. He tried not to moan around the bite in his mouth. "I was going to be a father. It seemed like a good skill to have when Anna arrived." Diego shrugged, but looked more self-conscious than Benji would have thought. It occurred to Benji that maybe that was what Diego had been doing. At least partially. He'd been preparing to be a dad, and then being a dad. Fatherhood had never been something Benji had any particular interest in, but on Diego it looked real good. "By the way, this is amazing," Benji enthused. "It's just chicken," Diego said. But there was an impudent edge to his voice now, and a sly, very cute look in his eyes. "Of course, it might happen to be the Barefoot Contessa's famous engagement chicken recipe." Benji raised an eyebrow. "Engagement chicken? The chicken is getting married?" Laughing, Diego shifted in his chair. Nervous, Benji realized. He was nervous too. "No, the name comes from people always getting engaged after they serve it to their significant others." A better man might have let this go and not teased Diego mercilessly, but Benji wasn't really a better man, and he wasn't sure that Diego even wanted him to be. "You angling for a ring already? I thought you wanted to take things slow," Benji teased. Diego flushed. "I am not. I just thought the recipe must be really fucking amazing if it was called that." "Well, it is. But then you already knew that." "Thank you," Diego said, and he looked very pleased with himself. "I was hoping to impress you." Benji was beginning to realize he wasn't lying. He'd been just as apprehensive as Benji about tonight. He'd just dealt with it in a very different way. Different, but complimentary. It wasn't like he hadn't spent the last 10 years being faced with evidence that he and Diego were basically perfect for each other, but this was an especially forceful reminder. "I'm really happy we did this," he told Diego as they continued to eat. Even the rice and green beans were perfect. Diego had gone all out on this meal. For him. And it filled Benji with a joy he hadn't ever been sure he'd get to experience. For a very long time, he'd assumed that slightly terrifying butterfly swarm in the pit of his stomach was something he'd never have. But he hadn't missed out on this chance after all. Diego looked smug. "It was about damn time." And didn't that really beg the question? Why hadn't Diego suggested it? But Benji didn't ask, because he wasn't going to ruin something that had the capacity to be so fucking great. Still, the question swirled around inside his brain until he forced it away. "I had a meeting with Jay this week," Benji said. "I wanted to take some of the solo songs I'd been working on and play them for the guys in the studio next week, but he didn't think the label would like that." A look of hesitant apprehension crossed Diego's face, and Benji wasn't sure what it meant, but before he could ask, it was gone. "How would they even know?" Diego offered, gesturing with his fork. "They're your songs. It shouldn't matter whether you wrote them with just yourself in mind or Star Shadow." Benji had considered the same thing, and he nodded. "You bringing any material in?" He knew Diego worked a lot on piano arrangements and even wrote songs, but was always hesitant to share his private work. 5 years ago, he wouldn't have even asked, because Benji knew the answer would be no. But a lot of time had passed, and he knew Diego's music was good. But Diego just shrugged. "I've thought about it, I guess, but you and Leo usually write our songs." 5 years ago, yeah, but that doesn't have to be the way things always are. I've even thought we should experiment with a slightly different sound. More mature, a little more pop, a little less punk. "We were never really very punk," Diego said wryly. "Don't tell Leo that. He'd be heartbroken," Benji murmured conspiratorially. "He always thought we were so badass." "We were about as punk as One Direction," Diego scoffed,
referring to the other boy band they were often compared to. "You're not wrong," Benji conceded with a smile.
"I mean, Maroon 5 did it," Diego said. "Went more pop. They're practically a techno band these days. Do those other guys even play instruments anymore?"
"Doubtful, and I don't think they even give a shit," Benji said.
"With that much money, who would?" Diego said, and then frowned. "But I don't want to be like that," he added. "You already knew that, though."
"You know you never need to fight me on musical integrity," Benji said dryly.
"I have been playing, though. Trying to keep my hand in, sort of, and experimenting with some stuff." Diego hesitated. "Maybe I could play for you after dinner. Something I've been working on."
"I'd love that," Benji said, and meant every ounce of warmth he poured into his words. Diego was private and didn't always like to share, even when prompted. He rarely ever offered, and Benji was going to take full advantage of that.
"Well," Diego dragged the word out, "I'm almost done, if you're done."
"Yeah," Benji said, and pushed his plate back. "Should we do the dishes?" Diego flushed.
"I just thought I'd deal with them tomorrow. Let's just bring them into the kitchen."
5 minutes later, plates set in the sink, and the leftovers wrapped up, they went into the living room, where Diego's shiny black piano sat. Benji took his regular spot on the couch and watched as Diego hesitantly sat down.
"This is just rough and not really done," Diego warned, "so don't freak out."
Clearly he was beginning to regret offering, but there was no way Benji was going to let him back out. "It's fine. You know I don't care." It only took a handful of notes for Benji to realize what Diego was playing, and no matter what he'd said before, he nearly stopped him. This wasn't a new composition. This was Benji's song, Violet. Altered a little, the melody lines cleaned up, simplified a little, all in ways that held up the integrity of the original. There were even a few changes that Benji wished he'd thought of for the earlier version. As he finished, Diego glanced over, more than a little apprehensively, toward Benji. I'm not even sure what to say," Benji said. Because he was flattered, but he was also confused. Why was Diego spending time on this? Yes, he'd said it was his favorite song off Benji's solo album, but the single and the album had both been certified flops. This was all basically a huge fucking waste of time. They needed to be looking forward to the next Star Shadow album, not behind to the unsuccessful past. A hurt look crossed Diego's face. "I thought you'd like it." He gestured out to the terrace where the floral arrangement still sat on the empty table. Red roses and violets intertwined together, like they belonged, and suddenly Benji wished he'd only brought the roses, long-stemmed and romantic. "I do," Benji hesitated. "I want to focus on music that we can make with Star Shadow."
"That's the thing," Diego said. "I think we should record Violet as a band."
Benji had never really had a violent reaction, a negatively violent reaction, to something that Diego said. He didn't think he'd even felt this way when Diego had told him Vicky was pregnant and they were getting married. Probably because he'd known deep down that it would never last because Diego was his. But this was different. This was Diego being tainted with his own failure, and that was unacceptable. He shook his head quickly and decisively. "I love that you did this. It's very sweet. But we can't do that. That song flopped, Diego."
"I know you're afraid of falling short, but this song is good. I wanted you to see that."
Diego was one of the most laid-back people Benji knew, but once in a while, an awfully stubborn streak cropped up, and it seemed like tonight was one of those times. Benji clenched his fists together. He wasn't even worried now about ruining their date. He was only worried about dragging down Diego and the rest of Star Shadow. "It means something. I know you love it, and I wish other people heard what you do, but it's just not happening."
Diego frowned. Why don't we let the others decide? Oh, God, that was even worse. The others would feel bad, sympathetic, surely, and that was even worse. Benji didn't need to be thrown a bone. He could find success on his own without anyone else's help, thank you very much. I don't want to. He hesitated, taking in Diego's mulish and frustrated expression, the hurt in his eyes. He'd probably thought this was a romantic gesture. Hell, before tonight, Benji might have agreed, considering he'd gone out of his way to bring Diego violets. But Benji was shitting all over it. We couldn't record it anyway. Different label. That's a bullshit excuse, Diego said. You could get Jay to do anything you wanted. Everyone is fucking terrified of that guy. Yeah, which is why we're not going to. Because Jay wants to forget the solo album just the same as I do. And Violet, too, I guess, Diego said bitterly. Is it because I wrote it about you? Benji asked before he could stop himself. It's not about that. I wish it had been a success because I wanted that so much, not just for me, but because it meant something to me, this song. It just... Sometimes things don't work out. Diego's lips clamped down into a tight, white line. If that's what you think, then you're an idiot. He probably was, Benji conceded, but that didn't fix the sudden issue that had cropped up, and on top of that, he didn't know how to walk this back and find their earlier harmony. Maybe transitioning their friendship to a relationship wasn't so fucking easy after all. Benji's heart broke a little at the thought. He got up and slid next to Diego on the piano bench and told himself it wasn't personal as Diego stiffened at his sudden nearness. I am a fucking idiot, Benji said softly. You're going to have to get used to that. I'm sorry, but I'm probably not going to be able to change completely, even if I wanted to. I know that. I know you, Diego murmured. I've known you forever. Then you know I do stupid shit sometimes, and we're going to have to figure out how to go on after. Benji held his breath. That's if you want to. Diego's hard expression relaxed. I do. And it's not just you. I assumed a lot here. I know you don't even like talking about your solo album. Yeah, I can't imagine why, Benji muttered. Diego reached out and put a hand on his knee, giving it a brief, reassuring squeeze. You're one of the most determined, most talented musicians I know. I just want you to know that. It's a work in progress, Benji said ruefully. Also a work in progress was their derailed date. Benji had just sort of assumed that after dinner they'd resume where they'd left off last night in the car. But Diego had made no move in that direction, and now, while he didn't seem mad, he also didn't seem particularly happy either. What would you like to do? Benji asked awkwardly. We could watch a movie. Dinner and a movie, he thought wretchedly. You couldn't get more cliché than that, but at least he was trying. Diego smiled, and the vice around Benji's heart loosened a smidge. I'd like that. Avengers? Fucking Avengers, Benji muttered, but nodded. He didn't know who'd really been in the wrong, but he was willing to take the blame and watch Diego's favorite Marvel movie as pseudo-punishment. But maybe, Benji thought, as Diego flipped the movie on, that was like most real and important relationships. Sometimes you couldn't point your finger at the party to blame because it wasn't that obvious. It was about two different people coming together and figuring out how to live harmoniously without killing each other. He'd been sort of hoping, as Tony Stark doled out funny quip after funny quip, that things would turn physical again. They'd both seen this movie probably 100 times, but even though Diego nestled up right against him and relaxed as Benji slung an arm across his shoulders, he didn't seem eager to do anything else. He actually seemed to want to watch the movie, which might be what normal people did on a date, but they weren't normal. They'd been waiting 10 years to do something besides just watch the movie, and Benji felt a trace of disappointment as the credits rolled over 2 hours later. "I'm glad you came over," Diego said, reaching for the remote to flip the TV off. Benji tried not to feel awkward, but it was inevitable. Should he go? Should he offer to stay? Should he just lean over and kiss Diego? This seemed to be one of those moments when transitioning from just friends to lovers felt so hard it almost explained why they'd waited so damn long. But then Diego yawned, and Benji realized that this was what he'd meant when he said he wanted to take things slow. The physical side of their relationship, if he was using last night in the car as any indication, would be easier to figure out. This was the part they needed to work on. Just dating. "I'd better be getting home," Benji said, and knew he'd made the right decision when Diego smiled. "It is kinda late," Diego agreed. "But I hate to see you go." Benji hated to go too, but he'd also promised to uphold Diego's wishes. "Yeah, but it's time," he said gently, and stood up. Diego followed him to the front door, and Benji was considering just ending the evening with a hug, but at the last moment, Diego glanced up at him, clearly hopeful and interested, and not kissing him was impossible. Benji leaned down and brushed a gentle kiss across his lips. Diego exhaled in happy surprise, and then reached out for him, grabbing him and pulling him closer, deepening the kiss. For a breathless moment, they kissed, and it felt like a microcosm of all the waiting they'd done in their lives. All that pent-up yearning, condensed down to one heart-stopping moment. But then Diego pulled away, and his smile was quiet, luminous. "Thank you for dinner," Benji said. "Thank you for the flowers," Diego said. "Text me when you're home safe. Drivers in LA are fucking crazy, you included." Benji remembered how he'd driven here and couldn't help but grin bashfully. Yeah, he said. "I'll be careful." Reaching up, Diego pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. "You'd better," he said, "because you're driving someone very important to me." It didn't occur to Benji who Diego was even referring to until he was in his car, headed home, and then he realized it was him. He was who was so important to Diego. And after that, he couldn't stop smiling all the way back to his own house. Chapter 7. The next day, it was hard for Diego not to feel a pulse of guilt for letting Benji go with only that one incredible goodnight kiss. He'd planned on so much more. Even with the misunderstanding they'd had over Diego's version of Violet, he'd still wanted more. But while they were watching the movie, his nerves and doubts had spiked, and then he'd let them get the best of him. He just hoped that Benji didn't mistakenly correlate his reticence to further their physical relationship with the disagreement they'd had over Violet. While Benji's reaction had been disappointing, Diego couldn't say that he was really all that surprised. Benji defined himself by his accomplishments, and he carried the embarrassment of that solo album around with him, a cloud he couldn't shake. Diego had wanted so badly to alter his impression of the song, and to an extent the album, but maybe he'd gone about it wrong. But no matter how against the idea of re-recording the song Benji was, Diego had no intention of giving up so easily. There was something there. Brilliance lingering in between the beats and the notes and the rhythm, and he still couldn't let go of the idea of the two of them singing it together, Diego on the piano, Benji with just his acoustic guitar. Just as he was tackling washing last night's dishes, his phone dinged. Glancing at it, he saw it was Vicky, wondering if he'd found security for his trip with Anna to Disneyland next week. Damn it, he'd meant to ask Benji, but he'd gotten so distracted by their date, and then all his general Benji-ness.
especially the affection and emotion in his eyes when he'd given Diego the flowers, and then the shirt that had made the most of his incredible biceps. Basically, Benji had been one huge distraction after another. Wiping his wet hands on a towel, Diego tapped back a quick message to Vicky, telling her he was taking care of it. Then he dialed Benji, who answered on the second ring. "Hey, what's up?" Benji asked. "You didn't text me to tell me you got home safe," Diego teased, using a faux stern voice. Flirting, while always a pleasurable thing to do with Benji, had grown far more enjoyable and far more loaded. Now they weren't just making vague promises that would never be kept. The next time they saw each other, anything could happen, and it gave a whole new edge to their usual banter. "You could have driven over to make sure I was safe," Benji ribbed back. Just the thought made Diego's insides warm and gooey. He could have. He could have showed up at his front door, and when Benji answered, he probably would have been mostly naked. And then the evening definitely wouldn't have ended with just one goodnight kiss. "I wish I had. Next time," Diego promised. He hoped that was enough so that Benji wouldn't lose patience with him, but most of all, that Benji wouldn't feel undesirable. Because while sex wasn't something he had a lot of experience with, he wanted it with Benji so damn badly. "Good." Benji's voice was suddenly rougher. Diego couldn't help but remember that little noise of surprise and arousal Benji had made in the back of his throat when he'd pulled him back for a second, hotter, deeper, wetter kiss. "I actually called," Diego said, "because I was wondering if you knew anyone that does security. Vicky is adamant that I bring someone to Disneyland next week with Anna." He gave a disgruntled sigh. "It's not like I'm Leo or Caleb with a pack of bloodsuckers following me around." "Yeah, but it can get pretty packed there," Benji said, and the concern in his voice made Diego wonder if he should be more concerned. "You don't want to be mobbed." That sounded like fucking hell on earth. The worst part about fame and fortune was that everyone always thought they deserved a piece of you. "No," Diego said decisively. "So, do you know anyone?" "Actually, I do. Tall, like 6 foot, has some strength, dependable, pretty calm in a crisis. That sound okay?" "That sounds perfect." "Okay. What day are you going again?" Benji asked, and it sounded like he'd flipped Diego on speakerphone, probably to find this security wonderkin's phone number. Vicky would be pleased, and Diego wouldn't lose any sleep over the idea that he'd ruined Anna's life by exposing her to an unkind world. "Next Tuesday?" "Awesome," Benji said. "I'm free." Diego hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want Benji to go. In fact, once he'd thought of it, it made perfect sense for Benji to go. But it was such a public place, and even with a security guy, Diego couldn't help but be worried that someone would see something they weren't ready to reveal yet. And to pull Anna into that? "Tall, 6 foot," Benji pointed out patiently. "And I've definitely got a little strength. Dependable, calm in a crisis. That was me I was referring to. You don't need security. I can take care of any problems that might crop up." Vicky had expressly said that the security couldn't be one of Diego's friends. But Benji made a good point. He was, frankly, more aware and protective than a regular security detail would be. "How about this? I'll even wear black, and those god-awful aviator sunglasses, just to make sure I look legit." If it was anyone else, Diego would have said no. When he and Vicky divorced, he'd not expected to date anytime soon, considering that Benji had still been married. Still, he'd promised himself that he would always keep Anna out of any relationship he did have until it was serious. But Benji had known Anna almost from the first moment she was born, and any relationship with him was automatically sort of serious, considering the repercussions if it failed. "I'm going to hold you to the sunglasses," Diego said, and Benji laughed. "I'll make sure to find some," Benji promised. "Why don't we take my car service?" Diego rolled his eyes, even though Benji currently couldn't see him. "Okay, if you insist." And did you call and get on the VIP list?
VIP list? Diego questioned.
You're a terrible celebrity, Benji said reproachfully with a chuckle. It's a good thing you're cute.
Just cute? Diego demanded in faux outrage.
You know you're goddamned gorgeous, Benji grumbled. Now you're just searching for compliments.
Maybe, Diego teased. Maybe you should call me a work of art again.
Maybe I will. Benji's voice had dropped down again, nearly a rough growl, and it sent a spike of arousal up Diego's spine.
Maybe you should do it in person, Diego said softly.
We'll see. I'll have my PA call up Disney and get us on the VIP list. We don't want to make Anna wait to go on Dumbo. Benji was obviously changing the subject, and Diego had to push down that little pulse of guilt again. The worst was he understood exactly where Benji was coming from. What was the point of getting all worked up if, when they got together, Diego froze again? Of course, there was always the possibility that he wouldn't freeze again, but chances were good that taking things slow was going to utterly live up to its reputation.
I appreciate it. As will Anna, I'm sure.
Anna isn't even 2 yet, Benji said, and the awkwardness had disappeared from his voice. I'm more trying to save us from epic boredom waiting in line for Dumbo.
Noted,
Diego said, and hesitated.
What are you doing this weekend?
I'm actually going to New York for some meetings, Benji said, and he sounded regretful. This trip has been planned for a while. I'd cancel it if I could. Diego shook off his disappointment. Unlike him, Benji had a brand and a persona and worked hard for both. There was no reason they should spend every day of their break together, even if they were trying to figure out this dating thing.
No, that's cool. I'll see you next Tuesday morning then?
Bright and early, Benji promised, and then hung up. He wasn't proud of it, but after finishing the dishes, Diego moped around the house. It had never seemed too big before, or particularly empty, but today it did. If he'd known Benji was going to New York this weekend, would he have tried to fight harder through his reticence? Diego wasn't sure, and the uncertainty bothered him. He did one yoga lesson off his favorite DVD, and then another one, holding each pose until his muscles burned. When he got out of the shower, there was a text from Caleb on his phone. Way back in time, before Caleb had disappeared, he and Diego had been very close. In fact, that was how Diego had even gotten an audition, if they were even calling playing for a 16-year-old Benji any sort of audition, because he'd known Caleb. And Caleb and Leo were both in Star Shadow and also incredibly into each other.
Come meet my boyfriend,
Caleb had said, looking way more bashful than someone so attractive had the right to be.
He and his friend have a pretty cool band. They could use a keyboard player.
Diego had been interested in meeting Leo, but very dubious about this pretty cool band, and he'd almost told Caleb not to bother. But then he'd shown up, met Benji's eyes across the room, and felt the attraction from the top of his skull to the soles of his feet. It had burned through him like he'd never felt before. And so he'd auditioned. Otherwise, he might never see this guy again, and that was an even worse crime than the horribly cheesy band name that Leo and Caleb were so damn excited about. Anyway, back then, when Caleb wasn't completely preoccupied by Leo, he and Diego had been close. But all that had changed when Caleb disappeared to deal with his demons, and Star Shadow had effectively broken up. Even after Caleb returned, and after all the apologies, Diego still didn't know how to find his footing in their friendship again. And Caleb, quiet and kind and generous, had mostly left him alone, waiting for him to figure out what he wanted again. This was one of the first times he texted Diego directly, not the whole group, since he'd been back in L.A.
Leo busy tonight, having a fire pit at the beach house. Interested?
Even with 5 years of silence possibly destroying their friendship, Caleb still knew him well enough to know he wouldn't want to come by and deal with Leo's interrogation over his developing relationship with Benji. It was that little detail that convinced Diego he should go. Also, he should go because if he stayed in this house for another minute, He wouldn't be responsible for the outcome. He picked up the phone and texted back. "Sure, be there in an hour." Technically, when he'd come back to LA from the tour, Caleb had moved into his own loft, but evidence did not point to him ever being in it. Instead, he seemed to have already moved back into the house he and Leo had once shared. It felt like just yesterday when Diego had stood on his doorstep, dreading telling Leo that Caleb was back and that he was holding the rest of the band legal hostage. But it hadn't been just yesterday. That had been 6 months ago, and now everything was different. Star Shadow was officially back together. Caleb was back in the fold, and he and Leo had also made it very official. Nobody who had seen any of the shows would have ever doubted it, but during the last handful, after they had officially gotten back together, you could see their love from space. Diego raised his hand to knock on the door, but Caleb opened it before he could, shifting self-consciously from one foot to the other. Something the world had not caught on about Caleb Chance was that for supposedly the coolest guy in the universe, he was absolutely awkward and more than a little lame. Diego supposed he saw it more clearly than anyone else, though maybe Leo was the exception, because he'd known Caleb such a long time. And back then, when they'd first become friends, all he'd been was a tall, gangly, graceless music nerd. It was still difficult for Diego to reconcile that boy with the man in front of him with the serious green eyes. "Hey," Caleb said. "I'm really glad you came." Diego shot him an arch look. "As long as you don't want to talk about Benji or have any questions from Leo about Benji, I'm good." Caleb laughed and did not look even the tiniest bit surprised. "I swear, mum's the word." "Thank God," Diego muttered. Knocking their shoulders together as they walked through the house towards the kitchen, Caleb just said, "I'm not saying he didn't ask, but that isn't what this is about." Diego watched as Caleb went to the big double-doored stainless steel fridge and pulled out 2 bottles of water. He grabbed one after Caleb tossed it in his direction. "Then what's this about? You were bored and thought you'd text me and see if I didn't want to talk about Benji?" And yeah, maybe he was being a little harsh, but Diego didn't know how to go about being friends with Caleb anymore. Max and he had made their peace. Benji had kept his distance, mostly because he was Leo's best friend. Diego thought he might still be a little pissed at having to pick up all of Leo's broken pieces 5 years ago. But despite that, things still weren't awkward between Benji and Caleb. Between Caleb and Diego, things were definitely awkward. Caleb sighed. "I know you've been avoiding me since I came back." "We went on tour together. I could hardly avoid you then," Diego pointed out, because it turned out he was terrible at direct confrontation, even when it was phrased in Caleb's decidedly non-confrontational tone. "You didn't used to drift toward Benji that much, but now you do. I guess another thing I missed out on," Caleb said, his voice bitter around the edges. "I missed you two finally figuring your shit out." No," Diego corrected. "First, I thought this was a Benji-free zone, and second, we haven't even gotten close to figuring our shit out yet." "Your secret's safe with me," Caleb said, which was probably bullshit because of the whole brain-sharing thing with Leo. "But I was actually referring to you guys becoming closer friends." He picked at the label on his water bottle. "That used to be us." "Yeah, well, you were gone. Benji wasn't. He was right here." "I know." He sounded both apologetic and wrecked. Diego didn't know how he did it. Faced the reality of what he'd done every single damn day. If it had been Diego in his place, he would have kept running forever, just so he wouldn't have to ever face all those people he'd hurt and betrayed and abandoned. But the fact that Caleb never flinched, maybe that was something Diego needed to consider. "I know you're sorry," Diego said. "It's not like I don't believe you." Caleb shrugged awkwardly, and it was impossible not to see that 14-year-old still, in the lurch of his shoulders, the big hands he never quite knew what to do with, the long, gangly legs, and it was impossible not to feel a pulse of what felt like regret. "Friendship is a tricky thing," was all Caleb said. But it wasn't as tricky as his love affair with Leo had been, and they'd managed to work that out, mostly because they'd both faced it head-on and stopped hiding. Diego didn't really want to follow their example, but he knew he should. Not so tricky, actually. I'm sorry. I have been avoiding you. Mostly because it felt easier to keep hiding than actually figuring out how to fix our friendship. He sighed deeply. Which is what I should have been doing instead. It was difficult to resist the hope in Caleb's eyes. You want to fix it? Yeah, I do. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out, right? Diego grinned. You and Max figured it out, and if Max can do it... Caleb laughed, and Diego knew he'd done the right thing, because it felt so great hearing the exact same laugh he'd had at 14. If Max can do it, Caleb finished, then anyone can. Exactly, Diego said, grinning. Hey, what was this about a fire pit? I haven't had one of those on the beach in forever. I was actually thinking of the ones we used to have, sneaking out late and crashing the older kids' bonfires on the beach, Caleb admitted wryly. Those were good times. They had been. Diego had a whole bunch of fantastic memories from that time in his life, but maybe they weren't really over after all. We were really young and really stupid. There's nothing like believing you're invincible and nothing can ever touch you, Diego said quietly. Caleb definitely hadn't been invincible, but then neither had Diego. While not struggling with addiction, he'd made a whole shit ton of mistakes over the last 10 years. He couldn't quite look at Vicky as a mistake because out of their relationship they'd gotten the blessing of Anna, but it was hard to feel like he did about Benji and realize how much time they'd wasted. We should do one tonight, Caleb said. I said we should, but we really should. Diego looked across the kitchen counter at one of his oldest friends. Okay. Apparently, Leo and Caleb had bought a house on the ritzy part of the beach, where the HOA forbade actual bonfires. You're kidding, Diego said, watching as Caleb wrangled a mostly rusted old fire pit out of the garden shed. They don't let you have bonfires here? What's the point of spending all these millions if you can't do whatever the fuck you want? It's not even the fines. We have enough money that I could care less about those, Caleb confided. It's the fucking letters from the secretary. They're so annoyingly passive-aggressive, and then Leo gets all worked up. It's just not worth it to even go there. Diego raised a dubious eyebrow. You're scared of the secretary of your HOA? Well, not scared, Caleb argued. But yeah, she's basically terrifying. I've never seen someone use the word bylaws and give it such loaded meaning. But it's fucking there, between the lines. I didn't believe Leo, but he's insane and he kept the letters, probably because he was afraid she'd sue him. And yeah, he's right. I guess we really are fucking grown up now, Diego said, shaking his head in disbelief. I notice Leo doesn't go around sharing that he's scared of his HOA with just anyone. No, Caleb said, finally setting the fire pit in the middle of the garden. But I give you free rein to tease the shit out of him for it. Diego picked up 2 pieces of wood from the stack next to the house and carried them over to the pit. We need kindling, or something. Caleb's eyes lit up in an unholy manner that Diego had fucking missed. I'm going to go get those goddamned letters. Diego gave his friend a sharp nod. And I'm taking this fire pit down to the beach. I dare them to fucking take on Star Shadow these days. 10 minutes later, they were on the beach. Diego had taken off his shoes and rolled up his skinny jeans, reveling in the feeling of the sand between his toes. Caleb was leaning over the pit, shredding the letters into even strips. Leo is going to have a heart attack. He didn't sound particularly concerned. Which is really 9/10 of the reason to do it. The other 10th is that we're fucking rock stars, and if I want a fire on the beach, we're going to have a goddamn fire on the beach. The letters were great fire starters, and a few minutes later they had the beginnings of a really decent fire. If only we had some marshmallows, Diego said regretfully. I was actually thinking it's weird to do this without a beer, Caleb said, and his voice was completely neutral. I don't even want one, but it feels wrong somehow to be standing here and not have a bottle in my hand. Diego remembered all those bonfire nights, when Caleb was right. They drank their weight in Coronas. We don't need it, Diego said, tipping his head back to take in the beginnings of the starry night. Though I do think Benji left some of that god-awful fake beer here when we were here before the tour started. Caleb laughed, and it cut right through the awkwardness. Exactly what Diego had hoped for. Please give him continued shit for those. They were disgusting. That's Benji for you, Diego said philosophically. Always with his heart in the right place, but often imperfect execution. Caleb shot Diego a look. I thought we weren't talking about Benji tonight. We're not. Diego dug his toes into the sand. But if we were, I tell you that sometimes it feels like everyone, including Benji, blames Benji for us not getting together years ago. I realized the other day that I don't think that's true. It was me too, just as much as him. He scared me. That's why we weren't as close before you left. It was like getting too close to the sun. I didn't want to get burned. And now you want to get burned? I don't think anyone wants to get burned, Diego scoffed. And there's a risk of it. Maybe a little less now, since we're both older and supposedly more mature. We know what we really want now, because we know what it's like to have the lesser version. But yeah, part of me is still fucking terrified. Caleb glanced over, the flames lighting his face, showing just how much he understood what Diego was saying. Because if you fuck it up, you fucked it up, he said quietly. He'd had to face that possibility, knowing he'd love Leo forever, and Leo would never be able to forgive what he'd done. Diego still didn't know how he'd accepted that and still come back. I guess you know more about that than me, Diego said, shrugging. But it was just so much easier to let the blame slide down to Benji. He's more nervous about people knowing he's bi. I don't really give a fuck, mostly because I don't give a fuck about what anyone thinks. But he does. He wants everything to be right and awesome and wonderful and successful more than anything. And you don't? Caleb asked. Diego gestured around them. We have this. Isn't this enough? For some people, maybe, Caleb pointed out. But you know it's not enough for Benji. It's never going to be enough. Did you ever listen to his solo album? Diego asked, tossing another log onto the fire. Yeah, not when it came out, but later. Caleb was using that tone of voice he always did when he was trying to be diplomatic. It was always obvious, because diplomacy was not his strong suit. It wasn't very good, but there were parts. I was reworking one of the songs off it, and he could barely sit through it, wouldn't talk to me about it at all. It was like it was poisoned, and he wouldn't even touch it, not even to reconsider it. You and Benji are really different people. You have some similarities, which is why you liked each other so quickly when you first met. But the difference is, those have kept you away from each other, and they're not going to be easy to overcome. But then, I think you know that. Diego chuckled. An understatement. It was Violet, wasn't it? Caleb asked. The song you've been working on? How did you know? Caleb's voice was wry. It's the song off that album that's the most obviously about you. It's that obvious? Diego had thought he'd been so smart to figure it out. Also, repeated listenings had surely helped. Caleb laughed. For people who know you two, yeah. When Leo came home an hour later, they were sprawled around the burning embers of the fire pit, making sand angels. You're gonna get us in trouble, Leo said, putting his hands on his hips and attempting to make a frown stick, even as his smile kept peeking out. Yeah, that HOA secretary is gonna come down like a ton of bricks on your asses, Diego said with a chuckle. Better watch out for her. You told him? Leo squawked in outrage. Caleb shrugged. It is dumb that we have all this power, and it's not even like we want to use it for bad stuff. I just want to have a bonfire on the beach. We're not even hurting anyone. You can take her phone calls then, Leo announced darkly. I will, Caleb said stubbornly. Leo leaned down and wove his fingers through Caleb's gingery waves. God, your hair is full of sand. Take a shower with me? Caleb waggled his eyebrows in an exaggerated gesture, and Diego rolled his eyes. This was supposed to be the heartthrob of a generation? He was so lame. But Leo didn't seem to notice either, only making embarrassingly goo-goo eyes at his boyfriend. Was that the way Diego looked whenever he was with Benji? God, he hoped not. You could probably persuade me, Leo said, primly sitting down next to him. What did you boys talk about while I was gone? You, Diego said at the exact same time Caleb declared, Benji. Diego shot his friend a half-hearted glare. We did not. We sort of did, Caleb said, grinning. And that's okay. And, Diego realized as he brushed the sand off his feet and shoved them back into his shoes, it really was. He'd expected that it would be so hard to let Caleb back into his life, but he'd slid back into the same place that he'd always occupied. Diego had also worried that he'd feel like a stranger. 5 years and the struggle he'd been through to get sober would change anyone. But honestly, he was more the same Caleb than he'd ever been. That person had been Diego's friend then, and it turned out that he was still Diego's friend now. I'm glad you texted, Diego said, putting a hand on Caleb's shoulder as they stood in the back garden, having climbed back up the stairs from the beach. We should do it again sometime. Yeah, we should, Caleb said, nodding. And don't be too hard on Benji for being ambitious. He can't help it. Are you going to give me that bullshit advice about us balancing each other out? Diego asked, and Caleb laughed. I wasn't, but it applies. I have faith you'll figure it out. And it turned out, hope burning in his heart as Diego drove home. He wasn't the only one. Chapter 8. Normally, Benji loved an industry party. Everyone dressed up, circulating with a drink in their hand, congratulating themselves on having made it. It always made Benji feel like he belonged, that all the hard work and the burning ambition inside him had paid off. But tonight, he couldn't help but wish he'd stayed in L.A. instead of flying to New York for this party. You're hiding in a corner, which is stupid, Jay said, walking up to Benji, a disgruntled expression on his face and a few new diamonds decorating his fingers. You're big news again. Let's spend some of that Star Shadow capital. It would be pointless to tell Jay that any Star Shadow capital that Benji had accumulated over the last year wasn't his to spend. Besides, if it had really been about that, Benji had a feeling that Leo and Caleb would be here instead. After all, they were the ones with so much burning interest in their lives that the paparazzi was following them around in a diligent, dedicated pack. Benji was just sort of riding their coattails at this point, trying to corral everyone together to optimize the sensation they'd recreated. On what? Benji asked. We've got new representation. Leo and I are producing the album ourselves. We just got back from a tour. I think we're good for right now. But Jay hadn't gotten to where he was, or his clients to where they were, by sitting back and resting on their laurels. He always wanted more. Bigger, better, brighter. And while Benji wanted it too, he was ready after a long, sometimes fractious year to take the victory lap. Rochelle is here tonight, by the way, Jay said. Anyone else might find this a change in subject, but Benji knew what Jay was really saying. Go talk to her. Go make her laugh. Go get some people talking about you and her together. Ah, Benji said noncommittally. He still hadn't figured out a way to tell Jay that he had no intention of pretending to date anyone, especially Rochelle Andrews. The problem was, until he did, and actually convinced Jay that he meant it, Jay wasn't going to stop. He was the very definition of persistence in action. "How's it going with Diego?" Jay asked casually. That was just like Jay. Didn't want to cooperate with him? Be prepared for him to carpet bomb you until you relented. "It's going," Benji said, nervously tapping his foot. He really didn't want to talk about it in the middle of this crowd, which Jay knew perfectly well, and why he'd brought it up in the first place. To make a very direct point that if Benji wasn't even prepared to talk about it openly, then he wasn't ready at all to go public. Benji told himself he was thinking of Diego, too, and the expression he'd gotten on his face when they discussed the pack of paparazzi that was always following Caleb and Leo around. He didn't want to live his life under the microscope of public opinion, and he definitely didn't want his relationship to be conducted that way. Diego liked things as they were, living in his gated community, protected from anyone who might accidentally wander in. "It would be just as good publicity, if not better than Rochelle," Jay pointed out. "But then you know that because you're so close to Leo and Caleb." "It's not. I don't want it to be like that," Benji said. How many celebrity relationships had he personally witnessed crash and burn under the hyper-aware gaze of the public? Once he and Diego finally got on the same page, he didn't want their relationship to deal with that sort of strain. But how to be honest and avoid that? Benji didn't know. And the last person he was going to ask on the subject was Jay, who would have sold his grandmother for extra publicity. Jay patted him patronizingly on the shoulder. "That's what everyone says at the beginning. You're both members of one of the biggest bands on the planet right now, and your two bandmates have forged the way. You should talk to Diego about it. I could even manage it. You know I've rolled out alternative sexualities before, and even relationships. We could realign your branding a little, and it would work like a charm." "No thanks," Benji muttered. He didn't want to stand here and listen to how slick of a production Jay would make their coming out and relationship reveal. Maybe talking to Rochelle, who was an admittedly beautiful woman, for 5 minutes would be a better alternative. It wasn't like he was ever going to agree to fake date her, and even Jay couldn't do much with a single conversation. "Just offering," Jay added smoothly. Benji stared down at the contents of his glass and then tipped it down his throat, the whiskey burning as he swallowed. "Where is she?" he finally muttered. "Over by the bar," Jay said. "Good luck. I know you'll do great." Benji wasn't worried about doing anything at all, because this was a few meaningless sentences exchanged back and forth, and he'd been schmoozing the rich and famous long enough that approaching someone like Rochelle Andrews didn't faze him anymore. Rochelle was wearing a short, blue-spangled dress, her long, dark hair swept across one bare shoulder, contemplating her drink with the same look of boredom that Benji knew he'd been wearing earlier. They'd never met before, but it was still very easy to lean down on the bar and shoot her a quick, relaxed smile. "These things are always brutally boring, aren't they?" Benji said, pushing his empty glass toward the bartender and nodding for another round. Her eyes slid his direction, and she didn't seem less bored exactly, but she did give him a practiced smile. "You're one of those star shadow guys, aren't you?" she said. "But not one of the gay ones." It was hard to keep the pleasant expression on his face after that particular comment, but Benji had spent a lot of time being nice to lots of people who didn't deserve it. This wasn't even the worst thing he'd ever heard by far. "That's right," he held out a hand. "Benji Schmidt." She shook his hand languidly, that pasted-on smile never changing. "Rochelle, but you already knew that, didn't you?" "Is it wrong to admit I had a poster of you in my room when I was growing up?" It wasn't true, but Max had, and Benji figured he wouldn't mind if he appropriated it. In fact, Max was going to be eternally jealous that he'd not only met Rochelle Andrews, he'd actually gotten to talk to her. Okay, flirt with her, if Benji was being painfully honest. "Only if you never, ever tell me how young you were when you had it." Her fake smile slipped, and he saw the beginnings of genuine amusement underneath it. "Cross my heart," Benji said, leaning a little further in. No doubt Jay was on the other side of the room, watching this exchange while salivating at all the cross-promotional opportunities. It made Benji sick, but the idea of Diego being dragged into all this made him even sicker. Diego could barely stomach the Star Shadow promo they did for albums and tours, and during those events the attention was divided 5 different ways. "You're cute," she said, leaning over and resting a hand on his shoulder. The bartender slid over a fresh glass of whiskey, and Benji tried to ignore the fact that the last time he'd drunk whiskey had been with Diego. This wasn't a betrayal, because he had no intentions of doing anything with Rochelle past this conversation. Still, there was a part of him that hoped Diego never found out about this, because the chances of him understanding were slim. "So I've heard," Benji said. "But now it's supermodel confirmed, so it must be true." She laughed, and the action brought warmth and joy into her face, making Benji finally understand why she'd captivated a whole generation with her beauty. It had been cold before, almost disdainful, but her laugh changed everything. "Cute and funny." She tapped a perfectly manicured finger against her glossy lips. "Where are you staying while you're in town?" Something he'd never once expected that Rochelle Andrews would ask him. For a split second he was almost tempted, but he reminded himself that was insane. He still desperately wanted Diego, in every sexual and non-sexual way he could think of, and now that he was finally getting his shot, he was going to blow it? Yeah, there was no way he was going to do that. "With a friend, who I'm meeting up with later." Another lie. He could have, of course. There were people he knew in New York who would have been happy to invite him to stay, but in reality he had a very nice, very empty hotel suite waiting for him. "Oh, that's too bad. We're having a little get-together after this, and I'm sure it'll be more fun. If you came, I know it would be." Rochelle seemed sincerely disappointed that he wouldn't be coming with her, and Benji, who looked in the mirror and sometimes saw that unpopular, bully little boy, couldn't quite believe she'd just essentially propositioned him. "Maybe next time," he said, even though he had zero intention of there ever being a next time. Of course, if Jay got his way, there would be, but they'd be sitting in his office hashing out the details of their fake relationship. "I really hope there is. By any chance, do you know if there's a back door here? I think the front is loaded with paps, and I really just don't feel like dealing with them." She shot him a dazzling smile, and even though there didn't seem to be any ulterior motive in her words, that fake mask was back, and it made him nervous. But Benji couldn't blame her for hating the paparazzi, because they were often horrible bloodsuckers who would do anything just to get a single shot of a high-profile target. Like Rochelle Andrews, for example. "Yeah, I know the back way out. I'll show you if you want." "That would be great," she gushed, a little over the top for what he'd agreed to do. Still, he picked up his whiskey glass, and she followed him through an unmarked door in the club, down the back stairs, and then out into a dark alley. The instant she came out the door, a flash bulb went off, and then another. Benji froze, because he'd just been caught exiting the party with someone he really hadn't been exiting the party with. Still, it was mostly innocent, right? Just 2 people in the same place at the same time. That's all. Rochelle shot him an apologetic look that he didn't buy for a single damn second, and even more damning, she put her hand on his arm. More camera flashes. "Oh, shit. They seem to be out here too, don't they?" "Yes," Benji said, grinding his teeth and unceremoniously pulling away from her. "You're welcome." He marched back the way he'd come and managed to corner Jay while he was just finishing a conversation with Solange. She drifted away and Benji turned on Jay. "What the fuck? You set me up," Benji exclaimed. "You wouldn't go either way," Jay said with a mild shrug. "And I figured it would be good to have these in the back pocket, in case you decided Rochelle was a better option. So she knew why I started talking to her in the first place, Benji said, disgusted that after all this time in the entertainment industry, he'd been fooled by her act. But Jay just chuckled. She does think you're very cute. I told you it didn't really have to be fake. It's not happening, Benji said. Get rid of those pics. I don't ever want to see them again. If you say so, Jay said, but his easy capitulation made Benji nervous. Why else go to all that trouble if he was just going to give in the first time Benji said he wasn't going to do it? I do, Benji said firmly. I'm really serious about this. Clearly, Jay said. Diego must be worth a hell of a lot if you're willing to throw this golden opportunity away. He is, Benji insisted through stiff lips, and turned and left. Benji knew the first thing he needed to do when he got back to the hotel was call Diego. He wasn't sure what he should say, but there needed to be something along the lines of a warning. Yes, he could envision himself telling Benji, there might be pictures of me and Rochelle Andrews, but I promise they don't mean anything. It was just a coincidence. Except it hadn't just been a coincidence. The whole thing had been orchestrated by Jay, and Rochelle had willingly participated. It wouldn't be complete honesty if he didn't include those two little tidbits in his conversation with Diego, but Benji knew how he'd react. Just tell Jay no, Diego would say impatiently, and be confused that Benji not only continually put up with Jay's shenanigans, but in some respects trusted him to have his back. Diego didn't understand because Diego was 100% happy with his place in the entertainment industry, which was a complete rarity. Everyone else kept jostling for position, elbowing each other out of the way, desperate to get ahead in any way they could. Benji did too, but it wasn't because he was desperate for public adulation. It was that annoying voice in his head that kept telling him he could always do better. But Diego wasn't like that, and had never been like that, which despite Benji's own drive for success, he admired and respected and fucking enjoyed. If Benji was being honest, he envied Diego's chill ability to deal with whatever came up. The upside was he'd never have to question if Diego was with him because he truly wanted and loved him, or if he was just waiting for a better opportunity to come along. And that was something, after the last 10 years of being in the industry, that Benji valued more than almost anything else. Still, Benji thought, stripping off his jacket and collapsing onto the couch in the living portion of his suite, he was going to have to tell Diego something. First, he shot off a quick, "You free" text, because he didn't remember if Diego had Anna this weekend, and the worst way to start this conversation off would be to wake up Anna. Almost instantly, Diego responded, "Yeah." Taking a deep breath, Benji dialed, and Diego answered on the first ring. "Hey," he said, sounding mellow. "What's going on? You bailing as my security next week?" "No way," Benji insisted. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. Best way to spend a Tuesday, watching you go green on the teacup ride." "I don't go green," Diego spluttered, though he sounded pleased. "We may have to put that to the test," Benji teased. "Are you saying I couldn't keep up with you? Because I guarantee you name the park and the ride, and I could do it all." Benji leaned back and tried to keep his mind G-rated. With all of Diego's talk of rides and doing it all, it was a stretch. Fucking hell. He couldn't help but imagine leaning back, just like this, on the bench of one of those candy-colored teacups, Diego straddling him, biting his bottom lip and screwing his eyes shut as he took all of Benji's cock. Double fucking hell. "You went real quiet there," Diego said speculatively. "You doing something you shouldn't?" "Triple fucking hell. You could do it all, that is," Benji stuttered, and even he could hear how deep and gravelly his voice had grown. The problem with 10 years of sexual tension was that, when you reached the end, sometimes it was hard to think of anything else, even though Diego deserved more. Deserved better than someone who just wanted someone to endlessly rut into him.
"What did you do tonight?" Diego asked. Something Benji really didn't want to contemplate. The mental image of Diego riding the shit out of him smack in the middle of Disneyland was far better, even if it probably would make next week hell on Earth. Even in the most magical fucking place on Earth. Went to a party, talked to some people. Benji hesitated. This was the right moment to tell Diego, but he couldn't quite get his mouth to form the words. What if Diego wasn't understanding? What if Diego didn't believe him? Benji didn't think that was really possible, but friendship was different than a relationship. They had completely different rules. "And a few drinks," Diego teased. "Explains all those dirty thoughts you don't want to tell me about." Diego had wanted to take it slow, had even made that pretty clear on their date, but now he wanted to know what Benji thought about when they were talking like this. He might have said it even without the booze, but it sure didn't hurt. "I'll tell you." "You will?" Diego sounded surprised. Benji shifted until he was lying down on the couch, propped up with a pillow or two. He ghosted his palm over his hard cock, pushing against the fly of his dress pants. He barely held in a moan. Diego had just wanted to know what he was thinking about. He hadn't said he wanted to have phone sex. "I was thinking about Disney, okay?" Benji admitted. "That teacup ride, me sitting on the bench, leaning back, hands on your hips, and you're all over me, kissing me, touching me, riding you," Diego supplied, his own voice a lot deeper, darker, like he was picturing it right alongside Benji. "That's right, isn't it? You want me to ride the shit out of you until you can't take it anymore. You just have to thrust up." He had been imagining it for so goddamned long he could almost feel Diego's slim hips in his hands. How wrecked he'd look, Benji's cock splitting him open. "You like that?" Diego demanded when Benji didn't answer immediately. "Is that what you want?" "I want it. I want it all. I want all of you." He palmed his cock again, and even as he did, he knew the orgasm he'd eventually have would pale in comparison to the one he wanted with Diego. Diego was going to blow his mind into 1,000,000 tiny pieces, and then put it back together again. Diego's tone was hushed when he spoke again. You're thinking about it now, aren't you?" "You mean, am I touching my cock, thinking about it?" Benji found that Diego's boldness gave him his own in return. One-handed, he unbuckled his belt, and after unzipping and unbuttoning, shoved down his pants and briefs. His cock sprang up, already flushed at the tip and oozing pre-cum, and this time he couldn't hold back the groan that escaped him when he closed his hand around its length. "Fuck," Diego swore. "You fucking are." For half a second, Benji was tempted to apologize. "I know you wanted to go slow." But Diego was the one who'd encouraged this, who'd even asked if he was touching himself. He must want this as badly as Benji did. "Yeah," Benji moaned into the phone as he stroked himself once, then again. It was a little dry, but his grip was tight, and it felt almost as good as he imagined Diego's hand would feel. "God damn it, you'd better be doing it too." Diego's answer was a tight hiss of pleasure as he touched himself. Benji's mind went blank. That was what he sounded like when he felt so good he couldn't help it anymore. Instantly, he wanted to hear it again, and he wanted Diego to make that exact same sound in his ear as he came apart. "We should have done this when you were still in L.A., Diego half moaned, half laughed. "Why did we wait till you went across the country?" Benji wasn't sure how he'd waited. His self-control was a tenuous thing these days. But he'd done it because that was what Diego had said he wanted. But maybe in the middle of phone sex wasn't the best time to bring that particular fact up. 2 days, Benji gritted out. "And then my hands are going to be where they belong. All over you." "I still remember what they feel like, pressed into my hips," Diego murmured. "I couldn't forget."
He must be talking about the time they'd faux fucked on stage, the video of which Leo kept claiming still existed somewhere on the internet. I want more than that this time around. Anything, Diego promised roughly, and then broke off in a muttered curse. I'm too goddamn close. I want to put you on that bench and suck your cock, Benji said. He'd never done it before, but the idea of wringing those sounds out of Diego while he sat there, trying not to squirm, trying not to thrust, had him so hard, Benji wasn't sure he was going to last either. Oh, fuck, Diego said. And while Benji had always really liked vocal partners in bed, there was something intoxicating about the short, bitten-off words and aborted noises coming out of Diego. He wanted more. He wanted to work for it. He wanted Diego to drown in bliss until he couldn't help but scream. I want you to come for me, Diego, Benji said, and wrapped his fist around his own cock, hoping that he wouldn't blow his load before Diego did. Paint that goddamn gorgeous chest for me. That must have been all he was waiting for, because Diego gave a little wail and then panted, almost soundlessly, into the phone. But Benji was listening as intently as he'd ever listened to anything in his whole goddamn life, and the sound of Diego coming was enough to push him right over the edge, too. For a good 20 seconds, they sat in silence. It wasn't quite awkward, Benji decided, just contemplative. Like, yes, they had really just done that. I guess this makes it official now, Diego said, and he sounded shaky and a little unsure. It was official long before this, Benji promised. It was official when you let me into your house last week. I'm not ever going anywhere, okay? He could practically hear Diego smiling through the phone. Yeah, I know. I wish that you'd been on the West Coast when we'd done that. We have a whole life to do it together, Benji promised. And he was amazed the permanence of that suggestion didn't faze him at all. But then wasn't that why he'd always been so scared of deepening their friendship? That he knew it would be both the beginning and the middle and the end? All the love he'd ever need or want? We do, Diego confirmed. We do. Still, he hesitated. I'm sorry I sort of gave you the cold shoulder during our date. I didn't mean to. I was nervous, and I think I chickened out a tiny bit. You said you wanted to go slow. There's nothing to apologize for. Except, Benji thought, that his nice shirt was now streaked with cum. That was going to be an interesting visit to the dry cleaners. I know, but I wanted more, and I knew you did too. Diego sounded cross with himself, and it would have been adorable, but Benji didn't want him taking the blame for something that wasn't even his fault. Listen, Benji said. This isn't an easy transition. There's a lot of pressure with the band and everything, and it being 10 fucking years and all since we started wanting this. It's okay to be nervous and slow it down. It's okay to be nervous and tell me about it, too. I was terrified before I came over for our date. I changed shirts 3 times. I haven't been that nervous, probably ever. He dropped his voice lower. All the nerves mean is that I care about you a lot, and I don't want to fuck it up. But guess what? We've already tried to do that lots of times, and it hasn't happened yet. Diego sighed, but there was a contented edge to it. One of the things I love most about you is that you always say the right thing. Only to you, Benji laughed, once his heart made it past the "one of the things I love most" part of Diego's sentence. Everyone else, I fuck that up on a regular basis. I'll see you on Tuesday, yeah? Diego asked hopefully. I'm hoping this little interlude didn't scare you away from Disneyland altogether. No way, Benji said. I'll be there bright and early with my shades on. Diego laughed and said, Good to know. See you then. When Diego hung up, Benji knew that he hadn't wanted their conversation to end. Even just the reassuring words and the teasing, flirtatious comments.
Not even the blindingly hot mutual masturbation they just had. And it was, of course, in that moment that Benji realized that during the course of their conversation he'd never once confessed to the one thing that he'd called for in the first place, the pictures with Rochelle. He couldn't call back now and add that to the end of what they'd shared. He was going to have to come up with a different way, and a different time to tell him, and pray that they didn't come out in the time it took for Benji to get back to Los Angeles. Cleaning up in the bathroom, he pulled up his texts and sent one to Jay. "I'm holding you to that promise," he typed. "Those pictures better never see the light of day." Chapter 9. Diego believed he was prepared for Benji's appearance bright and early Tuesday morning. It had been 2 days since the phone call that had decimated all his self-control and the very last bit of his hesitation. As he'd gotten Anna ready, he'd forced his fingers to stop trembling, and focusing on his daughter had helped. But as it turned out, that was only temporary. At 7:30 precisely, the doorbell rang, and carrying Anna, Diego crossed to the entry to open the door. Benji was standing on the stoop, dressed in a pair of tight black jeans that did terrible, sinful, all the bad things to his thighs, and a black t-shirt practically spray-painted onto his chest and arm muscles. He beamed at Diego, eyes hidden by a pair of aviator sunglasses, but a wide smile spreading across his face. "Aw, look at her," Benji said, coming closer, wiggling a finger at Anna, who promptly grabbed it and cackled with success. "She's getting so big, and beautiful, too." But then, Benji shrugged bashfully, his other hand reaching out to curl around the curve of Diego's waist. "She has exceptionally beautiful parents." Diego still hadn't recovered the power of speech. Sometimes Benji was so much. So handsome and so sure and so unexpectedly close. But he still managed to raise an eyebrow. "I didn't know you found Vicky so attractive," Diego forced out of his uncooperative brain. Benji's fingers tightened, and Diego's heart accelerated and his mouth went dry. This trip was supposed to be about Anna, but right now all Diego wanted to do was drag Benji into the house, strip him naked, and climb on top of him. "I don't," Benji said, flashing him a devastating grin. "Guess all that gorgeousness must have come from one side." Yeah, he'd fallen right into that one, Diego thought, but couldn't find a speck of regret inside himself. Anna still hadn't let go of Benji's finger, and now they were playing tug-of-war with it. Benji might think he'd inevitably come out on top of that fight, but Diego knew Anna better, and a more stubborn child did not exist. "You might want to protect that for later," Diego hissed under his breath. "We don't have time to go to the emergency room for a dislocated finger." But somehow, without even letting go of Diego, Benji had managed to convince Anna to gift him his finger back. "Thank you," he told her seriously. "I'll take better care of it next time." After clearing that up, Benji returned all his charm offensive back to Diego. "You guys ready to go?" "Ready," Anna crowed from her perch on his shoulder. "Mouse." "That's right," Benji told her. "We're going to see the mouse." "I just need to grab her bag," Diego said, and before he could set Anna down, Benji had easily slipped her into his own grip. As he went back into the house to grab her diaper bag, Diego had to remind himself that this wasn't like a boyfriend meeting Anna for the first time. Benji had been around her since she'd been born. He was one of her favorite uncles, and while that fact should have made Diego feel more relaxed, somehow it didn't. Benji wasn't a stranger in their lives. Diego already trusted him, especially with Anna. He wouldn't have ever agreed to Benji coming with him otherwise. But still, this transition from friend to something so much more had him a little thrown. Even though they were very much one person, Benji the longtime friend and Benji his potential lover felt like two separate people, and Diego hadn't quite relaxed around the latter yet. But he needed to. The way they talked to each other the other night, Diego wanted that, and he wanted it soon. Like possibly after Anna passed out tonight from excitement soon. Picking up Anna's Louis Vuitton bag, he slung it over his shoulder and did a quick mental rundown of everything he'd packed in it just a few minutes before. Satisfied he hadn't forgotten anything,
He walked back outside, locking the front door behind them. Benji was dancing around the black town car with Anna, who was bouncing and giggling, her curls flying in the bright morning sunshine. Diego's heart clenched at the sight in front of him. So often life felt imperfect, and like you needed to settle for the next best thing instead of what you really, really wanted. But it didn't look like he was going to have to settle this time. He was going to get the man he'd loved forever, who also happened to love him and his daughter, too. It was the sort of miracle that Diego had never even felt comfortable wishing for, because fate never liked it when you got cocky and overly ambitious. "You're cute," Diego said, thinking of how honest Benji had been this morning, and also last Saturday night. "What, me?" Benji asked innocently, continuing to dance with a giggling Anna. "I think she's the really cute one." "Well, yes, my feelings for her are a little different than my feelings for you," Diego said dryly. Benji finally came over to the open door of the town car, and handing Anna over, watched as Diego fastened her into the car seat the service had provided. It wasn't quite as nice as the one Diego had, but it was still really nice that Benji had thought to ask for it. "Yeah?" Benji mumbled, leaning closer, right into Diego's personal bubble as he straightened. "Feelings sounds pretty serious." "It is serious," Diego confessed. He reached up and cupped Benji's cheek. He'd promised himself that he wouldn't lose sight of what was important today, which meant he needed to focus on Anna having a good time and not making out with Benji. But Anna was in her car seat. One little quick kiss wouldn't hurt anything, right? "These are ridiculous, by the way," Diego murmured, flicking one corner of Benji's sunglasses, then pulling him down a little further, covering his mouth with his own. Diego had never been with anyone where each kiss was better and hotter and even more incandescently amazing. Kissing Vicky had been fine. Not bad, and not particularly amazing either. But every time he kissed Benji, his toes practically curled. If he'd known how good it was, and how good it could be, would he have sat around waiting for so many years? Benji preached how discreet his car service was, but Anna was in the back seat too, and so after the kiss went on a moment, and then a second moment longer than he'd intended, he finally pulled away, panting. He swore he heard Benji whimper. Please tell me we can do more of that later," he asked softly. "After," Diego promised. "If you're not as exhausted as Anna is definitely going to be." "I've got some stamina, baby," Benji promised, the corner of his mouth curling up in a cocky smirk that shouldn't have done anything to Diego's knees, but apparently that was exactly the kind of thing that got him going more than anything else. He wanted Benji to know how he felt, but that was a step too far, and so he thwacked Benji smartly on the shoulder. "Behave yourself," Diego admonished, but all Benji did was smile sheepishly. The drive to Disneyland took longer than it should have, but the driver knew exactly where they were going, and instead of taking them to the front gate, he went in a side entrance. "Where are we?" Diego asked, mystified. He'd been to Disneyland tons of times, and he'd never gone this way. "As head of your security," Benji said, with another one of those panty-melting smirks, if Diego wore panties, "I've taken care of getting us the VIP treatment. This is a special entrance exclusively for VIP use." Diego usually didn't like throwing their money or celebrity around, but he guessed once or twice wouldn't hurt, and if it meant giving Anna a better time today, he'd keep his mouth shut. Besides, Benji looked so proud of himself. Diego couldn't disappoint him. "Are you ready, Anna Banana?" Diego said to his daughter, who cackled with excitement. "Mouse!" she cried. After getting out of the car, they were quickly welcomed and taken by a friendly-looking young woman to the main concierge desk. "Ah, Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Gonzalez," a woman in a polo shirt embroidered with a Disney logo greeted them. "So happy you're here today." "Thank you," Diego said, reaching for his wallet. Every time he'd been to Disneyland, he'd had to buy tickets. Everything has already been taken care of, she explained with a friendly smile. I'll just go take you to meet your tour guide, Abby. Diego shot Benji a reprimanding look, but he just flushed and looked away. Abby turned out to be a young man, blond and slender, with a bright, slightly awestruck smile. Hi, I'm Abby, he said in an unexpectedly British accented voice. Short for Aubrey, sadly. And who might this be? He asked, crouching down to Anna's level. Anna, Diego said, as his daughter could only babble nonsense excitedly at Abby's question. It's great to meet you both, Abby said, rising to shake Diego's and Benji's hands. I'll admit to being a big fan, especially for the new music. We're back in the studio later this week, Benji said. Not sure yet when the album will be ready, but that's great to hear. Yeah, Diego echoed. He was never good at meeting fans in the wild. Benji had always handled that part of their fame so much better than him. Now, it says in my notes we want Anna to get on all the kiddie rides. We can definitely do that. Any shows you're particularly interested in? Benji raised his eyebrows at Diego, who frankly had no fucking clue. Anything you think she might like, Diego confessed. Then we'll definitely take our time in Toontown, Abby said. She'll love that. Thank you, Diego said gratefully. I'm not used to all this. Benji chuckled, and Abby just shrugged. It's the best way to see the park, in my opinion. Anna here is going to have a wonderful time. I'll make sure of that. Abby's words were prescient, because he and Anna bonded even more quickly than she'd latched onto Benji. As Abby and Anna held hands and excitedly skipped toward Toontown, Diego and Benji hung back, half a step behind, and just watched. Thank you for this, Diego said softly. I know it probably wasn't cheap. You didn't have to do it. But Benji just shook his head. What is the point of having all this money if we don't get to enjoy it? Something Diego often argued, but not a point that Benji tried to make frequently. Usually Benji was occupied trying to make more and more money, to the point where the dollars rolling into his bank accounts didn't even have a purpose anymore, except to accumulate even more. Yeah, I know, Benji said, rolling his eyes. I should listen to you more often. But this is special, and Anna is special, and you are both very special to me. There was a look in his eyes that Diego had never seen before. A full and complete acceptance that this was everything he'd ever wanted and was determined to enjoy for the rest of his life. Diego and Anna and everything. Diego's fingers itched, and he wanted so badly to reach out and take Benji's hand in his own, but they were surrounded by the regular Disney crowds. The last thing they needed right now was a picture spreading on social media. The crowd of paparazzi currently following Leo and Caleb around on their daily runs was enough to convince Diego that no matter how much he wanted to hold Benji's hand, there was no way he was ready for it. I want to kiss you again so bad, Benji said, leaning over and saying the words just quiet enough that Abby couldn't hear them. This morning, it wasn't enough, Diego confessed. Not even close to enough. I know you said later, Benji said carefully, but if you're tired or not feeling it, we don't have to rush things because of Saturday night, okay? If I can just kiss you again, I'm good. While it was immensely comforting that Benji was willing to continue waiting if that was what Diego wanted, he wasn't sure he really liked it. It had been so all-consumingly hot to hear just how much Benji wanted him. Maybe he didn't want to take things as slow as he'd thought. Maybe the nerves over his lack of experience would just fade away in the white-hot heat they created together. He wanted to fan Benji's desire and then get lost in it. Saturday was... Diego glanced up at Abby and Anna, who were chattering away like old friends, as Abby pointed out all the different landmarks in Toontown. Saturday was so good. I want more. I need more. Diego took a deep breath. What I really need is you. Benji's face lit up with a huge smile. Ditto, Trust me, ditto. Then we'll figure out the rest, Diego said. Come on, let's see what Anna is so excited about. Anna took pictures with Mickey and Minnie, spent 20 minutes crawling all over the enormous play structure in the middle of Toontown, and then announced with a surprisingly forceful voice, "Want Princess!" Diego crouched down in front of her. She was still holding hands with Abby, who thankfully seemed charmed rather than annoyed at her clinginess. Usually, Diego thought with a trace of resentment, Anna wanted to cling to him. But maybe it was a good thing that she met and enjoyed other people. The potential for others to use her made Diego keep probably a closer, tighter eye on her than was healthy, but the alternative was so much worse. He was always going to protect his daughter with every fiber of his being. "You want to see some princesses, darling?" Diego asked. Anna shook her head emphatically. Diego glanced up at Abby, who just smiled. "I think she wants to see the Princess Boutique. They do the full princess makeover. Hair, dress, accessories. I could make an appointment for us after lunch, and that would give you two time to explore the park on your own." Diego opened his mouth to object. They weren't here so he and Benji could go on any rides. But Benji smoothly stepped in. "I bet Anna would love that, wouldn't you, sweetheart?" Anna clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, "Princess!" Shrugging, Diego capitulated. "We don't need to stay with her?" he asked worriedly. "Are you sure?" "She'll be in the best hands, and I won't take my eyes off her," Abby promised. "And I'll give you two some special passes that'll make sure you get on any ride you want without waiting in line." Benji grinned. "What about Space Mountain?" "Anything you want," Abby emphasized with a friendly smile. "So, should I make a reservation for after lunch?" "Sure," Diego said. "Where to next?" "Miss Anna said she really wanted to ride the carousel," Abby said. "And then on to Dumbo. Unless you two have any objections." As they headed toward Fantasyland, Benji elbowed Diego in the side, which should have been more platonic than sexy, but all it did was remind him of later, when Benji could finally put those big hands all over him. "I told you this was a good idea. Dumbo without a line," Benji muttered under his breath. Diego shot him a look that was probably a lot warmer than Dumbo deserved. "What about the teacups?" Benji visibly swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Is anyone else thirsty?" he asked, and the glance Diego got in return was definitely hotter than Dumbo was used to. "I could use a lemonade." "Yeah, me too," Diego agreed. "I can share with Anna." "Abby, do you need anything?" Benji asked. Abby looked surprised. Diego assumed that most people he showed around the park probably treated him like a servant and not a friend, but that was just one of the many reasons he loved Benji so much. He was gracious and kind and a gentleman, and never acted pretentious or rude. "No, I'm good, but thanks," Abby said gratefully. With one last burning look in Diego's direction, Benji departed toward one of the concession stands dotting the walkways as they headed towards the huge carousel dominating Fantasyland. Anna insisted on riding the huge white charger, tucked up next to Diego. As they started to slowly turn, Diego caught Benji's eye, standing with the rest of the crowds, holding a lemonade and sipping another. And it occurred to him, not for the first time, that Benji shouldn't be on the edge looking in. He should be up on the carousel with him and Anna. In some ways, he and Vicky and Anna would always be the first version of their family, but there didn't have to be just a one and only version. There could be others, and one of the others could include Benji. Had to include Benji, Diego realized abruptly. It was a scary step, opening up their lives that had been so closed off and so private for so long. But Benji wasn't a stranger. He was already on the fringe. They just needed to open their arms and welcome him in. When the carousel ride completed, and Diego carried Anna over to where Abby and Benji waited for them, he shot the latter a huge smile. "I'm so glad you came with us," Diego confided as Benji handed him his cup. "You made today special." Benji shrugged a little self-consciously. You could have made the same phone call and gotten the exact same results. I don't mean Abby. I'm not waiting in any lines, though that is nice, Diego said. I mean that it wouldn't have been as special if you weren't with us. Benji nearly pulled up short as they approached Dumbo and its insane line, creeping all the way around the ride and threatening to spill into the walkways around it. You really mean that, don't you? He asked, clearly surprised. It was hard not to feel a twinge of guilt at the shock in Benji's voice. You've always been an important part of our lives, but now, more than ever, we want you here, with us. Benji reached out and squeezed Diego's shoulder. His gaze told Diego that he wanted so much more. He wanted to lean down and casually kiss him, like it was something they already did a dozen times each day. He wanted to hold hands without it catching the attention of every single harried parent in this line. Diego could have changed the famous line, "With great power comes great responsibility," to "With great power comes great obligation," and it would have still been completely accurate. He'd never felt the obligation of his fame as strongly as he did in this moment. Before, he'd felt it for others, specifically Leo and Caleb, but never for himself. It had never truly gotten in the way of anything he'd ever wanted. Instead, it had made a lot of things easier. Money made even the bitterest pill easier to swallow. But money couldn't fix this problem. No matter how much money they had, Benji couldn't confiscate every single phone in this park. He'd seen the occasional interested face and more than one quick flash in his direction. Pictures would exist of his trip here today with Anna, and while it was terrible enough that they were taking pictures of his kid, he couldn't risk him and Benji looking like anything more than good friends. You excited for Dumbo, Anna? Benji asked her, as Diego picked her up and carried her the last bit of the way to the ride. She was good on her feet, with sturdy legs that usually would carry her farther and faster than Diego ever wanted to go, but it had been a long day already, and he could tell she was getting tired. But Anna, instead of answering with increasing excitement, promptly burst into tears. Instantly, Diego stopped and leaned against an empty stretch of low wrought iron fencing. Shifting Anna in his arms, he gave her a soft smile. Anna Banana, what's wrong? Sad, Anna wailed. Diego exchanged a blank, confused look with Abby over Anna's head, but then Benji was suddenly there, putting a big palm on her narrow back and gently transferring over to his own arms. It is a sad movie, Benji cooed at her, and she calmed from sobbing hysterics to only a trickle of tears. But Dumbo is happy at the end, right? Dumbo's sad, Anna exclaimed again. And for a moment, as everyone in their group held their breath, she looked to be on the precipice of a second outburst. Sometimes you're sad so you know what being happy is, Anna girl, Benji said softly, seriously. Happy, she parroted back, a puzzled look on her sweet face. Yeah, Benji said, hugging her close. We're happy right now. I guess that's a no on Dumbo, Diego said. Actually, I think she should ride it. She'd like it, and it might give her a different perspective, Benji offered. Diego rolled his eyes. Sure thing. You want to ride it with her then, Mr. Child Psychologist? Benji grinned. I'd love to. Abby and Diego watched from a little distance as Benji carried Anna over to the ride. He's very sweet with her, Abby offered, kindness tempering the crisp edges of his accented words. You're very lucky to find someone who loves your kid as much as you do. Diego opened his mouth and then snapped it shut again. What could he say? No, you're wrong. We're not involved and I'm not lucky. All Abby would have to say was, have you seen that guy? He's ripped and gorgeous and adores your child. And you. Abby shot him a sideways glance. We all sign NDAs, by the way, if that matters. Diego wanted to be at a place in their lives where that didn't matter, but he knew better. It does, actually, Diego said with a reluctant sigh.
This is all very new, and well, you've surely seen the circus around Leo and Caleb. I'm not sure I'm ready to subject Anna to all that.
Well, as one queer man to another, it's pretty damn cool regardless, Abby grinned. It meant a lot, that interview you guys did. Diego shoved his hands into his pockets. He didn't want to be tempted by Abby and his vision of changing the future, of being a beacon of hopeful light for others. It was hard enough being yourself, without all that extra obligation and responsibility. But after being confronted by the possibility, how did he turn away from it? Even if it meant his life as he knew it was completely changed.
We hope to do a lot more like that in the future, with the new album, Diego said.
Which, he thought, was a good way of saying they planned on continuing to be as honest as possible. Some things just might not be possible. I'm really glad to hear it, Abby said quietly. Then, clearly changing the subject, he raised his voice. Oh, look, there they are. Anna's laughing. They're having so much fun. Diego, looking up to see his new boyfriend and longtime friend and his daughter laughing together as they whipped around a big model of Dumbo, knew he had a lot to think about. Starting with, how obvious were he and Benji if Abby had figured it out in only a few hours? Plain and simple, it was a joy to spend time around Diego and his daughter. Anna was such a mini version of Diego, feeling all emotion so deeply that Benji had always loved her. How could he feel any differently when she was Diego's? One last ride before lunch, Abby announced, as they approached the ride Benji had honestly been dreading the whole morning. The teacups, with their distinctively pastel-patterned outsides and their hard bench on the inside. The bench that he'd been imagining sitting on while Diego climbed on top of him. The all-black ensemble had been a funny inside joke with Diego, but now Benji was wishing he hadn't worn such tight pants. Of course, it might actually keep his dick controlled as he suffered through the biggest threat to his self-imposed discipline yet. Diego said, shooting Benji a very knowing sideways glance. You want to ride this one with Abby, Anna? You can take one teacup, and Uncle Benji and I can take the other. Anna did not look even the tiniest bit disappointed, and eagerly clambered up into the teacup with Abby. Really? Benji said under his breath. Do you really think this is a good idea? 2 guys, 1 cup? Diego threw his head back and laughed, settling down into their own cup. Sometimes, he said, eyes twinkling, you just want to play with fire. I thought that was happening later, Benji pointed out as the ride started up. They slid together hip to hip as the ride started turning. Diego's leg was warm and firm against his own, and he was desperate to know what it would feel like, minus all the cloth separating them. Why can't it happen now? Diego teased. He reached over and covered Benji's knee with his hand, and biting his bottom lip, slid it even higher. Probably nobody could see them, and everyone was so busy enjoying the ride, Benji doubted they'd be looking into their particular teacup. Still, seeing Diego's hand on his thigh, and imagining it creeping up higher, cupping his hard cock through his jeans, right in the middle of this ride, was enough to set plenty of fires. You're so... Benji breathed out unsteadily. God, I want you. Diego smiled a little smugly, and Benji fantasized about wiping that smirk off his face with his dick. Finally, the ride slowed, and Benji took a deep breath. Need a minute? Diego asked, expression so innocent Benji could only imagine what he'd look like on his knees, all that perfect beauty, mouth open, begging for it. Just so you know, if you've cut off the circulation to my dick, Benji hissed as they climbed out of the cup, you won't be able to have any fun with it later. Diego's impudent look promised that he'd take plenty good care of it later. I'm starving, Benji announced, wrenching his attention away from Diego and every single part of his tantalizing self. What's for lunch? After lunch, Diego and Benji went on Space Mountain 3 times in a row, and then Diego solidly defeated Benji on Buzz Lightyear before they met back up with Anna and Abby. Anna had spent the last 45 minutes getting decked out from head to toe in the Princess Boutique, and when they met back up again, under the shadow of the huge castle, she twirled and giggled in excitement. "You're so beautiful, Anna Banana," Diego said, crouching low so he could take in the tiara they'd woven into her flyaway curls and the beautiful rhinestone-encrusted dress they'd dressed her in. "You're a lovely belle." "Belle," Anna repeated. "We have something for you two, remember, Anna?" Abby said, joining Benji and Anna. "You said you wanted to give your dad and uncle something." "Pwince!" Anna exclaimed loudly. "Pwince and pwince!" "What is it, Anna?" Diego asked. Abby gave him a sheepish grin as he revealed 2 gold plastic crowns. "Anna wanted to be a princess, but she wanted you to both be princes too." Diego exchanged a quick, silent look with Benji, who knelt down almost instantly afterward, watching as Anna took the crown from Abby and carefully set it on his dark head. "Pwince!" Anna cried with delight. "Papa, pwince too." After Benji seemed so pleased with his crown, what else could Diego do? He tipped his head down and let Anna crown him as well. "Pwince and pwince!" Anna shrieked, this time her voice really carrying. Diego hoped that everyone who was watching assumed they were 2 princes from neighboring kingdoms, not 2 princes who loved each other. "Where to next, Princess Anna?" Abby asked her, clearly taking a hint from Diego that it was time to move on. Anna didn't understand how things looked and didn't understand why people might judge them for being together. There was a shining innocence that radiated out of her pleased face, and Diego reached out and gave her a quick, firm hug. "Thank you, Anna Banana. I love the crown." As the afternoon continued, he half expected that Benji would take his own crown off, but it stayed, perched proudly on his head. And if they got a handful more searching looks from passers-by, Diego tried to brush it off. It would be fine. They were just 2 friends out with a young girl having a good time. By 4, Anna was drooping big time, and Diego reluctantly called the day short. As they returned to the VIP building, he couldn't thank Abby enough for the time he'd spent or how kind he'd been to Anna. "It was the best time," Diego said. "Anna, Benji and I can't thank you enough." This time he was ready ahead of time, with a few $100 bills curled in his fist so he could give Abby a tip worthy of his service. But when he tried to pass him the money, Abby just shook his head. "It's all taken care of," Abby said, calmly and infuriatingly. Benji grinned, and Diego had a feeling that during the last diaper change had been when Benji had taken care of it. By the time they pulled out of the Disney parking lot, Anna was already asleep in her car seat, snoring delicately away between them. "Thank you," Diego said, even though the 2 words felt insufficient. "You were the best security guard in the world." But Benji just shrugged, continuing to act like the incredible thing he'd planned for them today was routine and no big deal. "Anna deserves a good time, and so do you." Diego grinned. "Trying to win over my favor for when the epic band battles begin this week?" "A little. And maybe just trying to win you over, period," Benji said softly. The partition was up, so Diego did what he'd been craving all day. He reached over and gripped Benji's hand in his own, squeezing gently. "You realize you've already done that," Diego admitted. I'm 100% in this. 110%, to be honest." "Me too," Benji said, and his heart was in his eyes as they gazed at each other. "I can't wait to get home." "Yeah, a little eager for later?" Diego asked with a smirk. He leaned over. "I'll admit it, I am too." Chapter 10. When they finally pulled up into the driveway, Diego carefully unbuckled Anna's car seat, but she woke up when he carried her into the house. "We should get something for dinner," Diego said to Benji as he set her into her playpen. "You good with pizza?" Benji shrugged. "Why not? I've got some beer too around here someplace. We can eat out on the terrace after I get Anna to eat something." Except that by the time Diego called in the order, found the beers in the fridge, and returned to the living room, where Benji was playing with Anna, she'd fallen asleep again. "Maybe I should just take her to bed. Her mom's going to be here early tomorrow to get her, so it's not like I was going to be able to sleep in anyway," Diego grumbled. "It's up to you," Benji murmured quietly. "But she does seem pretty wiped out." "A lot of excitement for one day," Diego admitted. Carefully, he picked her up and started toward the stairs. "Pizza should be here in a few minutes, if you don't mind taking care of it. My wallet's on the counter." Benji rolled his eyes. "Like, I don't have the cash to pay for a pizza." Between the two of them, they could probably pay for 1,000,000 pizzas, but that wasn't the point. "Just don't argue, okay?" Diego hissed. "I'll be back down soon." 15 minutes later, when he came back downstairs, Anna successfully sleeping in her bed, the living room was quiet. Benji had flipped off the main light and turned on one of the side lamps, as well as the recessed terrace lighting. Mood lighting, Diego's suddenly uncooperative brain supplied. Anna was sleeping dead to the world upstairs. An earthquake probably wouldn't even disturb her. They could do anything they wanted here downstairs. The knowledge trembled through Diego. Benji appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, carrying 2 bottles of beer. "Everything good with Anna?" "Yeah, she's done for. Barely even woke up as I put her pajamas on. Did the pizza come? I thought I heard the doorbell." "On the counter in the kitchen," Benji said. He set the beers down on the side table by the light. "I even used your money, you stickler." Diego shot him an apologetic glance as he approached. "It's just you took care of today, and I know that wasn't cheap." He'd half expected Benji to stop once he bumped up against Diego's personal space bubble, but instead he kept coming, crowding Diego further until his back hit the wall in the living room. "Are you hungry?" Benji asked. His words were straightforward, but the look in his eyes as he gazed down was hot and tangled Diego's insides. "For food?" Diego's voice came out high and squeaky as Benji leaned closer, plastering his body against Diego's. "Not particularly." "Good." He hadn't known Benji, one of his very oldest friends and always overflowing with sweet kindness, could look that darkly hungry. It was like once they'd acknowledged it the other night, he'd stopped trying to stifle it. And Diego realized that he didn't even want to stop it. He wanted it to pour out of Benji until they were both caught and consumed by the flood of desire. Benji leaned down, and in his kiss was all the desperation and the longing he'd been suffering from. Diego returned it, all of it, slanting his mouth hungrily over Benji's, hands coasting over all his body, all those incredible muscles that he'd been dying to touch forever. Slipping behind the wall, Benji's hands coasted down his back, and then slid lower, and then lower still, until one breathless moment they were cupping Diego's ass and pulling him even closer. Air seemed overrated, and stopping felt impossible. Diego gripped the hem of Benji's t-shirt and separated their mouths only for the half a second it took to yank it over his head. Then his hands were all over his biceps and his forearms and his pecs, reveling in the way Benji's heart thumped fast under his palms. Years and years ago, Diego had envisioned that when they finally came together, it would be like this, all driving, undeniable heat. He'd never believed that either of them would take that final, irrevocable step if they stopped to think at all, but it turned out he was wrong. They had thought about it. They'd even fucking talked about it, and were both still here. Both still just as committed to making this work. Benji pulled back for a moment, panting breaths against Diego's lips, his fingers digging individual little bruises into Diego's ass, and asked, "Should we stop?" Diego knew what he was asking. Should they slow down? Should they do this on a bed? The couch was actually way closer. But Benji was insanely strong, and Diego knew he could easily pick him up. And there was something so perfect about having it finally happen this way, like he'd always dreamed. "No, no," Diego said breathlessly. "Just like this." Benji made an amused, aroused sound, and Diego knew exactly how he felt. And knew how he felt, too. His cock hard and hot against his own, those insanely sexy jeans tight enough that Diego could feel every burning inch. "Kiss me," Diego insisted. Benji didn't need any more encouragement, lowering his head and hefting him up at the same time as Diego wrapped his legs around his waist. The feel of their cocks rubbing together sent pleasure sizzling up his nerves, and as Benji started to thrust up a little, Diego moaned into his mouth. He could feel his blood pounding in his head and his cock, and Diego knew it wouldn't take much more stimulation to nudge him over the top, especially if Benji kept kissing him like he was simultaneously the most precious thing in the world and the sexiest. Diego adjusted his grip on Benji's shoulders, and somehow the slightest adjustment felt even better. "Fuck," Diego muttered as he wrenched his mouth away, everything tied up in a knot as he throbbed, right there on the edge. "Yeah," Benji exhaled, in the grittiest, roughest voice he'd ever heard. And that was all it took for Diego to go toppling right over, his teeth sinking into the meat of Benji's shoulder. Benji yelped, and Diego felt him tense up as he came to. For a long moment, they didn't move, and everything was blissfully quiet, except for their panting breaths. Then Diego couldn't help it. He chuckled. "I always imagined it would happen like that," he admitted. Benji's eyes were still closed, his forehead resting against Diego's. "Let's do that 100 more times," Benji said with a laugh. 1,000. Diego slipped from his grip, and his feet landed back on the ground, but he still felt shaky, unmoored. "Sure, but let's take a shower first," Diego said. He reached out a hand. "Take one with me?" Diego's bathroom was a testament to excess. The rest of his house was fairly modest, despite the views from his terrace, but his bathroom was enormous. It was completely tiled, with a whole glassed-off room devoted to shower jets and an insanely huge soaking tub that was easily big enough for the entire band. If they were even into that, which Benji wasn't, not really. What he was into was standing in front of him, pulling his shirt over his head. Even in the recessed lighting of the bathroom, the rose was bright against Diego's skin. He reached over and flipped on the shower. "Or," he said, glancing back, the look in his eyes coy and warm, "we could take a bath instead." "Maybe later," Benji said. "After I'm finished with you." Diego grinned and pushed his jeans down after unbuttoning and unzipping them. He was lean and sparse, with just a little curve of his stomach that Benji wanted to fall to his knees and worship. He was gorgeous and perfect, literally everything he had ever wanted wrapped up into one irresistible package. He made a face as he started to take off his boxer briefs. "Ugh, note to self, dry humping against the wall is very sexy in the moment, and definitely not to be missed, but afterwards, sort of messy." Benji laughed as he pulled off his own jeans, followed by the sticky mess inside his briefs. He'd come less than 5 minutes ago, but he felt himself stirring at the shyly inquisitive glance Diego directed at his cock. He worked really fucking hard to look good, and so Benji felt pretty confident as he stepped past Diego and into the shower, moaning as the hot spray hit him. "You look..." Diego stood outside the shower, eyes hot and dark, hands clenched into fists. "Come in. The water's awesome," Benji said, trying not to sound too smug. Maybe if he'd known that his body was all it would take to break down Diego's reservations about their relationship, he would have stripped down a long time ago. "Just a second," Diego said, and fished a hair tie out of a bin on the counter. He pulled his hair back, and it was like flashing back in time to the first time they'd met, and there'd not been any hair to distract from that intensely gorgeous face. Just eyes and flawless nose and cheekbones that looked like they could cut diamonds. "If you ever say I have a man bun," Diego said, "I will kill you slowly and painfully." "Noted," Benji said with amusement. "Are you going to get in or not?" "Yeah, I just—" Diego took a step closer, and then another step, the spray of the shower misting over his features like a veil. "I sort of wanted to do something else." "Anything," Benji swore. "What is it? I'm not the most experienced person with this stuff, but between the two of us, I figure we can muddle our way through. If it feels anything like what that did, I think we're going to be great." "Well," Diego fidgeted again with his hair, tucking a loose strand behind his ear. Then unexpectedly went down on his knees right in front of Benji's cock, which, considering how short of a time frame it had been since he'd come last, was surprisingly interested. Diego shot him a triumphant look. "I didn't know if it would be too soon." It's clearly not," Benji said breathlessly as Diego put a steadying hand onto his thigh. "You don't. That's not required, you know." "Duh," Diego said with a chuckle. "I want to. Do you have any objections?" Benji raised an eyebrow. Just the closeness of Diego and the anticipation of what was about to happen had him half hard. "Does it look like I have any objections?" Diego laughed. "No, but I thought I'd ask anyway." Diego approached a blowjob like he approached so many other things in life, carefully and deliberately, with an exploratory enjoyment that had Benji's knees weak almost from the first experimental lick that Diego gave. "You are unfairly good at this," Benji ground out, as Diego closed his hand around the base and gave a few pumps of his hand as his tongue flickered across and around the head. "I'm definitely not going to be this good." Diego's tongue curled around the underside, and he chuckled, the vibration sending a shot of pleasure straight through to Benji's toes. They curled into the tile almost reflexively. "I don't even know what I'm doing." "Just keep not knowing what you're doing, then," Benji begged as the enticing, teasing touches continued, interspersed with moments when Diego would slide his cock into his mouth, and it felt like he'd been set on fire, from the very top of his head to the soles of his feet. Benji didn't know what Diego was comfortable with, so as much as he wanted to tangle his fingers in his hair, instead he slid his fingers against the tile and wished he could dig them in. In his wildest fantasies, he'd imagined how Diego might look on his knees with his mouth full of Benji's cock, and even though it pushed him way closer to his orgasm than he wanted, he couldn't take his eyes off the rapturous image in front of him. "You're so fucking gorgeous," Benji moaned as Diego took him deep again. "I'm going to fucking come if you keep that up." Diego did it again, and then slipped Benji's cock out of his mouth, pumping him determinedly with his beautifully slim fingers curled all the way around him. Cum spurted out of his dick, and Benji's head fell back against the tile as Diego worked him through his orgasm. "That was so fucking good," Benji exhaled, as the water washed away the evidence and helped Diego up. It had dwarfed completely any imaginary thoughts he'd once had, sending a surge of love and affection and desire through him. He leaned down and kissed Diego, and moaned as he tasted himself on Diego's tongue. Diego's cock was hard against his thigh, and it was a no-brainer to reach down. He felt Diego's whole body tremble as he wrapped his hand around it. "Feel good?" Benji murmured as Diego's face went slack with pleasure. "Your hands," Diego exhaled roughly. "Your fucking hands." Apparently that was a thing for Diego, because he came so fast, flushed and overwhelmed as Benji's hand worked him. After, they collapsed against the shower wall and let the water continue to run. "There's some nice things about being rich," Diego said philosophically, staring as the water cascaded down.
Not worrying about the utility bills is one of them.
Amen to that, Benji agreed. Finally, they went about washing themselves, and afterwards dried off with a pair of big, fluffy towels that Diego had slipped onto the towel warmer before he'd gotten in the shower. I could get used to this, Benji admitted softly as they walked downstairs naked. There was no way any of Diego's clothes were going to fit him, and his house was private enough that there wasn't a reason to try to put his own back on.
Me too,
Diego agreed. He had pulled down plates from a cupboard and was in the process of reheating the pizza from the box on the counter. Benji took a sip of his beer and didn't even care if it had gone warm and a little flat. It felt good slipping down his parched throat. It was a long time coming. He hesitated. Any regrets? Glancing over at him, Diego's glance was warm.
None whatsoever. You?
Benji shrugged. When it comes down to it, being with you is everything I ever wanted. Things got in the way for a while, but now it all feels very clear. Setting the plate of pizza down, Diego put his hands against the edge of the counter and gave a helpless little laugh.
I thought so too, just today. I looked over at you with Anna and thought, why can't it be this way all the time? Was it really so hard to figure out what we wanted? Or were we just scared?
Benji set down his beer and walked over, smoothing a hand down Diego's bare back, reveling in the texture and feel of his skin. It was hard to believe that he was really allowed to touch him like this now, but he was. I think we were scared, and there were a lot of good reasons. Reasons that seemed fairly legitimate at the time, keeping us from just acting on our feelings. I mean, watching Leo and Caleb made it hard to believe that this was a good path to try just for the hell of it. And by the time we realized it wasn't just sex or whatever, by the time we realized it was more, it was too late.
Yeah,
Diego said, looking up at him lovingly.
You said it perfectly. It seemed like a lot to risk, in case it wasn't something. But it was. It still is.
He paused, and Benji swore he felt his skin tremble under his touch.
I love you, you know. In case you didn't already know.
It shouldn't have been a big deal. They'd felt this way for so damn long, but it was still everything to hear Diego say it. I love you too, Benji said softly. I'm in love with you, in case there was any reason to doubt it.
I don't. I really, really don't,
Diego said, and he was glowing. The most stunning sight that Benji had ever seen. He glanced back down at the pizza.
Do we really need to eat this? He grinned. Are you even hungry?
Benji laughed. Actually, this time, yes. I'm hungry for more than you, but I'm following what you're laying down. Just need to find the energy first. Diego's eyes twinkled.
Then eat up, baby.
The knock on the door came way too fucking early.
I'm just going to ignore it,
Diego thought blearily, as he rolled back over and slid an arm around the warm, muscled body next to his. He wanted to stay here, in this nearly too hot cocoon. The knocking continued, but Diego buried his head in the pillow and slipped back into a pleasantly dreamless sleep. A few minutes later, his phone rang shrilly, startling him out of sleep again.
What?
Benji moaned, turning over. What is that?
I think,
Diego said, carefully picking through what was left of the mush in his brain after practically a whole night of orgasms.
I think that might be Vicky, and she's here to pick up Anna.
Your ex-wife? That Vicky? Benji mumbled. Diego moaned as he slid out of bed and reached blindly for a pair of boxers, only to not find anything. That was right. They had gone to bed naked last night. He shuffled over to a drawer and pulled on a new pair and a discarded T-shirt from the top of his hamper.
Do you even know another Vicky?
Benji grinned at him goofily, all that bare skin unbearably attractive against Diego's sheets.
I'm not even sure I know my own name anymore. Pausing in the doorway, his phone ringing again, and the pounding on the front door becoming louder by the moment, Diego wasn't sure he could actually physically leave Benji in his bed alone. What he should do was go downstairs and deal with Vicky, who was sure to be pissed that he was ignoring her. Co-parenting gracefully was a challenge, and he knew he shouldn't do anything to fuck up the careful balance they had going on right now. Except Benji was still there, still grinning like a loon, like the happiness bubbling out of him couldn't be contained. One more kiss, he bargained with himself, and crossed over to the bed, climbing half on top of it, reaching out for Benji. He came easily, putting one of those big, sexy as fuck hands on Diego's neck, coaxing him even a little closer as their mouths moved together. His skin felt chapped from the scruff on Benji's face, but he'd take a lot more discomfort if he could have even more of this. It was actually Benji who pulled back first. "You should probably go let her in," he said reluctantly. "I don't want her to come up with any reasons to hate me." "Or me," Diego said ruefully. He slid backwards off the bed, not looking back as he walked out of the bedroom, because if he had, he still wasn't sure if he could have left. Vicky was standing on the front step, arms crossed over her chest, a perturbed frown on her face. Diego blinked blearily in the early morning sunshine and hoped he didn't look too much like he'd spent all night making out with Benji. "What the hell?" Vicky said, annoyed edge to her voice as she elbowed a still dazed Diego out of the way. "Didn't you hear me knocking? You knew I was coming early this morning. That was part of our agreement when you said you wanted to keep her overnight." She paused, clearly just taking in his lack of clothing, and then at the expression on his face. "She's not even up, is she? Did you both just wake up?" Objectively, Diego knew he needed to tell her that it wasn't just Anna upstairs, and that yes, they had just woken up, and he had no idea what Anna was doing. But sudden embarrassment closed off his throat and made it very hard to confess the truth. Their divorce had been amicable. She had known pretty much the whole time he was in love with Benji. But that didn't mean she wanted to see him upstairs, naked in the bed she'd once shared with Diego. He should want to save her from that. But instead he felt frozen, and even a little annoyed at the obtrusion real life was making in an otherwise perfect morning. Diego said, and Vicky threw up her hands in frustration. "You are the worst in the morning," Vicky said, heading toward the stairs. He knew when she froze on the third step that she must have seen something she wasn't expecting. And yeah, that definitely would be something she wasn't expecting, as Benji was standing at the top of the stairs, shirtless, with his jeans on but unbuttoned. He looked like walking, talking, dreaming sex, and Diego wasn't sure if Vicky's sudden speechlessness was because she was shocked that they'd finally done something about their mutual feelings, or because Benji was so fucking hot. "Well," Vicky said, and she didn't sound mad exactly, but she clearly wasn't happy either. "This explains a lot of things." "I would tell you it's not what it looks like," Diego said weakly. "But it's exactly what it looks like." Vicky shot him a darkly amused look. "No shit." Benji started down the stairs, and God, Diego wished Vicky was not standing right fucking there, because there were things he wanted to do to him right now. "I checked on Anna," Benji said softly, apologetically. "She's still sleeping." A complex look crossed over Vicky's face, but Benji was someone she couldn't help but trust. He was one of Diego's closest friends, but Anna was still her daughter, and Diego knew she was struggling with how territorial she deserved to be. Sometimes it didn't matter if something wasn't technically wrong, you didn't like it anyway. "I should go get her up and ready to go," Vicky said, her voice so completely neutral he knew it was on purpose. He was going to get an earful later, and he wasn't looking forward to it. "I can do it," Diego argued, but Vicky shot him a look. "You've done plenty," Vicky said. "Clearly." And she stomped up the stairs, shooting Benji another undecipherable look as she passed him on the landing. Benji came down, looking apologetic.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get in the middle of that. Diego sighed. You were in the middle of it from the first kiss, though frankly, probably a lot longer than that. It's not going to be easy for anyone. I don't want to make anything harder for you. Not with Anna, Benji said, reaching out and touching Diego's shoulder. It'll be fine. I think she was just surprised. She's known, probably longer than I have, that I was in love with you. She's not mad, not really. I hope not, though I wouldn't blame her if she was, Benji said. What are you doing today? Errands, Diego grumbled. Since the rest of the week and the weekend is going to be booked up with the studio and the album. Yeah, me too, Benji said. Jay called me 3 times already this morning, but unlike you, I put my phone on silent. He grinned. Maybe I should take that as a compliment, that I had you so distracted you didn't even remember to do that. It wouldn't have helped, Diego admitted. Vicky's an exception. Right, because of Anna. Benji's smile faded. Last night, it was perfect, Diego said softly, reaching out and cupping Benji's cheek. I wouldn't change a single moment of it. But today is real life. Yeah, I get that, Benji said. I'm going to go upstairs and get dressed. Leave you two to it. You don't have to leave, Diego said as he followed him up the stairs. We could get breakfast. Benji's expression was soft and regretful as he pulled on his t-shirt, tucking his sunglasses into the collar. You should really talk to her. Don't make this harder. It's tough enough leaving you. We'll see each other tomorrow, Diego said, trying to imbue some hope into his voice. But he knew it wouldn't be the same. The whole band would be there, and this thing was so new between them, he wasn't sure he wanted everyone to know how close they'd gotten. Right, Benji said. But Diego knew he was thinking the same thing. We'll figure it out. Vicky appeared in the doorway. Anna and I are about ready to go, she said, and her voice had dropped a few degrees. If I could talk to you for a moment, Diego. That's my cue, Benji murmured, and leaning over, brushed a kiss over Diego's cheek and walked past Vicky out the doorway. You didn't have to do that, Diego said, moving to his dresser and pulling out a pair of loose sweats. We haven't done anything wrong. I know, Vicky said, and when he glanced up, her expression had softened. I'm sorry, it's a little weird for me. I'm going to have to get used to the fact that you have someone new in your life. Well, someone old, but in a new way, and that Benji will be spending a lot more time with Anna. He doesn't have to, Diego said, but already knew he wouldn't be happy if that was what Vicky decided she wanted. No, he's going to be your partner, I guess we'll call it, Vicky said. You're Anna's father. You have rights, too. It's not like I don't like him, she sighed. I guess part of me regrets just how much you've always liked him. Guilt swamped Diego. What had he been thinking all those years ago? Marrying someone who wasn't Benji and then having a child with her? It had been unbearably selfish to think he could make those choices all while in love with someone else. I'm sorry, Diego said quietly. You know how sorry I am. But I can't be sorry that we had Anna, no matter how hard it is. Vicky smiled, sad and regretful. It won't be hard. Just give me some time. That's all I ask. I need to get used to it again. All the time you need, Diego said. You know I'm going to be swamped the next few weeks with the recording sessions. Yeah, Vicky said uncertainly. Come say goodbye to your daughter. Chapter 11. Benji should have known better than to assume he and Diego could keep their new relationship a secret from the people who knew them the best. They hadn't even planned on walking into the studio together, but of course they'd pulled into the parking lot at nearly the exact same time. Diego smiled, friendly, but with an edge of something sweeter and more private, as Benji had approached his Tesla. It made him want to kidnap Diego and spirit him away to a completely private bubble where real life couldn't interfere. But the other members of Star Shadow had been partially convinced by Benji to be here, Leo, and some of them had gone through hell and back to be part of the band again, Caleb, and they all deserved to make the most of this chance. Benji, who'd latched on to this resurrected chance and held on for dear fucking life, was surprised that suddenly it meant less than it had before. Sophie had told him that he'd been needing to find a better work-life balance, but Benji was sure that while this was exactly what she'd meant, she wouldn't be quite as calm as Vicky about it.
"You ready for this?" Diego asked, shoving his hands into the pockets of his jeans. Benji understood the impulse. There wasn't anything he wanted as much as he wanted to reach out and touch.
"If you'd asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have told you yes," Benji said slowly. "But now, I kind of want to run away." Diego raised an eyebrow. "With you," Benji confessed, because although he'd never considered himself particularly sappy, Diego brought out the impulse in him like nothing else ever had. Diego's smile was rare and beautiful as the man himself.
"I'd go with you, but unfortunately I think we're committed here."
"Yeah, we are. Doesn't change what I really want," Benji admitted shyly.
"Me either," Diego said conspiratorially. "But there's nothing stopping us later, no matter how long it takes."
So it happened that as they walked into the studio, they not only did it together, like they were together, but with an unspoken air of permanence floating around them, tying them together forever. "Hey, look at this!" Max screeched from his perch on a tall stool in the corner of the producing booth outside the studio. "Look who finally got their shit together." Benji and Diego exchanged looks. Maybe if they admitted it, they could move on with less fanfare. Caleb glanced up from where he was having a hushed conversation with Leo. "Congrats, guys," he said warmly, with a big smile on his face, like he was genuinely, truly happy for them. And Benji believed he was. Caleb was the sweetest, most generous soul, which had made everything that happened to him even more unfair. "Shit," Leo said. "Who won the bet?" Benji groaned. "Do not tell me that you had a bet going. Not after you got so pissed when we bet on you two." "Oh, this bet long predated your little bet about Caleb and me. This bet is from August 2009. That's nearly 10 years exactly." "Oh my God, I forgot about the bet," Max exclaimed, nearly falling off his stool. "I think I have it somewhere, probably buried in a mound of paperwork." "You guys are the worst," Diego said, but his amused tone made it very clear that he didn't mean it. In fact, he probably meant the opposite. "I don't know how long it took you guys to realize you were meant for each other," Leo started to say, and Caleb inserted an amused, "a long-ass time," while Leo shot him a half-hearted glare. "However," Leo continued primly, "we've known for a fucking long time. Almost 10 years, it turns out." "Why don't we just say the bet is null and void?" Benji suggested. "But where's the fun in that?" Leo grumbled. "I'm going to look for it tonight," Max announced. "I'm sure I wouldn't throw that paper away. Not after our rehearsals earlier this year." "Yeah," Caleb said slowly. "Do you mean when they looked like they wanted to eat each other alive? Or are you talking about a different time?" "Are you done yet?" Benji asked. Diego was blushing, and while it was absolutely adorable on him, he was so private he wouldn't want his personal life dissected like this. "Just wait until I tell Felix," Max said. "Do not tell me he was in on it," Diego said. Max shrugged, making it very clear that yes, Leo's younger brother had definitely been in on the bet. 10 years ago, Felix was 13, Benji ground out. "Did he even understand what you guys were betting about?" Leo rolled his eyes. "He's the one who suggested it." "Oh my God," Diego said. "That's even worse." "Okay, that's enough about the bet," Benji announced. "We have a lot to get done, things to talk about, and some music to record." "Yeah,"
Max inserted slyly. You write any more poignant songs full of longing about Diego that you want to share with the class? Actually, no, Benji said. I talked to my agent, and he wasn't sure I can get anything I wrote over the last year. Anyone else? I wrote something, Max offered. And that was unusual, because while Max was undeniably the most musical of the fivesome, he didn't often write music. Over the break, I went to Ireland with Ed, Max said, and we wrote something I think would work for us if we rocked it up a bit. Only Max would casually refer to Ed Sheeran as Ed. Let's hear it, Benji said, and Max whipped out his phone. Hook it up to the main speakers, Leo whined. Phone sound never does anything justice. It's rough, Max said, and he sounded uncharacteristically hesitant. I think we were both drunk when we recorded it, and, he added, it's not exactly going to fit with our theme. Leo shot him a look. Do you know how happy I'm going to be to drop that theme shit? Fucking ecstatic. It's you and Ed Sheeran, Benji said. How bad could it be? He took the phone from Max and hooked it up to the main studio speakers. It turned out that Benji was right, and it wasn't bad at all. In fact, a hush fell across the room as the lyrics echoed so much of what they'd all felt the last year. Each of them had struggled over the last 10 years, some of them more than others, but they'd made it through the hard times, past the failure and the depression and addiction and stagnant career paths. They'd made it to the other side, and that was what this song celebrated. It's perfect, Diego said, as the last note faded. A perfect song for us. Thank you, Max. Send a text and tell Ed, too. He deserves to know. Benji glanced over at Diego, who usually wasn't ever the first one to speak in these situations. He was almost always the guy who stood back and let everyone else hash something out first. The song must have really touched a chord in him. Frankly, he'd heard more than one throat clearing as the lyrics hit them all hard and true, right in the place that mattered. Caleb hung his head, and Leo rubbed his back, murmuring something in his ear as he leaned over his boyfriend. It's beautiful, Max. Benji was really not used to being the last one to speak, but he still wasn't confident that he could get words out without bursting into some embarrassing waterworks. He could pretend that his new thing with Diego was what had him so emotional, but it was also this day. The last time they'd come together for the tour rehearsals, they'd all been so unsure of each other, and of Caleb especially. They'd been hurt, and still hurting. But the tour had healed so many wounds, and today felt like the first day of their future. And Max, somehow, had managed to put all of that into words. Music will need to be changed up some, Benji finally muttered, his voice still gravelly. But it's solid. A great song. Thanks, guys, Max said, grinning from ear to ear. I'll pass that on to Ed. He knew I was struggling with this one and stepped in and told me I was fucking crazy to doubt myself. You are fucking crazy, Leo muttered. I heard that, Max said, but he was still smiling. You'd better watch yourself, because I heard Felix was moving in with you. Yeah, about that. Leo shifted from one foot to the other and looked nervous. I was thinking maybe we should hire him? Your brother? That Felix? Diego asked. Of course that Felix, Leo said in disbelief. He wants to come down to L.A., and I don't know, I thought we could use the help. Things have changed. The label and the new management company have a lot less power, but that also means we need to make more decisions ourselves, and it might be nice to have someone looking out for our interests and helping to make some of those. But it would need to really be someone we trusted, and someone we knew really well. Felix seemed like a natural choice. It wasn't a bad idea. In fact, Benji was sort of annoyed he hadn't thought of it first. Yeah, Leo said to Benji. I would have asked you first, but you were sort of deep in it. I was afraid I'd catch you balls deep. Diego blushed again, and Benji was afraid his own face was a lot hotter than normal. Yeah, that seems about accurate, Caleb added.
Benji didn't know how to phrase what they were doing. Finally getting to enjoy the benefits of falling madly in love, taking it slow, learning how to be partners, all of the above? "You're good," Max said, reaching over and patting him on the arm. "We get it." "Yeah, you're really good at this, but so are we," Leo said. "Let us take point on some stuff. You don't have to do it all, always, Benji." "You mean let Felix handle some of it," Benji said. "That, and some of us, too. I know we talked about co-producing, but I think we should all be producing this album. We have the chops, and it takes the pressure off somewhat." Benji nodded slowly. It was another really good idea. Leo, head clear for the first time in 5 years, the love of his life returned to him whole and sober, was finding his footing again, and it was fucking fantastic to see. Benji remembered a time when he'd struggled to get Leo to even leave the house to go to the grocery store. "So, Felix is in. I'll let him know." "I'll handle the contract," Benji inserted, then shot Leo an apologetic look. "He's your brother. You're going to negotiate the worst contract in the world with him." "Yeah, this is Felix we're talking about," Max added. "He's terrifyingly smart." "Fine, we'll let Benji handle Felix's contract," Leo muttered. "Any objections to a 5-way producing credit?" Benji asked, and got 4 headshakes in response. "Great. Another item off the list I didn't even know anything about." "Sorry," Leo yelped. "You were just—" "Apparently balls deep the last 2 weeks," Benji retorted dryly. "I got that." He paused. "Anyone ready to play? Because I definitely feel like it's long past time to get to work." "I think Caleb should take the lead on the chorus," Leo said, because 1, he adored Caleb, and 2, Max had basically written the song for him. The problem was that Diego didn't necessarily agree that Caleb's voice fit the sound they were developing layer by layer and instrument by instrument for this new song. And, Diego thought, the new sound for Star Shadow. The poppy punk they'd always relied on wasn't as fresh and felt too young for them now. It was time for their sound to grow up just as they had as people. But should he say something? Diego always struggled with confrontation, and Leo, flush with love, wasn't necessarily any less argumentative than a Leo who was missing the fuck out of his ex. He glanced up and met Benji's gaze. From the look on his face, he agreed, but just like Diego, he wasn't sure he wanted to tackle Leo on this one. What decided him was that he'd hated how he felt after he and Benji had talked about Violet. He'd wished the last few days that he'd stuck to his belief that the song had another life in it. Diego took a deep breath. "I get why you're suggesting it," he said quietly, "but I'm not sure I agree." "Really?" Leo said archly. "It needs a smoother voice with a little more drive behind it. Something more mainstream pop." "Is that what we're doing now?" Max wondered out loud. "We've been headed that way for a long time," Benji added. "It's time our sound matured a little, don't you think? We can't always be railing against the proletariat." Leo rolled his eyes. "When did we ever rail against the proletariat?" "I thought punk was technically anti-establishment," Caleb added in, his voice apologetic. Diego would have to be a lot blinder to miss the look he shot his boyfriend, but Leo wasn't the type to drop anything, and not especially something important to him like this. "I mean, if we're getting technical, we weren't ever anti-proletariat, and we definitely weren't ever anti-establishment," Max said wryly. 110% not the latter. We were basically the fucking definition of establishment." "Yeah," Leo muttered. "Heteronormativity and all." "To get back to the actual subject," Diego said, adopting a firmer tone. Adopting Benji's firm tone, actually, though he'd not enjoy admitting it. "I think Benji should lead the song. Benji and Leo." "I write songs. I don't lead songs," Leo said instantly, like this was the only roadblock to Diego's suggestion. "Maybe you should," Diego said. "I've said forever that your voice is the most unusual in the band, and that is a compliment before anyone gets their panties in a twist,
and we should take advantage of that. Combine you with Benji, who has the smoothest, most even, most pop delivery, and it'll be dynamite." "I don't like it," Leo muttered. The problem with suggesting they all co-produce the album was that this was exactly the sort of thing that Leo or Benji would have passed authority on before, but now couldn't, because it had to be a unanimous decision. And Diego had made it as clear as he could that he wasn't just going to roll over and let Leo steamroll him on this. "You don't have to like it," Benji said, "but Diego is right." Leo shot him a withering look. "Yeah, we all know why you think so." "Right, like we all know why you wanted Caleb to lead the song. Same reason, right?" Diego challenged Leo, who finally had to nod his agreement. "I think we need to agree to always do the right thing for the band, not just because of who we're sleeping with. It wasn't always a problem, but it's becoming more of one now." Leo looked like he was about to protest, but Caleb put a hand on his arm. "You know he's right, babe." "Yeah, okay, about the decisions thing, but about this song? I don't think so. I don't lead choruses, even with Benji." "But Diego's right there, too. You should be. They convinced you that your voice wasn't good enough, but they were so fucking wrong." Caleb didn't need to explain who they were, because they all knew. The nameless, faceless label executives who had suggested more than once that Leo should always be moved to the back of the mix. They'd wanted a smooth, homogeneous sound, the same way they wanted a bunch of heterosexual boys who'd appeal to the teenage girl demographic. Leo had been too different, and they hadn't liked that. But now, differences were something they should be embracing, not hiding. "Why don't we just try it once or twice?" Diego suggested. "See how it goes." "Just the keyboards start on the first chorus, then Max comes in," Benji added. Midway through the first chorus, as Leo and Benji sang together, Diego felt rightness swell sweetly inside him, and from the expression on Leo's face as they finished, he was feeling it too. "We'll have Caleb alone take the bridge," Benji said in the sudden quiet after the sound of the song faded from the speakers. "It'll sit really well with his voice. You good with that, Diego?" Diego was too busy doing a happy little dance of joy inside to catch what he said. "Diego?" Benji repeated with a patient smile. "You with us?" "He's too busy gloating that he was right," Leo muttered, but didn't exactly sound all that disappointed either. Yes, I was," Diego retorted, "because gloating is something you wouldn't know anything about at all." They all laughed. By the fourth or fifth run-through, the song was shaping up beautifully, Max adding little flourishes on the drums. Diego had the melody down well enough that he could steal a glance or two over in Benji's direction. He'd bitten his lip in concentration, adding in a second guitar part during the bridge as Caleb sang. And it was all so different, so completely opposite of how it had been the last time they'd come together again, that his throat closed up, for the second time today. Sometimes you were hit by a very abrupt realization that you were in exactly the right place, with the right people, doing the perfect thing, and Diego felt it in that moment. Even though it was only the first day, he knew they'd found their first song for the new album. It was still tough not to head outside for a smoke during studio breaks. It wasn't even the draw of the cigarettes anymore, which he'd painfully quit during the tour, but the chance to get some fresh air and take a breather from the pressure cooker of emotions and ambitions brewing in the studio. Diego decided that he was going outside anyway, and leaned against the side of the building, tipping back his head and letting the bright afternoon sun wash over him. When he heard footsteps approaching, he didn't move, because he already knew who it was. "Hey," Benji said softly. "Needed a break?" "You have no idea," Diego said wryly. "I forgot what it was like, all those personalities in one room, sometimes fighting each other, sometimes fighting for each other." "You did good, though, earlier," Benji said, taking the spot next to him on the wall, their knees brushing together. Maybe someday it wouldn't send a jolt of electricity sparking through him, but today he still felt it, like a jolt right up his spine. "I got why Leo wanted Caleb to lead. He used to lead all the time, and this song could very well end up being personal for him. But it wasn't the best choice. If I'm going to go through the pain and suffering of having a co-producer credit on this album, then I want to have my share of say." "It was the right call," Benji said reassuringly. "I'm just proud that you said it. You don't often get involved in those decisions, even though you've got one of the best ears in the room." Diego glanced over, and Benji was grinning at him. "You really think so? You're not just saying that because you're, as Leo would say, balls deep?" "Fuck no," Benji said. "Like, I'd lie to you about something as important as that." Diego hadn't thought he would, but it was still nice to hear the complete denial in Benji's voice. He wouldn't, not ever, not about something as important as music. And nothing had ever been as important to Benji as music. It was why Diego still believed he had a chance to change his mind about Violet. Now wasn't the right time, but Diego was watching and waiting for it, and he had no intention of letting it pass him by. "Maybe I'll even bring in a song," Diego said offhandedly. He meant Violet, of course, even though that really wasn't a song he'd written, merely rearranged. But Benji lit up like the 4th of July. "You should. I would love to hear what you've written," Benji said. And it was hard to face the worshipful look in his eye and know Diego was kind of lying to him. Yeah, he did have songs he could bring into the studio that were in fact 100% his, but they weren't nearly as good as the Violet rearrangement. That was something special, if he could only convince Benji of that fact. "Maybe," Diego said noncommittally. Now he was going to have to actually dig something out of his pile of half-finished crap and bring it in. Why had he even opened his mouth and said anything? Violet. That's why. "And I know," Diego continued, because if he didn't change the subject, he might be tempted into bringing Violet up again, and he knew it wasn't the right time. "You have tons of songs that you didn't ever mean to record for your solo album, tons of rejects. There might be something there that we can use as a group that didn't work for you alone." "You want to come over and help me find something?" Benji said, leaning a little closer, close enough now for their shoulders to touch. "We'll probably be wrapped up in a few hours." Diego squinted in the late afternoon sunlight. "Do you really think we'd spend any time picking out a song?" "No," Benji grinned sheepishly. "But you should come over anyway." "Okay," Diego said, hoping the casual tone he'd adopted hid the tremor in his voice. It was still so new and revelatory that they could actually do all the things he'd spent years imagining. Chapter 12. Their studio session broke up, just as Benji predicted, a few hours later. "I'm tired," Leo had said crossly, half collapsed against the sofa and half collapsed against Caleb. "I can't play another note or fix another line. I need a burger and a bed." They'd all agreed to meet tomorrow at noon and had gone their separate ways. At least it had seemed that way. Diego, who hadn't been surprised by the reaction of their bandmates and hadn't exactly disliked it either, still took an alternate route to Benji's house instead of just following behind him. He wasn't ashamed, exactly, and he wasn't trying to keep their relationship a secret, but he also didn't want it to become a big deal. Leo and Caleb were always the big deal. They'd been that way from the beginning, and nothing much had changed, even with a 5-year separation. Diego wasn't the kind of guy who wanted to shove his relationship into everyone's face, either accidentally or on purpose. And even though they hadn't necessarily discussed it, Benji didn't seem to want to either. The whole balls deep comment had been uncomfortable enough, even if it had been a tiny bit amusing. Still, just the thought was enough to make Diego squirm in the seat as he drove to Benji's. And not entirely because he was embarrassed. He wouldn't have minded if their teasing was a little more in line with reality. Because even though they'd fooled around plenty 2 nights ago, they hadn't done that. And at the time, it hadn't been a very big deal. They were just figuring stuff out. Neither of them had very much experience, and in Diego's case, basically none. But now, Diego wanted. But with that in mind, he made one additional stop on his way to Benji's house. When he finally pulled in the drive, Benji was sitting on the front stoop, a bottle of beer dangling from his fingertips.
You took the long way? Benji said as Diego got out of the car. Or did you get lost? Diego's hands and his voice weren't quite steady as he approached Benji, but he reminded himself that being clear and upfront was always easier. In their case, it would have saved years and probably 2 failed marriages. I thought it was rude to come to someone's house empty-handed, he said. Benji hadn't caught on, though, and still looked calmly amused. What did you bring me, then? He asked. Pulling the box out of his pocket, Diego tossed it toward Benji, who caught it mid-air after setting his beer down. Oh. Benji seemed speechless, and Diego wondered if maybe they should have talked about this first before he went and bought condoms. His fingers clenched around the cardboard, crumpling it a bit. I guess I didn't expect you to stop for condoms. Benji paused. I had some delivered last week. Diego raised an eyebrow. Last week? Awfully presumptuous of you, don't you think? He teased, trying to lighten the mood. Benji had swung between surprise and awkwardness since the condom reveal, and Diego was having trouble getting a read on whether the surprise was good or not good. I didn't want to presume, actually, Benji said. I thought it was better to be prepared for anything. When it came to you, that is. He blushed, and Diego smiled. Good surprise, then. So you're not upset that I got these, then? Diego said, tapping the box, and then reaching down to steal Benji's beer, taking a swig, and then another one. Upset? Yeah, definitely not. We can do whatever you want. Benji blushed again, even redder this time. I don't have a lot of experience, but I've done lots of research. Research? While porn wasn't on the list of things that personally turned to Diego on, the idea of Benji watching it, all in the name of figuring out what to do with him, that was hot as hell. Not just porn, though there was some porn in there too, Benji admitted. But I meant it. We can do whatever you want. I'm open for anything. Diego reached out a hand and helped Benji up from the stoop, finishing the beer in one big gulp. Then we should go inside, because there's lots of things that I want, and we can't do any of them out here without probably getting arrested. It was Benji's house, but Diego had been in it dozens and dozens of times. Had crashed on the couch, on the floor, and even occasionally in one of the luxuriously appointed guest suites on the second floor. But Benji's master bedroom was on the main floor, just off the front hallway, and took up almost half of the house. It was easy enough to take Benji inside, and then, instead of even pretending he was there for anything else, guide them toward the bedroom versus the kitchen or the veranda or the living room. If they spent even 5 minutes acting like Diego was there to look at music, then he might lose his nerve, and he really didn't want to. What he wanted was to use the condoms, Diego thought as the idea swelled, making his stomach even shakier than it had been even a minute prior. You're on a mission, Benji said, as they rounded the corner to the bedroom, and Diego walked right over to the bed, setting the empty beer bottle on the glass-topped nightstand. I want you, Diego murmured, and using the hand he already held, pulled Benji closer. I've wanted you for years and years and years. He figured that was a better version than, I've had a dildo that's basically had your name on it for the last few years. Benji's eyes were wide and dark as they stared into Diego's. Some of that research, he said softly, his hands reaching up to smooth Diego's hair back. Some of that research happened long before this summer. Long before I could have ever hoped this would happen. Diego thought of all the years he'd spent using Benji as his main masturbation material. Should he confess that now? Should he ever confess that at all? He was afraid Benji would think it was weird. But then this was also Benji, and he was the person Diego trusted most. He told Leo. The only difference with telling Benji was it was also about Benji. My research was a little more hands-on, Diego said, and watched as Benji's eyes went wide. Only then did he realize that was not only the wrong thing to say, it wasn't even close to accurate. My hands, Diego corrected quickly.
Porn really isn't my type of thing, so I did do a little research for safety's sake, and then practiced on myself." Somehow Benji's eyes grew even wider, but Diego forged ahead anyway. "I might have used you for my spank bank material for a long time, too," he admitted. "It was easier to fantasize about you than it was to do anything else." "About me?" Benji squeaked. Diego barely held back his eye roll. All that and fantasizing about him was what Benji had gotten out of it? Maybe talking was overrated. Maybe sharing was overrated. Maybe what they needed was a little less verbal and a little more physical. So Diego reached up and wrapped his arms around Benji's neck, and right before he kissed him said, "It's always been about you." The bed was right there, so the kiss remained vertical for only a brief moment. Then Diego was on the bed and Benji was right there, shoving his shoes off and climbing right over Diego, mouth slanting over his with just as much passionate determination as Diego remembered from the other night. They kissed for long, hot minutes, briefly breaking apart to do imperative, important actions like pull Benji's t-shirt off so Diego could sink his fingertips into the lean, hard muscle of his shoulders. Then suddenly, Benji pulled back and sat on his haunches. Diego barely resisted whining and reaching for him insistently. Why had he gone so far away? "Let me make sure we understand each other so there's no confusion, no misunderstandings," Benji said, his voice low and desperate. "You want me to use those condoms, and you want me to fuck you." Slowly, Diego nodded. If Benji was in search of complete clarity and communication, he was afraid of what question might be next. "And," Benji continued, "have you ever done this before?" Diego squirmed. There was something so incredibly lovable and trustworthy about a person who wanted to make sure that he had your complete consent, and that he never misunderstood what you wanted. But Benji's insistence also demanded transparency. "I've not with another person, not..." Diego took a deep, unsteady breath. "I've only ever had sex with one person." He might have been able to leave the second part out, but that would be like repaying all of Benji's honesty with a lie of omission, and that wasn't the way to do this, no matter how terrifying it was to admit the truth finally. The truth dawned on Benji gradually, and Diego could see the comprehension flash on his face as he figured it out. "You only slept with Vicky." It was even tougher to admit this part, with Benji staring him down, chest still rising and falling like they were in the middle of a particularly blazing makeout session. Diego imagined how he'd look fucking him. Though that was hardly the first time he'd ever had that thought, it was definitely the most visceral. "I never wanted anybody else," Diego admitted. "I only wanted you." Benji's gaze softened. Diego had hoped so much that he wouldn't feel guilty, wouldn't feel responsible for making Diego wait, when it had been both their choices and not any one person's fault specifically. "I'm honored," he said, and leaned forward, finally. Diego moaned as Benji's cock, a hard line in his jeans, brushed his own. "I love you, and I'm going to make this so damn perfect for you." "It's going to be perfect because it's you," Diego thought, his heart swelling with love for this kind, loyal, sexy-as-fuck man in front of him. Diego pulled his jeans and his boxers off as Benji yanked off his t-shirt, and for a breathless split second, they stared at each other. "You should take your clothes off too," Diego said, waving at Benji's jeans and the big dick so clearly outlined in them. It had been perfect in his mouth, so gorgeously hard against his tongue, the best thing he'd ever tasted, and now it was going to be goddamned perfect in his ass. If Benji would ever get to that part. "I think I should wait," Benji said carefully and reached over, grabbing a tube from the drawer. "I'm sort of desperate here, and I don't want to rush you." Diego shifted on Benji's dark green Egyptian cotton sheets. They were soft and silky against his bare skin, but he wanted those big hands on him, inside him. "I said I hadn't done this before with anyone," Diego clarified, rolling his eyes. "Not that I hadn't done it. When we go back to my house, I'll show you my toy collection." Benji froze and then grinned. "So, a finger or two and you're ready to take me, eh?" Opening his legs, Diego smirked. "Whatever you think I need, baby." But despite his words, Benji approached Diego with a single-minded dedication and focus, carefully soothing a lube-covered thumb over his hole, and then even more carefully pressing it in, millimeter by millimeter. Out of the two of them, Diego knew he at least had more practical experience. "You can go a little faster, you know," he panted. "It's good. It's so good." Probably more because it was Benji than because he'd done anything particularly special. Apparently it really felt different when someone you truly cared about touched you than when you touched yourself. Deep down, buried in a place he didn't think about much, he'd wanted to believe that was true. But for so long it hadn't mattered because he couldn't have the one person he'd ever wanted. Now it was finally happening, and Diego felt blown apart and then painstakingly reassembled every single time Benji pushed a big finger in and then pulled it back out. His sweaty hair fell into his face, but through it he could see the concentration on Benji's face, like getting this right was the most important thing in the world to him, and that sent a whole wave of love and affection and want sweeping through him. And then Benji started talking. So quietly at first that Diego, with all the pleasure roaring through his ears, couldn't quite hear him. Then he could, and the low words were enough to send him into writhing desperation. "So good, so tight, so goddamned perfect," Benji muttered under his breath. "You're going to feel so good around me I can barely stand it. I need to make it good for you. The best. Make you feel so good." Like Benji had no idea that he was already splintering him apart with the deliberate movements of his fingers, the way he brushed up against his prostate every so often, just enough to send a jolt of wicked bliss through him. "Enough, enough," Diego finally demanded. "Come here and kiss me, and then fuck me for the love of God, please." But Benji didn't move, frozen in place with 3 of his fingers buried deep inside Diego, making him twist against them. He was so full, and he was about to be even fuller. It was like all his fantasies brought to life, but it was so much better already than he'd ever imagined. "Are you sure?" Benji asked, clearly concerned. "You know, I'm not exactly small." Oh, Diego knew, and it was glorious. He'd wanted that big, thick cock for so long, and he was finally going to get it. "Yeah," Diego exhaled. "Please." Diego watched as Benji removed his fingers and immediately felt the loss. Continued watching as those fingers shook as he tried to open the box of condoms, and shook even more as they opened the packet. Maybe Diego should have been asking Benji if he was okay with all of this, instead of the other way around. "Are you sure?" Diego asked quietly as Benji rolled on the condom. I want you so much, Benji waved toward his cock and gave Diego a rueful grin. "I'm afraid I want you too much." "It's okay," Diego promised, pushing himself up onto his elbows. "Anything that happens is fine. Good. Spectacular, even. Come here and kiss me first." Benji obeyed, climbing back on the bed and meeting Diego's hungry kiss with one of his own. The kissing was so good, so right, like 2 magnets clicking together that it seemed to ratchet the tension between them even higher. Diego was half convinced the moment he felt Benji's cock inside of him, holding back was going to be impossible. No, Diego chanted, and his head fell back as Benji curled one of those hands around his leg and bent it upwards, positioning his dick against Diego's hole and slowly pushing in. Diego had always known Benji was big. It wasn't the first thing he'd noticed about him, but it had been something that, once he noticed, had been inescapable, had developed pretty damn quickly a permanent spot in his fantasy rotation. He even had a toy that felt like it could be just about as big as Benji, and he never came as hard as he did when he was fucking himself with it. But Benji's cock as it slid into him, felt huge and never-ending, like he was going to be taking this cock for the rest of his life. "So tight, so hot, mine," Benji chanted as he finally finished, slowly sliding in. "Oh my God." Diego squeezed his eyes shut and reached down, wrapping his fingers around his own cock and feeling the jolt of pleasure as he did. It didn't hurt exactly because Benji had been thorough, but it was overwhelming, and mostly because for the very first time it wasn't just a piece of plastic inside him. It was someone he loved, who loved him back. And for Diego, there was nothing hotter in the world than that. Then Benji finally, gently, began to thrust, and the experience went from overwhelming to mind-blowing. Diego knew he babbled, he knew he screamed, he knew he bit down hard enough on Benji's shoulder that he tasted blood as he moved above him. It was everything he'd ever wanted, everything he'd dreamed about forever, but in bright-as-fuck, brain-overloading technicolor. He thought he heard Benji moan and claim he was close, and if Diego had been thinking clearly, he might have laughed, because he'd been close from the first moment Benji had touched him. Close was an understatement. He was balanced right there on the edge, and the next time Benji's big cock brushed that spot inside him, he exploded, pulling Benji right along with him. They didn't say anything after. What could you even say after an experience like that? Diego wasn't sure, though he was a little afraid that Benji's silence meant that it hadn't been as incredible for Benji as it had been for himself. After Benji disposed of the condom, he came back to bed with a damp washcloth, and after helping Diego clean up, lay down next to him. Diego laid a fingertip on the bite he'd made on Benji's shoulder. "Are you okay?" he asked, finally breaking the quiet. "Did I hurt you?" Turning over, Benji's gaze was luminous. "Did you hurt me? God, no, I was afraid I hurt you." "In the best possible way," Diego said, stretching his legs out. He'd probably feel a little sore in the morning, but he wouldn't trade it for anything. "If you're sure," Benji said seriously. "I loved it. I didn't know sex could be like that. I felt like we communed in some metaphysical universe or some shit. Next time, we should smoke a joint before and see where it takes us," Diego said with a grin. "I like this side of you." "I like all the sides of you," Benji said seriously, and it was impossible not to fall head over heels in love with him all over again. Chapter 13. The phone woke Diego and Benji for the second time. "Please tell me that isn't your ex-wife again," Benji groaned, rolling over and effortlessly gathering Diego into the circle of his arms, pulling him close and tight against him. "Not my phone," Diego slurred out, even more asleep than Benji was. "That's yours." "Oh, damn it," Benji said, turning back over and feeling over the surface of the nightstand, fruitlessly searching for it. He finally closed his fingers over the familiar shape and blindly answered it. "What time are you going into the studio today?" Jay asked in lieu of any actual greeting. Benji fell back to the pillow and groaned. "I don't know. In a few hours? Why?" "I was hoping to have a chat with you in my office," Jay said. "Can you swing by before?" He'd actually been looking forward to spending all morning in bed, figuring out exactly which spot of Diego's could make him scream like he had the night before. Meeting Jay would definitely put a crimp in those plans. "Busy?" Jay asked, the sarcastic edge to his voice making it very clear he knew exactly what Benji would prefer to be doing instead. He wouldn't call if it wasn't important, Benji told himself, trying to ignore the increasingly loud and resentful voice inside him that believed Jay did whatever the fuck Jay wanted, whether it was important or not. "No, it's fine," Benji said. "I can stop by." Diego made an annoyed sound next to him. "Tell Diego hi for me," Jay said, and hung up. Benji stared at the ceiling. He hadn't expressly told Jay he and Diego were sleeping together, but apparently his agent had already figured it out. That was the sort of thing Benji from 2 years ago might have appreciated. An agent who kept his ear to the ground and had his fingers in all sorts of pies, but now found increasingly and annoyingly invasive. And frankly, Jay's knowledge worried him. He wouldn't know or care about Benji sleeping with Diego if it wasn't for the fake relationship he was still trying to set up with Rochelle. This was probably going to be an unpleasant morning, instead of the very pleasant morning he'd envisioned upon falling asleep. "Was that your manager?" Diego mumbled into the pillow. "Why the fuck is he calling so early?" "He wants me to come by today before we head to the studio." Benji prayed Diego wouldn't ask why, because while the pictures with Rochelle might not have been a big deal when they'd first happened, he'd put off telling Diego long enough that they would absolutely be a big deal now. He'd been really stupid and completely distracted by Diego, even while not taking the preventative step that would have kept him from being super pissed when he eventually found out. "Is that something he wants often?" Diego asked, rolling over, looking heart-stoppingly gorgeous. Benji didn't know anyone else who managed to look so goddamned beautiful first thing in the morning. Benji shrugged. "We talk a lot. He likes a hands-on approach." "I barely ever talk to my manager," Diego admitted. Benji did not say that was because Diego had a manager, only because he had to have one, and Benji had picked Jay at the worst time in his life, when Star Shadow had just fallen apart, and he'd been frantic not to lose everything he'd fought for. He'd hired Jay for the express purpose of catapulting him into the stratosphere of super-famous celebrity musicians. Diego, while having zero interest in fame, could get offended by the insinuation that he didn't give a shit, and Benji supposed that was technically not true. Diego did care, just not about the normal things other celebrities cared about. But he would absolutely care if Jay wanted to hook Benji up with Rochelle Andrews. "What does he want to talk about today?" Diego asked. Benji sighed. It was inevitable. "He's been working on ways to expand my influence and recognizability now that Star Shadow is back together. Of course, he's worried that Leo and Caleb are going to be all anyone cares about." "And you want that?" Diego sounded mystified. "If Caleb and Leo want to take the lion's share of the attention, so be it." "I don't think they really want to," Benji suggested. Diego waved a hand. "Semantics. I don't care if all anyone cares about is them. We still get our share. We still get to play with our best friends. We still get to make albums. We still get to tour. We still have more money than we know what to do with." That was all true, and maybe that was enough for Diego, but that had never been enough for Benji, who'd been born with that internal voice that kept whispering in his ear about what he was capable of, and never letting him rest if he hadn't achieved it. Finally, figuring out his relationship with Diego had settled and given him a peace of mind that he'd been seeking for years, but it hadn't changed him. It couldn't. He was still the same Benji underneath. "Wait," Diego said suddenly, grabbing Benji's arm. He doesn't want to use this, does he?" If Benji ever gave Jay the impression it was on the table, of course. But he could still shake his head and stay honest. Jay didn't want him and Diego. "We'll face that part when we're a little more settled, okay?" Benji said, though he wasn't really sure when he would ever feel settled enough to take that risk. Yeah, it had paid off in spades for Leo and Caleb, but being honest about their relationship had been merely confirming something the fans had already suspected for years. Benji and Diego? That would be a shock to everyone. "Okay," Diego said, relaxing. "Hey, I'm going to get up and get ready for this meeting," Benji said, reaching out and brushing Diego's hair back with a gentle hand. "You can stay here in bed as long as you like. You know the code to lock the front door. You know your way around the kitchen for breakfast." Diego frowned. "You're getting up already?" It still boggled Benji's mind that he could say the stuff he'd always kept hidden for so long. "If I stay, I'm not going to want to get up at all," he confessed, leaning over and kissing Diego's forehead. "I'll see you at the studio." He paused. This was still so new, but it felt like the right step to take going forward. "I love you." Diego smiled, slow and bright. I love you too. How's the new album coming along? Jay asked. Fine, Benji asked impatiently. I interrupted my morning to come here, not to make small talk. What's the big deal that you needed to see me today? Jay's mouth curled in a sly smile. Had big plans this morning, huh? I bet Diego wasn't very happy I dragged you out of bed. Benji leaned forward. He'd been annoyed with Jay lots of times before, but this was the first time he felt anger. He didn't like how many times Jay had mentioned Diego, and what that could possibly mean. What does Diego have to do with this? This. Jay pulled some full-page, full-color pictures out of a drawer and spread them across the desk. Every single one was from Disneyland earlier in the week, and they all featured Benji, Diego, and Anna. Now, before you freak out, Jay continued, and Benji compressed his lips together in frustration. You knew this was a strong possibility. Diego isn't just anyone anymore. And you never wanted to be just anyone. While Leo and Caleb are getting the biggest publicity boost from the Star Shadow resurgence, everyone's profile is rising. People who only recognized you as kids before know what you look like now, so, like I said, this was probably always going to happen. But you know why it really happened? Benji shook his head. Diego was going to freak out when he found out about these. Of course he would have known that some pictures were an inevitability, but there were dozens, spread out all across the desk, and as Benji stared at them, he couldn't help but think they looked intimate. It happened because all these people didn't see two good friends from the same band and one of their kids. It was because they looked and saw two good-looking people who are clearly crazy about each other with an adorable little kid looking like the picture-perfect version of a modern family. And that is the sort of thing people take pictures of and post about on social media. But we didn't... Benji swallowed hard. We never even touched. Not like that. We were just there together. Yeah, but you've been here before. Except that was with Leo and Caleb. Did there need to be definitive proof for 3/4 of the Star Shadow fanbase to believe they were in love with each other? Of course not. You just looked at them and knew. That's what these pictures are. Add in Anna, who's fucking precious, and it's a tailor-made social media sensation. Benji knew he shouldn't be freaking out. They were eventually going to tell people, right? Benji had even discussed it with Diego just this morning, that when they were more settled in their relationship and the album was well on its way, they would figure out how to tell people. But that far-off, mythical future wasn't now, and now looked like it might be happening. Oh, and there's this little thing I dug up. Jay swung his laptop around, and as the video began to play, Benji thought he was probably going to be sick. Somehow, Jay had dug up the concert footage of that long-ago tour when he and Diego had decided it was a good idea to work out all their pent-up sexual frustration on stage by pretending to fuck. Benji watched with dawning horror as in a grainy video, his hands closed around Diego's hips and he gave a few enthusiastic thrusts. Leo had claimed he'd seen that it was still floating around in the dark corners of the internet, and Benji had fervently hoped that he was just trying to get a rise out of him. But now Jay had found it, which meant that while not anyone could, it was just sitting there, waiting to be found. You do realize what these pictures coupled with this footage means, right? Jay looked at him steadily, non-judgmentally, because frankly Jay could care less if he and Diego were into men, women, or even bestiality, just as long as it was neatly and prettily packaged so he could sell it. I don't know. And I'm not sure I care. Jay shook his head and chuckled ruefully. That's fucking dumb. You should care. I fucking care. This is a gold mine. I've been pushing you at the wrong thing. Forget about Rochelle. What you need to do is go get papped with Diego and have him bring Anna along for good measure. Leo and Caleb don't have a kid, but you do. Benji's fingernails dug into his palms. Anna isn't mine. She's Diego's, and I guarantee he is not going to go along with all this. Jay brushed that aside almost instantly, like it was of completely no consequence. Which, Benji thought bleakly, it probably was. And then, when the hysteria hits its peak, we release the video. And then there'll be another rise of questions, and then, only then, do you confirm the relationship on Instagram. We'll do some cute, coordinated shoot. I have some ideas. Something very wholesome. You probably won't even lose your more conservative followers. No. It was so easy to say, but almost impossible to force out of his mouth. No. No paparazzi. No Anna. No video release. No Instagram post. We're not doing it. I understand, Jay said, because of course he wasn't finished. You're going to have to talk it over with Diego. Get him on board. I had a little market research done. This might help convince him. He passed over more pages, this time with color-coordinated pie charts and graphs showing recognizability and association with each of the Star Shadow members. Diego was last, which made sense, because he hadn't done anything public during the 5-year break. Then Max, then Benji, then Leo, and then Caleb at the very top. He's done a lot of interviews lately, substance abuse sort of things, Jay said offhandedly. Good PR. I don't know who's managing him, but you should pass along my name. I could do real stuff with those numbers he's got. And mine? Benji had seen plenty of these charts. One of them had been the reason he'd signed with Jay in the first place, because he'd looked at it, seen himself in third place, and had been determined not to be less well-known than someone who was literally missing. Now he felt a terrible pulse of guilt for having those thoughts, when he knew a little better what Caleb had been doing during those missing years. But after a ton of work, and image rehabilitation, and then his solo album, he'd worked his way up to first, and that was where he'd stayed until Leo and Caleb had come out before their reunion tour. Endless flights, 20-hour days, producing other artists' music, and then his own, and then pretending so damn hard that it wasn't tanking, instead putting everything he had into making it a success, and then it hadn't been. A lot of effort had gone into that #1 ranking, and that voice whispered that he'd put everything into it. How could he just accept that things were different now without doing anything to change it? Jay shrugged. You could do nothing and stay third. There's nothing wrong with that. You're the middle of the road, well-established but not hounded the way Leo and Caleb are. But they're only going to get more entrenched at the top. Every time they post about each other on social media, every kiss on stage, then when they get engaged, and then get married, and eventually, if they adopt kids, there's no dislodging them. They're the established power couple in the band. It shouldn't have bothered him. It shouldn't have. A better man wouldn't have cared, wouldn't have looked twice at these graphs. If he was more generous, less selfish, and kinder, he'd have crumpled up the paper and forgotten about it immediately. Gone to the studio, kissed Diego, and gone about their regular band business like nothing was wrong. Because, to anyone else, nothing would be wrong. But Benji had worked hard for his top spot. He'd spent the last 5 years working his ass off, and to suddenly have nothing to show for it? It sucked. It made him feel like that little unpopular kid again, when he'd always sworn to himself that he would show all those bullies who'd claimed he'd never amount to anything. Benji looked up at Jay, and hated that Jay knew, from his slick, self-satisfied, unbearably smug smile, that he'd gotten to him. He was still the master manipulator, and he knew what made Benji tick. Had known from the first moment, and that was probably why he'd even accepted Benji as a client. There was no other moment in his life that Benji wanted more than that sly, knowing voice inside his head to just fucking disappear. It was the only thing giving Jay any sort of power over him and his choices. But that voice had been his constant companion his whole life, and if it had ever been easy enough to dismiss it, Benji would have done it long ago. He didn't want to care, but it was an unalterable fact that he did. "What do I have to do?" he asked dully. "You need to pick one, Rochelle or Diego. You can't keep putting this decision off. Rochelle won't wait forever. She'll find someone else, And this thing with Diego, if we're going to take advantage, we need to strike now, while people are still interested. Benji had known what he was going to say, but it still sucked to hear it. He didn't want to fake date Rochelle, and he couldn't possibly ask Diego to expose himself and his personal life to that level of scrutiny. And what about what he wanted? Was he really even ready to tell the world that he was bisexual? He didn't know, but he guessed that probably didn't matter in the scheme of things. "Listen, I know this is tough," Jay said, his voice softening. "This is a big decision. But," he said, pointing to the huge titanium albums on his walls, "success in the music industry isn't just about the music anymore. It's about the whole package. Taylor Swift made it impossible to just make music anymore. You want more? This is how you get more." "You've been really quiet," Diego said, as they walked into the bowling alley where Leo had reserved the private VIP room. The party was a celebration of Felix's first day on the job and the first week's work on the album and the books. Leo had been searching for something they could do that wasn't like the typical LA scene, no partying or clubs or booze, because Caleb would be with them, and while he could be around that and not compromise his sobriety, Leo never liked asking him to. Diego had remembered the fun afternoon they'd had paintballing during the tour and had suggested bowling, because it was somewhat similar, and booze wasn't a requirement. "Me?" Benji asked, surprised that Diego had called him out for his distraction the last few days. The conversation he had had with Jay weighed heavily on his mind, and more than once he'd wanted to pull Diego aside and confess that he didn't know what to do. They'd been busy working on the album the last few days, but what had really stopped him was that he didn't think Diego would understand. He'd just shoot Benji a completely baffled look and say, "Why do you have to do either?" But that was definitely the one thing Benji had come around to believe, that something needed to be done, that he couldn't let all those years of work be washed away by the might of Leo and Caleb's combined star power. And, he thought, nobody else had really cared about making it. I was the one who pushed. I was the one who encouraged us to write songs, to practice, to find a name, to enter the battle of the bands that got us discovered. Without me, none of this would have ever existed. Why should I just sit back and take third place like that's all I deserve? "Yeah, you." Diego sounded impatient. He pushed his hair back and reached out and grabbed Benji's arm before they went into the VIP room, joining Felix and the rest of the band. "What's going on with you? Is it something with Sophie?" But Benji hadn't even thought about Sophie in an embarrassingly long amount of time. All he'd been thinking about was Diego and how to do what Jay wanted while making sure that Diego wouldn't be pissed as hell at him. The problem was there didn't seem to be a solution to that particular conundrum. "No, it's not Sophie." That was honest, anyway. Benji hesitated. "Jay is just on my ass about some stuff, and I'm not sure what direction to take." Diego's expression immediately softened. "Why haven't you talked to me about it?" He chewed his bottom lip. "We were friends first, and I don't want to lose our friendship." Somehow it was easy to keep being honest, at least easier than Benji had anticipated it would be. "Because I don't think you're going to like it." "I don't like much of what Jay suggests," Diego said wryly, "so I'm not really surprised by that. Still, if you'd like some advice, I'd be happy to give you my opinion, officially." "What about tonight? Are you free?" Benji took a risk and leaned nearer, letting his breath brush right against Diego's neck. He saw Diego's pupils dilate, and he swayed even closer, wanting to kiss him just about as much as he wanted to keep breathing. "We could talk about it, and maybe even spend some quality time together." The problem with spending all day and sometimes all evening at the studio was that neither of them particularly liked public displays of affection, the exact opposite of Leo and Caleb, which meant that they'd barely touched each other in days. Benji wasn't entirely sure that Diego was still going to want to have sex with him after he told him what Jay had suggested, but his conscience was screaming that he'd put off this conversation long enough. "I wish I could," Diego murmured apologetically. But I promised Vicky I'd take Anna super early and go to the park. I've barely seen her since Disneyland.
Shit, Benji said.
I know, Diego soothed, and wrapped a hand around Benji's hip. They were in the hallway outside the VIP room, so theoretically the only people who could see them were bandmates and Felix. Still, Benji's heart raced at the chance someone might see. This, unlike the photos from Disneyland, could not possibly be interpreted as platonic.
We'll figure something out, Benji said.
Tomorrow night, why don't we tell everyone we're quitting at a decent hour? We've made progress, and it's not like we need to rush this album out. Leo would absolutely make a rude and almost certainly sexually explicit comment when he heard Benji's suggestion, but he was willing to swallow that potential embarrassment if it meant he could get an evening free with Diego.
Sounds good to me, Diego said, eyes shining. I've missed you. His fingers tightened on Benji's hip, and Benji felt nearly lightheaded with how much he wanted the man in front of him. How had they gone so fucking long without touching each other? How had they even survived before? 3 days now, and it felt like the end of the world.
I remember, a very smug voice called out from behind them, when you claimed Caleb and I were the worst, but that is so completely untrue, I want a do-over.
Benji squeezed his eyes shut, all that pent-up frustration banking inside him like a blaze.
Leo, he said, pulling away from Diego, even though it physically hurt to.
Leo was leaning against the opposite wall, grinning.
Seriously, he said, you guys are like a pair of romance novel characters. All this hopeless, endless pining. You wouldn't even guess you were already sleeping together.
Diego rolled his eyes. You read romance novels, Leo?
I read some of Felix's, yeah. He loves them, Leo grinned. Don't knock them. They're pretty good, actually.
I actually prefer erotica, Diego said, and Benji fisted his hands, wanting nothing more than to drag Diego to a conveniently dark corner and reenact all his favorite scenes.
What about you, Benji? Leo asked. Puppy play, age gap. Ooh, I bet you just love friends to lovers stories, don't you?
Benji could feel his eyes grow wider, but Diego intervened before he actually had to answer. Benji's too busy to read. You know he's always out conquering the music industry, Diego said, and to Benji's surprise actually sounded proud of that fact. Before this moment, Benji would have guessed that Diego's response to all his hard work was, why? Maybe their conversation tomorrow night wouldn't go so badly after all. Maybe, if Benji could figure out if he was ready to come out on a wide scale, and if he negotiated Anna's absence, Diego might even be willing to participate in Jay's scheme.
No more work talk, Leo announced as they walked into the VIP room with its 3 neon-decorated bowling lanes. We're here to party.
Diego leaned closer to Benji. Do you think he'll ever outgrow his 12-year-old persona?
Benji shook his head, amused. Or his 12-year-old height.
Leo scowled, but Caleb, leaning against one of the big, plushy chairs, just laughed.
I heard that, Leo said snidely.
Hey, look, everyone's here, Max exclaimed, walking in last, with Felix right in front of him. And guess what I found? He waved a crumpled piece of paper that looked like it had been through World War III.
I really hope that's not what I think it is, Benji said darkly.
Max danced closer to them and waved it distractingly in front of their faces. Sorry to be a party pooper, but it's exactly what it is. I found it last night.
We broke at 2 a.m, Diego said with disbelief.
Yeah, well, I wanted to find it. Besides, we're all night owls, right?
They all were, but to go searching for a piece of paper they'd made a bet on 10 years ago at 2 a.m. was extreme even for them.
But then Max had always been the most extreme.
So what does it say? Felix asked with excitement. I'm almost certain I won.
Leo shot his younger brother a half-hearted glare.
Of course you didn't win. I won.
Actually, Caleb inserted, it was most definitely me.
Au contraire, Max said, grinning.
It was me. You, he continued, pointing to Leo, said never.
which isn't really a time frame, by the way. Of course, this was long before we were ever famous, and you probably thought in 5 years we wouldn't even be friends. Felix said 6 months. Felix made a face. It's okay, Max said, reassuring him. You were 13. You probably didn't know the length and breadth of how extreme sexual tension could be. From the look Felix shot Max, it appeared that was no longer true. What about me? Caleb asked. 2 months. Max stuck out his tongue. That's about how long you lasted staying just friends with Leo, wasn't it? Little less than that, Caleb admitted with a grin, and Leo, apparently mollified by how cute his boyfriend was, wrapped his arms around him. What was your guess, Max? Diego asked. Max smiled deviously. I obviously picked the longest time frame, so I naturally win the bet, which was $10, by the way. I expect all you to pay me ASAP. And that was? Benji pushed. He was actually curious how long Max had believed it would take for them to get together. I actually said 5 years, Max said. It shouldn't have hit Benji hard, but one of his best friends had thought it would take him 5 years to own up to his feelings for Diego. That was sort of fucked up. And frankly, considering what he was contemplating doing, based on Jay's suggestion, it probably wasn't much of a surprise. He'd always cared what things looked like, how they were presented to the world, and that was before he'd even been famous. Now that he was famous, the inclination was a lot harder to tamp down and ignore. Are we going to bowl or not? Leo asked loudly, interrupting Benji's self-flagellation. We should have teams. Clearly, it should be you and Caleb and me, Felix said, and Benji and Diego and Max. What? Leo said, shooting a knowing look at his baby brother. You're willing to be separated from Max this time around? Felix batted his eyelashes. I spend many, many hours with Max now. I think I'm okay. Well, as long as you don't feel slighted in any way, Leo said. And even though the idea for Felix to work for them had been his, and Benji had negotiated the contract per his instructions, he didn't sound particularly happy about that fact. As Felix wandered off to search for a ball that would fit his small hands, Leo walked up to Benji. I can't believe I thought this was a good idea. Bowling? Benji questioned. Or Felix working for us? I don't mind the working part, that's not the problem. Caleb and I we're not used to someone else being in the house. I feel sorry for him now, Benji said, grinning. How many times have you embarrassed him so far? That's the thing about Felix, Leo complained. He doesn't care. It's like he's immune to embarrassment. He doesn't even bat an eye. He just keeps walking past like I don't have Caleb's cock in my mouth. It's deeply disturbing. I need to get him out of the house. Benji shot his friend a look. He's been there for 2 days. Don't you own another bungalow someplace? Can't he stay there? I sold that place ages ago, Benji said with a shake of his head. But I'm sure we can come up with some place he can stay. You could always put him up in a nice hotel in the meantime. You know Felix would love that. Leo glanced over at where Caleb and Diego were talking near the rack of bowling balls. Caleb won't hear of it. Some magical situation needs to open up where it doesn't feel like I've kicked him out for putting a crimp into my sex life. God forbid, Benji said with amusement. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I could stay with Diego for a bit. He's got a huge house, and Felix could move into my place. You'd do that? Leo sounded so hopeful, Benji couldn't help but laugh. Move in with a super hot guy I've only been in love with forever? Yeah, I can't see why I'd make that sacrifice for you, Benji said wryly. You're the best, Leo said fervently, and the sooner the better. I'm getting blue balls over here. I'll need to talk to Diego about it, and not make it weird like, hey, I know we just started dating, but I want to move in with you. Benji pondered this. Is there a way to make that not weird? Leo thought for a moment, and then smacked Benji loudly on the arm. Diego's crazy about you. He'd love the idea. It's not going to be weird. He's probably even going to be sad he didn't think of it first. Benji couldn't help but remember the other painful conversation he was going to have. "Just let me figure it out," he told Leo. "Don't say anything until we've settled it." "Sure, of course," Leo said sincerely. Which should have been Benji's clue that he wasn't sincere at all, but he was frankly preoccupied with the whole Jay problem, and he didn't look closer. Always a mistake when you were dealing with Leo, who could be a crafty asshole. Chapter 14. Benji watched as Diego slowly and methodically started to open the bottle of red wine that he'd just brought over, and tried not to fidget with nerves. He glanced over toward the bank of windows overlooking the valley, and the piano with its stacked music caught his eye. He knew Diego worked on music, but it struck him suddenly that he'd never heard any of it, except for that one time he'd played Benji his version of Violet. That experiment hadn't ended well for anyone. Benji hadn't understood why Diego wanted to continue holding on to something that had been an objective failure, and he knew Diego's feelings had been hurt at how unreceptive he'd been at the idea. But there was clearly a lot more music sitting on the piano than just variations of Violet. He wandered over and casually, without trying to attract Diego's attention, started to sift through the pile. Lots of unfinished songs, some with no music, some with no lyrics, some with only a handful of both. But there was enough that it made it clear that even though Diego had claimed he hadn't been working on anything special during the last 5 years, that was at least partially untrue. It wasn't really fair that Benji felt a hint of resentment that Diego had hid this from him, especially when he was the one who was really keeping secrets. "Feel like playing something?" Benji turned and Diego was standing there, 2 glasses of wine in his hands. He passed one to Benji and frowned. "That's all private." Benji swallowed his protests. He could argue that Diego was still hiding things, but since he was guilty of the same thing, it was terribly hypocritical. Instead of saying anything, he sat down and patted the couch seat next to him. "Come sit with me," Benji said. Diego's frown melted away, and he came over, cuddling right next to Benji after he'd sat down. "What was it you wanted to tell me about?" he asked, after they sat there for a moment in complete, companionable silence. Benji took a sip of his wine, and then set the glass down on the coffee table in front of them. "Jay has done some market research and thinks there's some room for my profile to grow. And yours too," he said. "He offered me 2 strong options to make that happen. One of them he's been pushing for a few weeks now, almost since we got back to L.A. You know Rochelle Andrews?" Diego nodded. "Well," Benji said with a sigh, "he wants me to pretend to date her." Diego looked surprised, his expression almost certainly mirroring Benji's own when Jay had first told him. "She would do that?" he asked. Benji smiled wryly. "She would, and I'm going to pretend not to be insulted by that question. It's just that, she's gorgeous, and a supermodel." "Yeah," Benji said, reaching out and tucking a strand of hair behind Diego's ear. "But the guy I'm dating happens to be even more gorgeous." "Yeah, okay," Diego said with a laugh. "But really, that's what Jay wants you to do? To fake date a supermodel?" Or... Benji took a deep breath. He'd thought a lot about this the last 24 hours, and how best to present it to Diego so he wouldn't freak out. He wasn't sure that was even possible, but presentation did matter. "Or he thinks that maybe we should go public." "We? As in you and me?" Diego stated. He sounded calm but a little perturbed. "You would be willing to do that?" "I worked for global superstardom my entire life. Is it a little of a mental adjustment to think coming out as queer will actually add to that? Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I would rather keep my private life private, and I know you want to do that too. But I can't deny it's helped Leo and Caleb." It was impossible to miss Diego pulling back just enough that his thigh was no longer pressed entirely against Benji's. "That's what you want? To come out so we can become Leo and Caleb?" "No, Jay wants that. But we can come out for any reason we want. Not hiding anymore would be a good enough reason." But, Diego repeated, that would initially be why you'd be willing to do it. Benji could already feel his presentation unwinding under the pressure of Diego's clever mind. A mind he loved, but which was naturally suspicious of being used. You didn't become one of the biggest bands on the whole planet without developing a very strong bullshit meter. Maybe, yes. He decided it was time to change tactics. I guess our visit to Disney was sort of a social media sensation. Diego frowned. What? I don't understand. You knew people would recognize us. You saw them recognizing us. They took pictures. Not anything compromising or anything that couldn't be interpreted as just platonic, but I guess we look good together. We look... Benji glanced beseechingly at Diego, hoping he would finish the sentence and remind himself that they were in love with each other and it had been a hard-won love. We looked good together? And with Anna, too, I assume. Diego's voice had gone cold. That's what Jay wants, isn't it? A great way to one-up Leo and Caleb and usurp their popularity. Two good-looking guys and a very cute kid. My daughter. I can tell Jay that Anna is completely off-limits, Benji suggested. But even though he wanted to reach out and wrap his arm around Diego's shoulders, he kept his hands to himself. He had a feeling Diego wouldn't be very happy being touched right now. But that's what he wants, isn't it? Diego repeated, persistently. We have choices here, Benji insisted. We have the ability to dictate how this looks. It won't be like Leo and Caleb. We can control it. He'd sworn to himself he would be 100% honest with Diego tonight, but he was almost certain that was a lie. Once they started the fire and fanned the flames, he really wasn't sure they could control it. And Jay's whole argument was that they didn't want to. You can't control a fucking cultural phenomenon, Diego bit off. And what? If I say no? If I say I don't want our relationship to be all branding and convenient packaging for the lowest common denominator, you do the same thing with Rochelle Andrews? Benji hung his head. I don't want to. I want... Diego got up and walked over to the window, crossing his arms across his chest. You don't know what you want, except to be famous, apparently. It's not because I want the attention or the adulation or whatever, you know that, Benji protested. His hands curled into fists and dug into the fabric of his jeans. It's because I have this, I don't know, this drive inside me and it won't be silenced or destroyed. It's made me want more my whole life. It's why I made us practice 24/7 at the beginning. It's why I made us find a name. It's why I entered us in the battle of the bands in the first place. It's because I know what I'm really capable of, and I can't settle for less. Diego turned around, eyes blazing. But I don't feel like that. I was 17 years old and had a fucking insane crush on you. I wanted to do whatever you wanted us to do. I didn't know what it meant then, and I still don't know what it means now. That much Benji understood. Yeah, he agreed. You don't. You hide here in your house. You never talk to your manager. You write music that you never share. He stood and walked over to the pile of music on the piano. You're practically a creative genius. You did stuff with Violet that I never dreamed of. You made it 100 times better. If I had your talent, I would never stop sharing it, but you don't share it at all. I share it, Diego said, hurt blooming in his voice. I share it with people I care about. I played Violet for you. I play for Anna sometimes. I know my first solo album was a goddamned disaster, a flaming trash can of failure, but I at least tried. You need to find a purpose other than sitting around and waiting for Star Shadow to do something. You are so much goddamned better than that. Diego's face morphed into a mask of pain. You don't think I have a purpose? Benji took a deep, shaky breath. No, you do. I just know how special you are. I think I know all of you, how deep you are. How beautiful your soul is. And then you show me another little corner and it hurts that the only one who gets to see that is me. I always want more, and since I love you, I want more for you." "You want me to be you," Diego argued. And Diego probably wasn't wrong. That was probably what Benji wanted, but deep down he knew what he really wanted was for Diego to support his own dreams. To not feel constantly like he was having to justify what he wanted, the goals he'd planned to achieve. To not have to fucking apologize for being who he was. "I don't, actually. You have as much musical talent as Max. You're the best singer in the whole group, hands down, and we always fucking stick you in the back, behind a keyboard, because you've never said you wanted more. You write better songs, make better arrangements than Leo or me, but you almost never share them. It's just a damn shame. I feel like you're wasted in Star Shadow, and—" Benji paused, a sick feeling overwhelming him. "It feels like my fault." He sat down on the piano bench, collapsing like he'd just been cut off at the knees. And the truth had, clearly and painfully. He did want to usurp Leo and Caleb. He'd also known these things about Diego for years, but he'd never come to him and said, "You should do more." Why? Because it might mean he'd be outshone. How had he become the worst version of himself? Was it Jay? Or was it the ugly side of the fame machine slowly warping him into someone he didn't always recognize? "No, no," Diego said, and suddenly he was there, tears in his eyes, wrapping his arms around Benji. "No, it's not your fault. I never really wanted it. I went along with it because that seemed easiest, and you were there, and I couldn't not follow you around." "That's not a very good reason," Benji half sobbed, half laughed as Diego hugged him tighter and closer. "I know," Diego admitted. "It's actually kind of embarrassing. How did I become part of a world-famous band? I stumbled into it and never left because I wanted the lead guitarist so much." Benji sighed. "I'm not sure I'm worth it." "You're always worth it," Diego murmured into his shoulder. "Always. You're a good person, a wonderful person. You're not just your ambition, I swear. I wouldn't love you if you were. Look at what you did for Leo, over and over for years. You saved him, even when he didn't want to be saved." Benji could accept that. He'd done some things he wasn't proud of, but there was at least an equal list out there of things he could be. "You think that? Even now? Even when I'm pissed at you and trying to understand why you'd put yourself in this position?" Diego's voice softened. "Yes." Benji wiped his eyes. He wasn't sure he felt much better, at least less conflicted, than he had an hour before, but somehow being honest with Diego had helped. "I don't even know if I want to come out, at least not now, but I know we'll need to eventually. I don't want to hide this forever. We've hidden too many things over the years." "Yeah," Diego said softly, still holding him. "I'm glad you told me, and I'm going to be honest, I have no fucking clue what you should do either." Benji twisted his torso so he could look into Diego's eyes. "You aren't going to say I shouldn't do anything at all?" I'm not sure I understood before. We're so different. Like I said, I fell into this and stayed around not for fame or fortune, but for you, to pare it down to the essentials. But you've always been ambitious. Should you not go for it because of me? That seems unfair to ask, and I won't be the man who diminishes the man he loves because what he wants scares him." Benji cupped Diego's cheek. "It scares you?" "It fucking terrifies me," Diego admitted wryly. "Being the new Leo and Caleb, they have a pack of bloodsuckers that follow them around. It terrifies me that it doesn't terrify you. But I also see the good Leo and Caleb have done, exposing all those lies and being honest with the world. And that terrifies me even more." "And what about Rochelle? That's an option. That's an option even if we want to do this in the future someday, not right now." Diego laughed, and his fingers tightened around Benji. Yeah, I guess, but just the thought of you pretending to be with her. I never thought of myself as a particularly jealous person, but I guess with you, I am. So that's a no on Rochelle then, Benji said, with an air of finality that would have Jay gnashing his teeth in frustration. Unless you want me to mark you clearly as mine first, Diego said, a trifle smugly. His proprietary tone sent a spike of electricity down Benji's spine, sizzling along his nerves and ending in his dick. You want to do that? He said softly, tipping his forehead against Diego's, reveling in how close he was allowed now. I'm never going to stop you. He could feel rather than see Diego's grin. Oh, really? But since that's out of the question now, Diego continued after a long, charged pause, maybe I should let you mark me instead. Yeah, Benji agreed fervently. It had been too fucking long since he'd seen his lover naked. He could feel the growing ridge of Diego's dick against his hip, and his own cock was straining against the zipper of his jeans. Right here, Diego said. You said you wanted to suck my cock. Do you still want to? Did he still want to? Was grass green, the sky blue? Was he madly and completely in love with Diego Gonzalez? Yeah, Benji said in a rush, disentangling from Diego's grasp and falling in a graceless heap to the floor in front of the piano bench. Diego swung his other leg over and Benji shifted himself until he was between them. You do want this, Diego said, reaching up to flick open his jeans and pull down the zipper. Eager, even. God, Benji said fervently, as inch by inch of Diego's gorgeous legs were revealed and his hard cock outlined in his dark gray briefs. I haven't touched you in 3 days. It felt like 100. Diego grinned. How did you manage for 10 years before? Benji shot him a dark look before reaching up and palming his dick through his briefs, making Diego tip his head back and groan. It was a challenge, and I plan on making up for lost time. Then what are you waiting for? Diego teased back. Nothing. Benji tugged down his briefs, and his cock sprung free, hard and wet at the tip, leaving a smear of pre-cum on Diego's toned stomach. But even though that particular sight was tempting almost beyond belief, Benji shoved aside the temptation and rose up on his knees, instead stripping off Diego's shirt and smoothing a hand down his chest, fingers trailing across the rose tattoo. Gorgeous, Benji said in a hushed, reverent voice. I fucking love this. His fingers wandered, tweaking one nipple and then another, as Diego gripped the edge of the piano bench, panting. You always say that, Diego said. It's always true, Benji swore. He leaned forward and, carefully avoiding Diego's cock, pressed a kiss to the inside of his thigh. Diego whined in frustration, but Benji remembered how hot it had been the other night when he'd been so worked up, so turned on he was nearly beyond words. He wanted that all the time, this beautiful man putty in his hands. Also, he had said, maybe you should mark me instead, so instead of another gentle kiss, he sucked in a tiny love bite to the other thigh, and it looked so gorgeous on Diego's skin he did another, and then another, the taste of Diego sharp and perfect on his tongue. When he finally pulled his mouth away, there was a chain of love bites mimicking the thorny stem of the rose that wrapped around Diego's chest and side. Their eyes met, Diego's hazy with desperate pleasure. Please, he begged, and that wasn't quite as insensible as Benji wanted him, but the night was young. He could always continue demolishing Diego after giving him an orgasm to take the edge off. He slipped Diego's cock into his mouth, swirling around the beads of pre-cum onto his tongue and sucking when he moaned loudly. Diego's fingers wove into his short hair and tugged, pulling him down lower, and while he knew he didn't have much experience, he'd fantasized about this enough that he knew exactly what he wanted to do. And from Diego's groans and exclamations, he was enjoying this just as much as Benji was. Close, Diego said, as Benji's fingertips dug into the chain of love bites he'd bitten into his thighs, and he gave an extra insistent suck and felt the reward of Diego's orgasm begin to pump down his throat. He swallowed, and his fingers trembled against Diego's thigh with the force of his own arousal. Come here, Diego said drowsily, reaching down for Benji's dick. In the end, all it took was a few haphazard strokes through his own briefs, and he was coming in them, light pulsing behind his eyes at the force of his own orgasm. He'd always heard that it was arousing to arouse others, but he never felt it to this extent before, not ever like Diego made him feel. After they cleaned up, Diego suggested they take a long, hot soak in his bath, and so he picked up his wine and followed. He'd sort of expected that the conversation part of the evening was over, but to his surprise, Diego picked it back up again. I know I don't want you and Rochelle, he said as he turned on the water. And I know I don't want you to turn down an opportunity because of me. So I guess that leaves us doing this thing that Jay wants. Benji opened his mouth to protest, even though it was what he had wanted all along. He just hadn't wanted Diego to sound so resigned when he agreed, so forced. No, Diego said resolutely. I may not be 100% on board with this yet, and I still need to find a way I'm comfortable doing it. And so do you, I might add. But it's not the wrong choice completely. We don't want to end up like Leo and Caleb. We tried for so long to avoid their fate, and I feel like the most vital part we need to learn from is that being honest is always easier than lying. Even lying by omission. And by not telling anyone, by keeping us a secret for a long time, we'd be lying. Okay, Benji said hesitantly. If you're sure. I'm not sure of anything, Diego said wryly, turning back toward him. And like I said, I need to find a way we can do this where I'm comfortable, where Vicky is comfortable, where Anna is comfortable, and where you're comfortable. Is that acceptable? It was far more than Benji had ever expected to receive. Thank you, he said, wrapping his arms around Diego's naked torso and burrowing into his neck. Thank you. Diego laughed. Don't thank me just yet.
What? Jay spat out vehemently. He needs to figure out how to do it. I told you I had already figured out the way to do it. Yeah, well, it's going to be more of a compromise than you're used to. He wants to figure out how to preserve some of his and his daughter's privacy, Benji said apologetically, hating himself a little for the placating tone he was using. He should be defending Diego's decision to try to make it less painfully public for everyone, but Jay was right. The whole point of his plan was the painfully public part. What you're really telling me, Jay said impatiently, is this is as good as we're going to get, so we should just accept there's going to be some restrictions. Yes. Jay sighed, and his frustration radiated through the phone. Benji leaned back against the brick wall outside the studio and wished that he hadn't had to spend a short break during the day dealing with this situation, instead of making out with Diego in any dark corner they could find. And when will I find out about these mysterious restrictions? Jay asked. Benji wasn't surprised at how impatient he sounded. He knew Jay wanted to capitalize on his trip with Diego to Disneyland, but Benji was so grateful that Diego had even agreed to consider the plan that he wasn't planning on rushing him. Whenever Diego is ready, Benji said, and this time his voice was solid, steady, certain, daring Jay to argue with him, because he wasn't going to let Jay steamroll over Diego's very understandable concerns. Jay grumbled under his breath, and Benji was glad he couldn't hear exactly what he said, because it probably wouldn't be something he liked. Also, Benji added, because what Diego had said yesterday about what he wanted being important too had finally begun to sink in. I don't want us to release that tour video. You know, Jay drawled, people will find it. I can't stop people from finding it. The internet is forever. I know that, Benji sighed. But let's not steer people toward it, okay? I know what it looks like to you, but it's something else to us. I know it looks like a golden opportunity to show people that this thing between you has been going on for a long time, Jay pointed out. Benji wasn't going to tell Jay, but the truth was, their relationship was only going to work if he and Diego let go of the past and looked forward to the future. No video, Benji repeated. And you'll send Rochelle my regrets that we won't be able to work together. Yeah, Jay said. She'll be pissed. Then she's pissed. Rochelle Andrews' feelings were way down on the list of things he gave any shits about. By the way, I sent that new guy of yours a chance for a radio interview. I hope he follows through on it. Felix? Benji asked, realizing that he hadn't said anything to Diego about moving in and moving Felix out of Leo's house. Leo was just going to have to goddamn wait while they worked all this other shit out. You do realize that's Leo Humphrey's brother, right? Jay brushed aside the information, which he'd probably known anyway and hadn't deemed particularly important. They wanted you initially, but I said you weren't giving individual interviews right now. Why the hell not? Benji asked. Hadn't Jay insisted he pick either Diego or Rochelle as a publicity stunt to get him attention? And then he turned down a perfectly legitimate interview? I'm saving all your solo promotion for after the reveal of your relationship with Diego. How would you feel about being on the cover of Out magazine? Exposed, Benji said, which was both true and a problem. He still didn't know exactly how he felt about revealing his sexuality to the world. If he focused on revealing his feelings instead, it felt less like he was running around naked. But people weren't going to want to know just about his current love affair. They were going to want to know why he'd married Sophie, and now he was with Diego. They were going to want him to explain his sexuality. And since sometimes Benji wasn't sure he understood it himself, that was going to be difficult. Jay barked out a laugh. Get used to it, he said. I'm lining up all kinds of primo shit for this. Great, Benji said, not feeling particularly enthusiastic about that. The voice inside protested, but Benji shoved it down forcefully. Diego was more important than his ambition. Period. Go talk to Diego. Convince him to move his fine ass a little faster, okay? Jay said. I gotta run. Benji hung up and tipped his head back, staring at the cloudless California sky. How had he even gotten here? It felt like he was being dragged behind a machine he couldn't control. And even worse, it was a machine he'd picked out himself. Sure, it had been at the worst time of his life, when he'd been terrified everything was falling to pieces, but that didn't make him feel any better right now. It had been almost easier when he was sure Diego would never agree to any part of Jay's plan. Hey, I was looking for you. Benji glanced over, and Felix was standing there, shading his eyes from the sun. I think I got a call from your agent. Was he rude and domineering and convinced of his own superiority? Benji asked. Felix smiled. Yes to all of the above. But I handled him. Of course Felix would have. Felix handled everything with aplomb, which was exactly why hiring him to be their new liaison was the perfect move. I'm sure he enjoyed that. Now Benji knew why Jay had refused to acknowledge either Felix's name or his close association to the band. Oh, he didn't, Felix confided. But I sure did. Why did you hire such a dick to be your agent? Proven success, Benji said morosely. Too many people were asking him this question lately. Fuck, he couldn't stop asking himself this question. Ah, Felix said. A multitude contained in that one word. Well, he passed along an interview request. I guess you're not doing solo interviews right now, so he thought they might be interested in interviewing the whole band. Are they? Benji, who had never turned down an interview in his life, almost hoped that they'd said no. He wanted to circle his wagons with the other guys, and Diego held tight to his chest. All this at the very moment in which they needed to be getting out there, strengthening their brand. It was inconvenient. Of course they are, Felix said. Are you kidding? They were fucking thrilled. You should schedule it, I guess, Benji said. Felix looked at him closer, and then crossed his arms across his chest. You don't seem happy about it, he pointed out. Are you sure you want me to? We need to strengthen our brand right now, Benji said, hating just how much he sounded like Jay. Maybe he really was trying to turn Diego into himself, and even worse, he was becoming Jay. The thought sent a shudder through him. He would do anything to stop that from happening, even though at some point in the not-so-distant past, that was all he'd wanted. It was funny how finally getting together with the love of your life could change your perspective. Felix laughed. You do, but not if you're miserable giving an interview. Are you afraid you're going to give away that you and Diego are finally dating? Was he afraid of that? Not necessarily. What seemed more terrible was anyone actually finding out, and that wasn't because he was ashamed of Diego. He was beautiful and brilliant and wonderful. It was the questions that the revelation would raise. Of course not, Benji said. Because the very last thing Diego needed to find out right now, especially when he was considering Jay's plan, was that Benji was getting cold feet. Or even worse, that Benji was ashamed of anyone finding out they were dating. I'd hope so, Felix said, and he sounded strangely defensive. Of what, Benji wasn't really sure. Of Diego? Maybe. But Felix had to know that Benji would never, ever let Diego down. What he wanted more than anything else was to make Diego happy. Arrange the interview, Benji said. We'll figure it out. He turned to walk back into the studio. Oh, and stop trying to make Leo uncomfortable. That's not cool. Felix's face erupted into a massive grin. But it's so fun, he whined. Leo was trying to convince me to move in with Diego just to give you a place to live. Benji attempted a stern look, which was hard when Felix looked like, well, Felix. We're not ready for that. And if it's too weird for you dealing with Leo and Caleb, you should find your own place. Felix rolled his eyes. It's not weird. They've been together most of my adult life. But I'll find my own place. Benji was surprised that had been so easy. Really? Really, Felix exclaimed. I said I would. And don't conveniently forget and then have to crash on Max's couch. Felix pouted. But it's such a comfortable couch. The world is not yours to manipulate at will, Benji pointed out. Even when it's so easy? It was Benji's turn to roll his eyes. Especially if it's so easy. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Felix laughed. Okay, Spidey. Chapter 15. Ironically, the radio personality who had requested to interview Benji by himself and had settled for Star Shadow as a group was the same guy they'd gone on air with right after Caleb had come back. The same one Caleb had told his story to, and the same guy he and Leo came out to. Benji told himself that this was merely a coincidence, because even though they were in Southern California and radio was still big there were only so many major radio personalities doing important interviews. But the coincidence still made him uneasy, and as they walked into the studio, he nearly excused himself and called Jay. But what would Jay even tell him? To suck it up and do the interview anyway? Definitely. You're frowning, Diego, who had subtly changed positions with Max so they were next to each other, hissed as he leaned closer. This is the same guy we were at earlier this year. You remember the interview, Benji muttered. You mean the one where we blew everything up? Diego said. He rolled his eyes. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nobody says you have to come out in the next 10 minutes. It wasn't like Benji didn't want to tell Diego about all the ways he was fucking terrified, that he'd been wrong the other night, that he was scared. But right now was exactly the wrong time to say it. When they'd all finally taken their seats, the assistants getting their headphones and microphones configured, Steve Swan, the radio host, walked into the recording studio. Hey, guys, he said brightly, beaming the $1 million smile that had made him famous on both radio and television. Benji wondered how many of those teeth were actually original, or if he'd had a whole mouthful of implants. It wouldn't be the craziest thing anyone had ever done in pursuit of fame. Steve, Benji acknowledged. "Good to see you." Starting with Benji, Steve went down the line and shook everyone's hand. Diego, Max, Leo, and finally Caleb. "Thanks for having us back," Caleb said, grasping Steve's hand with both of his own, his voice sounding especially heartfelt. Benji, who'd actually seen the live numbers and then the syndicated listens of that particular interview, bitterly thought that there was no way Steve was ever not going to have them back. He'd been undeniably famous before that interview, but that interview had been one of the most popular he'd ever done, and for no reason other than Leo and Caleb had decided they were done lying. After a few minutes of checks, they went live. The bad feeling Benji had been trying to ignore for 10 minutes grew as Steve said, "I'm so lucky to have Benji of Star Shadow here today, as well as the rest of the band taking a break from recording their new album." Benji knew he'd been the original request, and when Jay had shot the request over to Felix, the interview had grown to include the rest of the band. But he was polling third in popularity now. Steve would know that, just like Jay did. So why single him out as the leader when the most vocal leader of their group had always been Leo? "How is the album coming, guys?" Steve asked. Annoyingly, Benji watched as 4 sets of eyes latched onto him. Apparently, just like Steve, they decided he was speaking for everyone today. "Thanks for having us today," Benji said. "And it's coming along. We've got about a week and a half under our belts so far, but lots of work ahead of us. We're just excited that we can finally bring our fans some new music." "You did give us a little gift already," Steve said, his sly smile painfully evident in person, but completely missing from his tone of voice. "That great cover of The Scientist that you recorded while you were on your reunion tour, was that the beginning of a new, mellower sound for Star Shadow?" "We're older and we're wiser, Steve, but we're the same musicians," Max said. Yeah, they definitely did have a newer, more mature sound, but this wasn't the best time to roll that out, and Max knew that. "It was a powerful song, especially the way you performed it," Steve said. "We've all seen the tour footage, I'm sure." They'd even released some of their own, packaging it up really nicely as the music video. It hadn't quite reached the numbers of the Taylors and the Arianas of the world, but it had done unexpectedly well. The fact that Leo and Caleb kissed half a dozen times during it probably didn't hurt. "Well, we have Coldplay to thank for that," Leo said dryly. "So now that you're recording another Star Shadow album, any plans for more solo work? Benji?" Benji tensed. "Not right now," he said, hoping he didn't sound rude, but also hoping that his tone made it clear he didn't want to discuss his solo career. "But you've been up to more than just a new album," Steve said, and this time the sly insinuation in his voice was crystal clear. Benji jolted in his seat, and his eyes met Felix's, where he was standing, watching through the window in the producer's booth. Diego reached over and under the cover of the table dug his fingertips into Benji's knee, like he too knew what was about to happen and wanted to prevent Benji from lunging after Steve and breaking all those $1,000,000 teeth. "We have?" Caleb's voice sounded so innocent and pure, despite what he'd been through. Like he couldn't ever lie, even though he'd been incredibly adept at lying all the time. It was a talent and a skill that still came in handy. "While you and Leo have been leading the paparazzi on a merry chase during your runs," Steve said, "Benji and Diego have been enjoying the happiest place on Earth. I had a fan send in some pictures they found on Twitter, and I hope you guys have seen these because they're adorable." Benji frowned. "Yes, we took Diego's daughter one day last week," he said. But Steve had kept going, and none of it was good. This was why he'd wanted Benji and Benji only, and why he had been more than happy to invite all of Star Shadow, because it meant Diego would be there too. "You guys didn't tell me you were dating," Steve said in a teasing voice. "You're such a cute couple." Benji gritted his teeth. He wasn't going to deny he was dating Diego. Not with Diego right there. But what else could he do? This was too early, not in line with any of their plans, and he didn't feel even close to ready to divulge anything yet. Why hadn't Felix fucking vetted any of these questions? Didn't he know that radio guys like Steve would do anything to get a really choice soundbite? "Dating? Really?" Leo said, his voice going even higher than normal. Unlike his boyfriend, he was a horrible liar, but Benji still appreciated him taking the question. I think I'd know if Benji and Diego were dating. The pictures are on my website, Steve said, more to the audience than to Leo. You guys can judge for yourselves. But if you are, he added, with a grin that Benji definitely wanted to wipe off his face with his fists, we can all agree. Super cute couple. Maybe even giving Leo and Caleb a run for their money. Steve cut to commercial and Felix burst in. It looked like the producer had tried to bar the door and prevent him from entering the studio, but nothing could ever hold Felix back from something he wanted. Max being the only notable example. This interview is over, Felix said through clenched teeth. He looked even more murderous than Benji felt. He didn't know how Diego was doing. He'd been so afraid that even glancing in Diego's direction would give away everything he felt, and Steve would exploit it. Sure, I already got what I wanted anyway, Steve said, still grinning. Like with teeth like those, he couldn't do much else. Diego's hand dug harder into Benji's knee. It's fine, Diego said under his breath. It's fine. But it wasn't fine at all. They'd been totally blindsided here, and instead of managing to deny it or even say something that wasn't a denial but wasn't a confirmation either, he just sat there like a statue, like an idiot. As soon as they were out of the studio, Felix immediately started apologizing. Oh my God, if I'd known he was like that, I would have asked to see the questions ahead of time. Leo shot him a look. After all, Felix was his brother. You didn't know to ask for the questions ahead of time? Felix threw up his hands. This is important information you need to share with me. I guess we all assumed you were already more knowledgeable than we were, Caleb admitted wryly. It's okay. We'll all live. Benji glowered. Of course Caleb was saying that. Felix was his boyfriend's little brother, and he hadn't basically outed them on live radio. Yeah, you will. But Benji looks like he's going to kill me, Felix said apprehensively. Benji was just surprised, Benji said, trying to tamp down his frustration. He could feel his phone going crazy in his pocket, and he knew it was Jay calling and texting him, probably furious that his donated interview had nearly destroyed everything he was working for. Okay, Felix said tearily. I really am sorry. Just because I pretend like I know what I'm doing all the time doesn't mean I do. It's fine, really, Diego said, reaching out and putting a comforting hand on Felix's shoulder. I can't count how many times we messed up when we were getting started. Diego straightened and looked straight at Benji. You didn't deny it, he said, as the rest of the guys clustered around Felix, reassuring him. You could have. No, I couldn't have, Benji said, surprised that Diego would ever think he could have. We said we weren't lying anymore. Even when the truth scares the shit out of you? Diego asked, raising an eyebrow. Benji chuckled humorlessly. I guess that wasn't as secret as I'd hoped. I thought about it. I've been thinking about it, and I was wrong to believe that you weren't scared. It's a terrifying thing, exposing yourself like Jay wants you to. And you're not scared to do it? Benji asked. They were in the parking lot of the radio station, and he couldn't exactly reach out and hold Diego close the way he wanted to. No doubt Steve even had cameras in his parking lot, hoping to catch something he could sell to TMZ or post on his own site. Of course I'm scared, but I've been thinking about this for longer than you have, Diego admitted. He hesitated. Besides, he added, I've learned that having you next to me makes everything easier than it should be. Benji smiled. Same. I bet you that Jay has called you about 10 times since that aired, Diego said. By the way, before you go call him back, I did look at the pictures you were talking about, the ones that Steve mentioned, and I do think we're giving Leo and Caleb a run for cutest couple. Benji flashed his lover a quick grin as he dug his phone out of his pocket. Are you kidding? We're blowing them out of the water. To Benji's surprise, there weren't 100 missed calls. There was only one, and as he listened to the voicemail Jay had left, he shockingly wasn't pissed. He wasn't even the slightest bit upset.
In fact, he seemed glad that Steve had pulled those stupid Disneyland pics into the public consciousness. He claimed their Twitter and Instagram mentions were going nuts, and people were sharing the pictures at quadruple the rate they'd been before. Benji turned to Diego, sliding his phone back into his pocket. "You need to start deciding how you want to do this, and the restrictions you want," he said seriously, "because we seem to be in full steam ahead mode." Diego nodded, shoving his hands into his pockets and glancing up at the sky. "I guess I do," he said. It was always going to be an unpleasant conversation, but Diego figured that the atmosphere could at least improve it a little. So he arranged to meet Vicky and Anna at his favorite taco stand, high on one of the hills overlooking Malibu. It was the sort of place where celebrities and normal people mingled regularly, and he figured that there, at least they'd escape the microscope he'd suddenly been thrust under. Benji had been too right. They were definitely in full steam ahead mode, if the handful of paparazzi camping out by his front gate was any indication. So far, they'd only gotten pictures of him flipping them off from behind the tinted windows of his Tesla, but every day there seemed to be someone new. When he'd called Vicky to arrange lunch, she'd answered him, sarcastic tone and full deployment. "Sure, I guess I shouldn't deprive you of an opportunity to make rude gestures at your new friends." She'd never liked the fame that accompanied her dating one of the members of Star Shadow, but then he'd never particularly liked that aspect of his job either, so at the time she'd seemed like a good choice. But now, so much had changed, and for the first time Diego was going to be seeking the attention, and he knew she was going to hate it. Not even for herself, but for their daughter. He got to the taco stand early and was in line to order when Vicky, with Anna settled on her hip, walked up. "Hey," Diego said, reaching for Anna and settling her into his arms. She babbled happily, always excited to see her papa. He felt a terrible premonition that this might be the last time they could do this in peace, with no recriminations and no accusations. "Curse any more paparazzi out today?" Vicky asked calmly, tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear. "I heard they were literally camped out on your doorstep, all because of that stupid Steve Swan and even stupider questions." "Question," Diego corrected her softly. "There was only one." Vicky shot him a look. "All those pictures. I told you to take security, not your new boyfriend." Diego's heart squeezed. It didn't matter that rumors were swirling through the LA media scene, most people declaring them already together. It still meant something when someone he knew and cared about called Benji his boyfriend. It was something he'd wanted for so long, and the only part that sucked now was the part that he'd always known would suck, telling everyone. "I figured he was more discreet than some huge bodybuilder security guy," Diego said. "Would he have done it differently if he'd known what they were facing now?" The truth was, the perfect memories of that day couldn't be tarnished, even by all this bullshit. Besides, whether it was now or in a year or 5 years, they were eventually going to have to come clean about their relationship to the public. Diego had always believed that, and while he wouldn't have picked this moment or this way, there was an inevitability he couldn't deny. "Discreet?" Vicky asked disbelievingly. "You and Benji making heart eyes all over Disneyland?" "We weren't—" Diego stopped short, because he had seen the pictures. He hadn't meant to look at Benji in any particular way, but he guessed it was expected, considering how long he'd wanted him. "Yeah," Vicky said shortly. "You were. I know, because I got asked twice in the grocery store how I feel about my ex-husband being gay and, I'm quoting here, betraying our family." "Gay!" Anna exclaimed, clapping her hands with excitement. She'd said it loud enough that several people actually turned around in line to see what the commotion was. "By the way," Vicky added laconically, "that's now a thing. She repeats at least half of what I say, so make sure you keep your language clean." "Great," Diego mumbled. "And for the record, I'm not gay." Vicky's expression softened. I know this sucks for you way more than it sucks for me. And if I got to tell off upper-class white people in the grocery store, you know that's a bonus for me."
I can be the wild card ex-wife, but you have to behave yourself still.
Diego shot her a look.
Okay, she amended. Mostly behave yourself. You do realize you can totally see you flipping off the paparazzi behind your car windows, right? Their camera flashes go right through the tinting.
Yeah, Diego admitted. I know I shouldn't, but it feels so goddamn satisfying.
God damn,
Anna exclaimed, and Diego and Vicky exchanged a commiserating look. How does she know the worst word to pick out of a sentence? Diego asked, mystified.
She's your daughter, Vicky said, throwing up her hands. Figure it out.
I am sorry, though, about the people in the grocery store. I wish I could fix that for you. I wish I could fix more than just that.
Don't you dare apologize for anything else, Vicky said, suddenly fierce, tears in her eyes. Don't you dare apologize for her.
I'm not. She's the one good thing to come out of this. I promise I don't regret her, Diego said hastily.
Good,
Vicky harumphed.
Make sure that doesn't change.
They made it to the front of the line, and after ordering, Vicky and Anna went to find an empty picnic table. Diego stayed behind to pick up their food. He pulled out his phone and sent Benji a quick text. V is not happy, but not nearly as combative as I expected. Benji's reply was quick. Combative? Did I need to come protect you, knight in shining armor style? Diego smiled in spite of himself. Thanks, but I'm trying to keep my damsel in distress moments to a minimum. I'll let you know if I need you to come defend my honor. Good, Benji's text back read, because I'd do it in a heartbeat. I love you, and you've got this. Diego's number was called, so after typing back a quick, love you too, text, he picked up their food and went to the table Vicky and Anna had settled at. Vicky waited until she'd demolished 2 tacos and most of a serving of guacamole before she started in again.
I'm assuming you told Benji's rabid agent that Anna was off limits, Vicky said, her casual, conversational tone belying the fierceness of her words.
Diego glared. Who do you think I am?
I know, Vicky admitted. I know you wouldn't let it happen, but that manager Benji hired is notorious in the industry for going off half-cocked. I want you to make it 100% clear to him that Anna is off limits.
Diego took a big bite of his al pastor taco, chewed and swallowed. You know I'm going to. You know that. Leaning back on the bench, Vicky looked at him seriously.
I do. But you're going through a big upheaval, lots of change, and I don't want that to negatively impact Anna.
I can't see why it would. Vicky stared at him frankly, unapologetically from across the table.
It's changed you, so I think my concern is more than a little justified here.
There was no way she was right, because he and Benji had only been dating for a few weeks, and if it was even possible to really change in that amount of time, all he felt was soul-deep relief that they hadn't screwed it up after all. I haven't changed, Diego said calmly. Vicky gave a short bark of laughter, and he wasn't sure he liked the way she was looking at him, like she didn't know him at all after all.
You're willing to go through this, and the Diego I met a few years ago would have shrunk from the attention like he was practically allergic to it.
He heard what she was saying, and he also heard the criticism in between her words.
Benji is making you do this. You'd only do this for Benji. You'd do anything for Benji.
She wasn't wrong, and it probably didn't feel good to realize that, even though she'd known long before he had that he'd been in love with the other man. It probably didn't feel very good either to have to deal with those grocery store confrontations, even though she made light of them. I've actually watched when 2 people hide how they feel and what happens in the aftermath, Diego said flatly. I'm not going to lie. Neither is Benji. The why or when doesn't matter nearly as much as the fact that it's happening.
It doesn't bother you that Benji's manager is going to use your coming out to make him more popular? Vicky demanded.
One of the biggest issues in their relationship, besides him being in love with someone else, had always been that Vicky was so goddamned black and white. The fame the band had acquired over the years had made it a lot easier for Diego to live in the gray areas, and Vicky had never understood that. Diego had always believed they'd be fine, but then she'd told him she was pregnant with their child, and then it had mattered, because they were going to have to figure out how to co-raise a child with two completely different life philosophies. For 2 years it had worked, and now it was in danger of all falling apart because Diego had changed the status quo. "I like to think we're both going to benefit from this," Diego said mildly. The one thing his lawyer had said after working out the initial custody agreement was that it was in his best interest to not piss Vicky off. "Not because you don't have the resources to fight anything she does," he had said apologetically, "but mostly because that woman strikes me as the most stubborn person I've ever met." And Diego had agreed with him, for that reason and for others, but now he knew he was in danger of crossing a line. "But we won't," Vicky said, glancing pointedly at where Anna, sitting next to Diego, was enthusiastically crushing tortilla chips between her fingers. The problem was that Diego couldn't possibly argue with that. Grocery store confrontations notwithstanding, it was not in Vicky and Anna's best interest for him to raise his public profile, especially not by dating someone else with so much potential public interest. "No," Diego said with a sigh, "and I'm sorry about that. But I'm not going to hide in the closet for your benefit, even for Anna's benefit. I'd do just about anything for her, but I can't do that." "You could, but you won't," Vicky said, and the bitterness in her voice terrified him. She could ruin his life, and she could do it so fucking easily it was frightening, a moment right out of all his nightmares. "We'll figure it out. I told Benji's manager that I have to approve everything that comes out. Everything has to go through me first. I'll do everything I can to minimize the blowback you and Anna experience." "And when Anna has kids in her playgroup, ask her why her papa is dating a man?" Diego shot her a reprimanding look. "Bisexuality is not a complicated concept, V. You know that. You know that after you, I was probably going to eventually date someone else, and it was probably going to be a man. Maybe not Benji, but a man. That wasn't a secret." "No," she said in a cold voice. "But I underestimated the circus that would revolve around it." "If Anna has anyone ask her, it's easy enough to say that her papa can date anyone he goddamn wants to," Diego retorted. "Fine," Vicky said, and her voice had dropped from merely cold to somewhere in the vicinity of frigid. "Fuck." "So what you're saying is that it couldn't have gone worse," Benji said softly, carefully smoothing back Diego's hair as he lay in his lap. "She could have thrown her horchata in my face. That's how it could have gone worse," Diego said morosely. "I'm sure it wasn't as bad as you thought it was. Your lawyer wasn't wrong. Vicky can be exceedingly stubborn. She was just caught off guard by the sudden interest in your love life. I think she even forgot you were famous, too." Diego let out a pleased sigh and wiggled happily against Benji's calming hand stroking his hair. "I think she deliberately forgot that part." "It's gonna be okay," Benji said. "I promise. We'll keep Jay on a very short leash." "The fact that he needs a leash at all worries me," Diego said. "I know," Benji admitted. Something he'd been thinking about more and more. He'd even sent his contract with Jay to his lawyer. It wasn't like he was hoping for a loophole, but Diego was going to be in his life long term, and Benji knew he couldn't continue to be pushed and pulled between his agent and his boyfriend. He was going to have to find someone new to manage him that was a little more low-key, and for the first time, that annoying inner voice didn't squawk in protest. "First day off from recording in almost 2 weeks, and it had to be like this," Diego said mournfully. "I barely got to even spend any time with Anna." "We can always make up for the bad day," Benji offered. Moving his hand further up Benji's thigh, he felt the muscles tense under his loose athletic shorts. "Yeah?" Diego asked, and the sudden heat flushing him would definitely help distract from the shitty lunch he'd had with Vicky, but unfortunately it wouldn't erase it. Still, he was definitely open to some solid distraction attempts. "Yeah," Benji agreed, shifting a little, causing Diego's hand to move even higher until he could palm his hard dick through his shorts. Diego was just about to rise up and press his mouth to Benji's when Benji's phone rang, loudly. He opened his mouth to tell him to turn it off. He wasn't in the mood to deal with Jay or any of his antics right now, but Benji's gaze flew to Diego's, and it was clear the especially ear-piercing ring was not normal. "What's going on?" Diego said, moving his hand away from Benji's cock as he reached over to answer the phone. "That's my PR person," Benji said, "and the only reason they'd be calling is if something bad just happened." "Something bad?" Diego asked apprehensively. His mind swirled with every possibly bad scenario there was, but nothing solidified as a strong possibility. Benji answered the call and nodded gravely once, then again. After about a minute, he ended the call and set the phone down on the coffee table. "Well," he said, "something unexpected just happened." "Unexpected good or unexpected bad?" Diego asked. Benji made a face. "Unexpected, complicated. Do you remember how I said that Jay's other option for raising my profile was getting into a fake relationship with Rochelle Andrews?" Diego nodded. "Well," he said, clearly upset that he was having to tell Diego this at all. "There were some pictures that got taken a long time ago, around when we first started dating. I didn't even know they were going to be taken, but they were. I told Jay to bury them in a hole so deep nobody would ever find them, and unfortunately it seems like someone's found them." Diego didn't immediately grasp the problem. "And? There's pictures of you and Rochelle out there? I'm assuming they're pretty innocent." They had to be, he told himself, or else Benji would have told him. "Yeah, we're standing at the back exit to a nightclub. They're nothing worth remarking on, except that somebody's trying to start a narrative that I'm cheating on you with Rochelle, or vice versa." "What?" Diego said flatly. "What?" "TMZ is running it, and the pics from Disneyland, all in one article, and insinuating a lot of shit that doesn't look good. Jay wants to immediately counter, but that means dropping something big now before we have time to think about it." "I don't want to do that," Diego said immediately, even though the idea of the world thinking he was either being cheated on or cheated with didn't sit well with him at all. Rushing things at this point would put Vicky on even more of an alert, and she was already plenty pissed off after this afternoon. One more bad nudge in a certain direction, and she might do something they'd all regret. "I know you don't, but we need to do something," Benji begged. "We need to figure out our next move, and it can't be nothing." Chapter 16. Diego stood up slowly. The mood from earlier had vanished completely, and Benji didn't know what to do to get it back, or what to say that would convince Diego that they couldn't just sit on this. "Was this the plan the whole time?" Diego asked softly. "What? No, of course not. Why would you even ask that?" Benji couldn't believe that Diego would ever think he'd condone a plan like that. "Because all of this shit happened after we told your agent that I wanted to change the plan. And guess what? There's no chance for me to do that now. It's suddenly and conveniently impossible." Diego clenched his fists together. "Vicky is already pissed at me. How do you think she's going to feel now?" Benji shrugged. "It sucks. I'm not saying it doesn't suck, but sometimes these things go sideways. You can't always control everything." "Control everything?" Diego looked incredulous. "I don't even want to control everything. All I've ever wanted is to preserve what I already have, but I'm not even sure how to do that anymore." Benji knew that he was gaping at his friend and his lover. "You don't know how to do that anymore?" There had always been a sense of the inevitable surrounding him and Diego, a feeling of permanence rooted in their friendship and in Star Shadow, even when Star Shadow had ceased to exist. But now, he felt like Diego was slipping away. That isn't even right, Benji thought. I'm driving him away. "I want Anna and my life and you. Of course I want you," Diego said. but Benji could hear the but coming before he even said it. "But this circus, everything going sideways, it's too much. It was fine being on the periphery, but now we're in the eye and it sucks. I have to drive by a whole group of paparazzi every single day to get out of my development, and you know the shit they say? I couldn't hear it before, but now they scream it at me, and it's vile." Diego turned away, and Benji wanted to go after him, to pull him back, to save them both the pain of him leaving, but that was ultimately selfish. It had been selfish of him to involve Diego in the first place, to anticipate that while Diego might not want the same things as him out of life, he would be willing to share the burden. And maybe while Diego undoubtedly loved him, he didn't love him that much. "I don't know what to do," Benji said desperately. He knew Diego couldn't go back, not to the casually anonymous existence he'd enjoyed before, but he also didn't want to push him forward either. Diego waved his arms. "Fix this," he said in a hard, uncompromising voice. "Make it all go away." "I can't do that. It's impossible to get rid of something once it's started. You know that." "I'm not even sure you want it to go away," Diego sneered. "This is your big break. Me and a supermodel fighting over you, with the tabloids there to tackle every possible angle." Benji didn't think he'd ever heard Diego talk like that before, not in the 10 years he'd known him. And of course it had been stupid to ever think he could hide the ambitious parts of himself from this man. Nobody else on the planet knew him as well as Diego did. He knew how Benji ticked, and what he wanted, and worst of all, the lengths he might go to get it. "This isn't like that. I'm not like that," Benji argued, because when it came down to it, that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to be known for his music, for his producing, maybe even his body, but for the very first time he realized that this, his heart, was more off-limits than he'd ever imagined. He'd had an uneasy feeling from the first moment Jay had brought up fake dating Rochelle Andrews. That feeling had only grown and grown, even more exponentially after Jay had given him the two choices, Rochelle or Diego. He'd thought at the time that he hadn't wanted to expose or explain his sexuality, but he realized now that wasn't it at all. He wasn't ashamed that he was in love with Diego. He just wanted one thing that wasn't for the world to consume. This new relationship with Diego felt precious and sacred, something he'd won because he was Benji the man, not because he was Benji of Star Shadow. "I'll call Jay right now. I'll call the whole thing off. I'll fix it," Benji continued in a horrified rush. "We can still fix this, I promise." "Don't make promises you can't keep," Diego said, and started to walk away, to leave. Benji watched him go and desperately wanted to fix this, even temporarily, but he didn't know what to say to stop him. And that was the most wretched cherry on top of this whole fucking mess. He needed Diego's cooperation to help fix this clusterfuck, his valuable opinion so it wouldn't get even worse. But instead he was walking away. Anger bled through the hurt, and Benji got pissed off. "So that's it?" Benji called out. "You're just going to walk away? Turn out and leave when things get tough? Run back to your house and hide out? You going to do that for the next 5 years?" That, Benji would realize later, was why they always said love and hate were two halves of the same coin. Because you knew better than anyone else how to hurt someone you loved, how to precisely aim the arrow that weaseled past their armor and dug right into their most sensitive spot. And Diego must have agreed with him, because he kept walking and the door slamming shut was the final, ugly punctuation on an even uglier fight. Benji fell back onto the couch and wondered what the fuck he was going to do now. Benji knew who it was banging on his front door, and he had absolutely zero intention of opening it, because there was zero chance it was the person he wanted it to be. No. He'd made damn well sure of that with his final shitty statement to Diego. If Diego ever wanted to talk to him again, Benji would be shocked. "Benji!" the voice yelled through the heavy wood door. "You'd better fucking open this door right now." The person on the other side had been alternating between threats and heavy pounding for the last 10 minutes,
and preceding that had called and left about 20 voicemails and a whole variety of texts, ranging between sympathetic and angry. But Benji didn't want to talk to anyone. After Diego's departure, he'd dealt with the immediate problem by calling Jay and telling him to figure out the shit spreading across the media and cut it off at its knees. About an hour later, Benji had seen a statement put out in his name that claimed he'd only met Rochelle Andrews once, and he had no other comment on his personal life. Jay had tried to ask during their phone call what he should do about all the Diego speculation, but Benji had hung up before answering. Essentially, Benji wanted him to do nothing. A key turned in the lock. Benji raised his head briefly. It had taken Leo longer than he'd ever anticipated to remember the spare key he'd given him about 7 years ago, track it down, and then use it. "What the fuck?" Leo spit out as he walked into Benji's living room. He'd left the couch briefly once or twice, to pee, to find a few beers, to stare helplessly and pointlessly outside. But other than that, he'd been glued to it for nearly 24 hours. The time everyone was supposed to meet up for a recording session had come and gone, and for the first time in his life, he hadn't wanted to fulfill his obligations to his friends and bandmates. And not just because he knew Diego wouldn't miss it, no matter how ugly their fight had gotten. He just hadn't wanted to move. He felt like he'd spent the last 10 years in a constant state of movement, and he hadn't realized just how goddamn tired he'd gotten. "You didn't show," Leo said, coming to a stop right next to the couch. He was still wearing a pair of silver aviator sunglasses, the shine glinting even in the dim light of the living room. Benji had dropped the shades after realizing that staring out into the view only reminded him of Diego's house, and inevitably of Diego himself. Leo shoved the sunglasses up onto his head and glared. "Are you going to talk to me?" Benji shrugged. "I don't have much to say," he said. "You, of all people in the fucking universe, are not the kind of person I'd expect to let us down, even if you and Diego fought. Especially if you and Diego fought." "Well, maybe you don't know me very well at all," Benji said evenly. So Leo knew about the fight, which meant that Diego must have told him. Had Diego sent him over here? No, he wouldn't have. Not after Benji's particularly virulent parting shot. Besides, Leo was the type to send himself. He likely would have volunteered when Benji didn't show up for the recording session. "Are you fucking crazy?" Leo asked, sitting gingerly on the edge of the sofa, eyeing the empty beer bottles and used tissues with a disdainful glare that was not very fair, considering how many messes of his own that Benji had cleaned up over the years. "I know you better than anyone. I'm really tired. Exhausted, really." Benji tried to make his face move into a wry smile, but it must have been a goddamn terrible attempt because Leo grimaced. "Does this have anything to do with that crazy TMZ article about you apparently juggling Rochelle Andrews and Diego? Because we all knew that was absolute crap. You'd never date that stuck-up bitch." "Are we talking about Rochelle or Diego?" Benji asked tiredly. Leo glared. "You know I'm talking about Rochelle. And I also know you didn't even mean that, because you've always believed sunshine and rainbows shot out of Diego's ass. So what, you guys said some stuff to each other? Caleb and I have been doing that forever, and we're still together, still going strong." "Yeah, I'm aware of that. I think the whole world is aware of that," Benji said with an eye roll. "Then get off your ass, come down to the studio and fix it," Leo ordered. But Benji didn't move. It was going to take a lot more than Leo deciding to interfere to fix anything. The one conclusion that Benji had come to over the last 24-ish hours was that their situation wasn't exactly fixable. He wanted to live a more public life, and Diego wanted a more private one. Maybe that ultimately was why they'd never done anything about their feelings. Maybe they'd known, deep down, that they weren't really compatible. Lust and even love couldn't change the fundamentals of who a person was, and the essentials they wanted out of their life.
Benji's ambition was never going to completely die, and Diego was never going to stop wanting to settle for what he already had. "It's not going to work, so feel free to stop trying to fix everything," Benji said. He wanted nothing more than to just close his eyes and close out the world. Nothing hurt. He just felt numb, and he wanted to bask in his blessed numbness. Leo brought too much bright, too much life, too much potential for pain. "Giving up awfully easy, considering how long you've wanted this," Leo said. "How long you've wanted him." Benji wanted to wipe that prissy tone out of Leo's mouth. But that would require energy, and also moving. The first had vanished, and the second felt impossible without that vital piece. "It turns out some things aren't worth it after all," Benji mumbled into the couch cushion. He wasn't really talking about Diego, because even now Diego would be worth anything, but there wasn't anything left that he could give that Diego would ever want. That was the problem. Everything he'd ever valued was not only useless, it was everything Diego loathed. Leo didn't say anything for a long moment, then finally murmured, "If you're really tired, you should sleep, Benny." Benji barely even heard him, because he was already falling asleep. He woke up to some frantic murmuring an unknown amount of time later. The room was still darkish, but he'd pulled the blinds the day before, and Leo had clearly not opened them. Coming to slowly, he realized that one of the voices belonged to Leo. His tone was undeniably distinctive, and as he woke up a little more, he realized the other belonged to someone who sounded very similar. "Felix." "We should tell him," Felix muttered. "He deserves to know." "And you're willing to take responsibility for what he does when he finds out? How are you going to stop him from going postal?" "Who's going postal?" Benji asked, struggling to rise from the couch. Leo was in a different t-shirt, which meant that he'd probably gone home and come back. And now that he thought about it, Benji realized his eyes felt coated in sticky grit, like he'd been sleeping for hours and hours and hours. "How long was I out?" Benji asked, as both brothers gaped at him. "Almost a whole day. 12 hours, Leo said, coming over to regain his perch on the side of the couch. "You should take a shower. You'd feel better." "And Leo would feel better about getting close to you," Felix piped up, as Benji felt around for his phone and realized that the spot he was sure he'd left it, on the floor next to the couch, was empty. "If I take a shower," Benji ground out, "will you tell me what's going on? And give me my phone back?" "How about we settle for telling you what's going on?" Leo offered, giving Benji one of his most charming smiles. The one he pulled out when he wanted to manipulate you into doing something, but didn't want you to know that it hadn't been your idea all along. Benji was uncomfortably familiar with that smile, and it usually didn't bode well for anyone who fought it. So he struggled to his feet, finally regaining his balance. "Why can't I have my phone?" Benji asked plaintively as the three of them walked toward the master bathroom. "You shouldn't use it yet," Leo said. "I wasn't going to call Diego," Benji muttered. "Yeah, that wasn't what I was talking about," Leo pointed out as he flipped on the bathroom light. Benji had been naked in front of his best friend more times than he could count, but he'd forgotten that Felix was standing there too. But he barely registered Felix's squeak as he stripped off his t-shirt and shorts. "Yeah, we know, he's hot," Leo admonished his little brother. "Keep your tongue in your mouth. None of that's yours." Benji could almost muster up a smile as he flipped on the shower. "Sorry," he said apologetically. "I forgot you were here too, Felix." "Don't be. I'm not sorry at all," Felix said. Leo laughed. "No, he really isn't." "Noted," Benji said, tipping his head back and letting the hot water wash over him. It felt better than he had any right to feel. The numbness was fading from his brain, and his heart and everything was starting to hurt. Even if they weren't a good match, how was he going to let Diego go? Could he really work with him again and not beg him to take him back? Could they really only be friends ever again? Benji really wasn't sure, but the alternative felt even worse. Long, empty years stretching in front of him with nothing but his work, and no Diego to give any of it meaning. So Felix had a realization this morning, Leo said. I told him that we shouldn't tell you, but he's apparently insisting. Why didn't you want me to know? Is it the going postal part? Benji asked as he scrubbed his short hair. You know I'm not the going postal type. You are if properly motivated. Yeah, this is the best motivation, Felix chimed in. I was thinking about the interview that Jay offered to me for the whole band, and something didn't sit right. Yeah, any of it, Leo said darkly. What about it? Benji demanded. It was hard to forget how the fight with Diego had started, him accusing Benji of arranging this whole scenario to prevent anyone from doing it differently than Jay had wanted. At the time it had seemed insane, but Benji knew Jay, and he knew how Jay didn't like anyone dictating to him ever. The way the assistant at the radio station spoke, it was like they hadn't offered the spot. It was like it had been offered to them. So this morning I called her again, and she admitted that your agent had called and arranged the whole thing, including sending it to me to take care of instead of taking care of the details himself. Benji froze under the hot spray. Jay arranged the interview? I would also bet that's how Steve got the pictures, too, Leo added. You and Diego were set up. By Jay, Benji said flatly. Jay had also had the photographs of him and Rochelle. There would be nothing stopping him from releasing those and from giving TMZ a particularly juicy angle to take in their story, all resulting in a PR firestorm that would force Diego to walk back his restrictions and sensationalize the truth. Shit, Benji muttered. I'm gonna fucking kill him. And that is why we were talking about going postal, Leo said hastily. Let's not have any unnecessary homicides we need to clean up. You already have enough on your plate fixing things with Diego. Benji turned off the shower and took the towel Leo handed him. How can I possibly fix things with Diego when I'm the one who fucked it all up? He even told me this was what was happening and I didn't fucking listen when that's all I should have been doing. Diego isn't exactly blameless either, even if he won't admit it, Felix pointed out. He's terrified, but what he doesn't realize is that some form of this media shitstorm was inevitable, Leo said. You guys need to just ride it out. Don't give it any more fuel and it'll die out. At some point the bloodsuckers will stop following you around and you can go back to your semi-normal lives. Diego's thinking back to when we broke up, how quiet things got. And even if you and he never come out with either your sexuality or your relationship, it was never going to go back to that. Star Shadow is a commodity now. Yeah, that doesn't mean he has to like it, Benji said dryly. Or that he has to accept it. It actually does, Felix said. Benji turned to look at him and Felix shrugged. Diego needs to take control of his own life. Hiding in his house and flipping off the paparazzi behind his tinted car windows is sort of pathetic, don't you think? Lots of people like privacy, Benji nearly growled. If Diego wanted privacy, then there was nothing wrong with that. He should have what he wanted, always. Yeah, they do, but then they aren't also actively trying to sell singles and albums and tour tickets. He wants it both ways, and he has to realize that situation's not sustainable. He, and you, I might add, need to figure out a middle ground that you can live in long term. Benji glanced over at Leo. This was exactly what he'd begun to think before everything had gone sideways. What? Leo said. I told you he was intelligent. I told you he could probably get a job at the CIA if we didn't hire him. I'm grateful we did, Benji said, moving from the bathroom to the bedroom. He pulled a pair of briefs out of his dresser drawer and tried to ignore Felix's quick intake of breath as he dropped his towel.
Do you ever get used to, you know, all that?" Felix hissed at his older brother.
"Felix," Leo ground out, "get it together."
Right, Felix said. "Well, I did try to tell Diego that." "Through the front door, no less," Leo pointed out. "We didn't have a spare key to his house." Benji finished dressing and grabbed his keys and wallet. "Thanks, guys, but I have it under control." Raising an eyebrow, Felix asked him, "But do you?" Benji rolled his eyes. "I'm not going to kill Jay. Severely maim, maybe? Is that allowed?" Shrugging, Leo turned to Felix. "I could go with him." "You could, but you've done your work, and I think you'd just crimp his style." Benji smiled, slow and wide. "Exactly." The drive to Diego's house felt like it was over in barely a minute. One moment he was driving and trying to figure out how to grovel, while also pointing out some of what Felix had said, and the next he was pulling into Diego's driveway. Taking a deep breath, he got out of the car and, approaching the front door, considered how much of a breach of privacy it would be if he used his spare key. He'd try knocking first, Benji decided, which he did enthusiastically for the next 5 minutes, with no luck. It reminded him, rather unpleasantly, of the day that had started everything, when Diego had resolved to get over him and Benji had decided not to let him. "Diego," Benji called out, "I'm going to open this door, so you better not mistake me for a burglar." When he unlocked the door and swung it open, Diego was standing in the foyer, grim expression on his face, and his arms crossed across his bare chest. Much like that day a few weeks ago, he was only wearing a pair of loose athletic shorts, his rose tattoo glowing reddish pink in the dim light. Like Benji, he'd pulled all the blinds closed against the fierce LA sun. "What do you want?" Diego asked flatly. "First, I want to apologize," Benji said. "I was really out of line when I said that about you hiding away for the next 5 years. "And?" Diego challenged. "Are you sorry for anything else?" Benji decided there was no way out of this without being completely, painfully honest. "I'm really sorry that we seem to want 2 different things out of life," he said carefully. "I want you to be happy, and I also selfishly want you to be happy with me. I wish I could figure out a way to make that happen." Diego's lips compressed together. "I wish that too. But I can't risk this," he waved around him. "And I especially can't risk Anna." Benji took the risk of taking another step into the foyer, 1 step closer to Diego. "What if I swore to you that I would make 100% sure that Anna was never involved?" he asked. "You can't promise that. You told me that I'd get to dictate the terms of how this would happen, and it all went sideways. You said that happens sometimes. You really can't swear on something you can't control." "Actually," Benji admitted, "you weren't all that wrong. Felix and Leo came over, and I guess it looks like Jay might have organized all of this. So, yes, I can control it. I can take him out of the equation." "And when the next person wants some happy modern family photo shoot," Diego demanded, "are you going to tell them no? I'm not sure you will." It hurt, that lack of faith and the lack of trust. But Benji didn't think he could blame Diego for feeling that way, since Jay had eroded it all away. In the end, it didn't matter that it wasn't Benji's fault. He was going to pay the price anyway. Benji squeezed his fists together and imagined taking out all the pain blossoming through him on Jay's face. And it suddenly occurred to him that yes, he could. "I would," Benji said calmly, surprised that none of the emotions swirling through him leaked into his voice. Anger, pain, frustration, betrayal. "You know I would, because you know me. We've been friends for 10 years, and you've always known me better than anybody else. I might have gotten a little distracted the last few years by Jay and what he wanted, but I know who I am now, and so do you. You know I would never, ever
betray you. Diego didn't look convinced, though, which further solidified Benji's belief that Diego did need to figure his own shit out before they could fix anything. He had to know that some public interest in his life was inevitable, with the band experiencing their new resurgence in popularity. Maybe not to the extent that it was happening, but that was something Diego and Diego alone would have to come to terms with. "I'm going to wipe the floor with Jay's ass," Benji said. "When you're ready to talk, and ready to believe what I'm promising, you know where to find me." Benji thought it was going to be harder. In fact, he wanted it to be harder. He wanted somewhere to direct all this anger and frustration, and taking it out on Jay's assistant and gatekeeper would have helped him feel a little better. But the woman just waved him into Jay's office. He strode in, feeling all that betrayal coalesce into one big angry ball in his stomach. The platinum records on the wall, Jay's diamond rings glinting in the California sunshine, even his smug smile. It all meshed together until Benji couldn't separate one from the other anymore. All he felt was a blinding, righteous anger that Jay, whom he'd hired to guide him, had only used him. "You're fired," Benji said. It came out a lot calmer than he felt. Maybe that was the righteousness part. It might have felt a lot angrier if he'd delivered the punch to the face that Jay deserved along with it, but that was the annoying part about righteousness. It frowned upon physical violence. "You can't fire me," Jay said, not surprised and not even the tiniest bit upset. A galling fact that made Benji want to reconsider his promise to Leo that he wouldn't kill anyone today. "Yes, I can," Benji said. "Right of refusal. And I called my lawyer on my way here, and I have a feeling you'll be getting a call from him shortly. He's not very happy about the shit you've pulled, and neither am I." Jay just smiled smugly. "I got you exactly what you wanted. You might be a little grateful for it." "That's the thing," Benji said. "You never knew me at all, because if you had, you'd realize that you destroyed everything I ever wanted." It shouldn't have felt so satisfying, turning and walking away after having the final word, but it did. It didn't fix everything, didn't come close to fixing everything with Diego, and his heart ached because he wanted to find some magic words to make it all better. But sometimes that wasn't how life worked. You couldn't wave a magic wand, so you did the next best thing. You pulled together the power and the influence that you'd spent a decade building through blood, sweat, and tears, and used it to go after the soul-sucking guy who just tried to ruin your life. Benji smiled at himself in the rearview mirror of his Maserati, trying desperately to trust that everything would be okay. But he couldn't quite make himself believe it. He'd always known that Diego Gonzalez would wreck him, but he'd never have anticipated just how painful the inevitable catastrophe would be. Chapter 17. The next day, Benji dragged himself off the couch when his alarm went off. Diego had only spent a few nights in his bed, but the sheets smelled like him, and feeling him so close when he'd never felt further away simply hurt too much. "Tomorrow," Benji told himself as he showered, "I'll change the sheets and try to get back on track." Speaking of back on track, he wasn't happy about it, but Leo had insisted that they'd gotten 2 days off to fix their shit, in his own words, and it was time to stop moping and go back to work. The thought of spending 12-plus hours cooped up with the other guys and Diego sounded like hell, but Benji knew that Leo was right. He wasn't accomplishing anything this way, and at least going back to the recording studio would give him a distraction. He just hadn't anticipated that the distraction would be Diego. He'd thought he could keep it friendly, and at the very least professional, but instead just being in the same room with him and his sad gaze, almost certainly mirroring Benji's own, was painful, like he kept getting punched in the same tender places. "This song isn't working," Benji said, setting his guitar down gently, even though with the frustration simmering through his veins he'd wanted to slam it down. Breaking one of his favorite Fenders wasn't going to make him feel any better. "No shit," Leo said. "We need to find a new angle, a new way in." This was one of Leo and Benji's old songwriting attempts from 5 years ago, and the problem was it felt every one of those 5 years. The melody was stale, the lyrics mindless, and it no longer held any special meaning for any of them. "What we need is something completely different," Diego said quietly, speaking for almost the first time during the session. Even though he'd been nearly silent, just his presence in the room alone was enough to put Benji on edge. Yeah, he definitely fucked up. But it wasn't like Diego hadn't fucked up too. It had only been a few days since their fight, but for Benji it felt like an eternity. Were they really going to give up 10 years of friendship and deeply held feelings over some stupid words and a difference of opinion? Benji had been the one to think that their dilemma was unsolvable, but Diego hadn't even made an effort. How could he truly be okay existing like this? On top of that, Benji knew the band wouldn't make it another year with all this tension. Even when Caleb had returned, had legally forced them to reunite for a tour, and everyone, Leo more than anyone, had been pissed as hell at him, Benji had still believed they'd make it through. This? He wasn't sure Star Shadow could survive his and Diego's friendship melting down. "Did you have something in mind?" Caleb asked, because there was no fucking way Benji was going to. He ground his teeth together resentfully. "Yeah, actually I do," Diego said, and Benji was too absorbed in trying to ignore him entirely to realize at first what he was playing on the keyboard in front of him. "Hey, wait," Max inserted. "Isn't that—" It was. Of all the songs in their repertoire, Diego had decided to resurrect this flaming trash can of a song, the one song that reminded Benji most of all the failure in his life, consolidated and concentrated into 3.5 minutes. "It's different," Caleb said softly. "It's good." Benji grimaced. He could hear what Caleb was saying. It's better. Maybe he shouldn't have bothered paying that obscene amount of money for Drake's producer and should have just hired Diego instead. But then, Diego probably wouldn't have done it. He just wanted to come around when everything had fallen apart and stick it to Benji one last time. "Hey, I know your song was a giant flaming disaster, but here's how it could have been better. Here's how you could have been better." "I've been working on this for a while," Diego said. "I know it would be hard to get the rights, but it's too good of a song not to fight for." Benji's fingernails dug into his palms. Too good of a song. He might not have been good enough to fight for, but apparently this goddamned song was. "What do you think, Benji?" Leo asked. What did he think? He thought it was all an enormous fucking load of shit. That's what he thought. "There's no way they'll give up the rights," he said tightly. "It's not even worth talking about." "Yeah, it is," Caleb objected. "I have the best fucking lawyer in the business. Why not try?" To his eternal shame and horror, Benji felt himself begin to lose it. He remembered when they'd all pushed Leo to keep performing the songs he'd written for Caleb, when he was neck-deep in pain and anger and loss, and Benji had never regretted the side he'd taken there. The songs were too good to let go of, no matter how much they hurt. But now, he wished he'd sympathized a little more with Leo. Music was such an intensely personal thing, and this song he had written for Diego, when he was still full of hope and longing and wonder, it hurt like fucking hell. He swallowed hard, his tongue thick and heavy in his mouth, his eyes burning with unshed tears. "No," he said, and it was the crowning humiliation that instead of sounding firm and resolute, he sounded weak and pathetic. Heartbroken. He turned abruptly and marched out the door. He needed some fucking air, and if anyone had a problem with that, they could take it up with his fists. "I think," Leo hesitated, "I think that could have gone better." Diego didn't say anything. What was there to say? Benji either had completely misinterpreted the point he'd been trying to make, or maybe it was just too damn late to make the point. Maybe he shouldn't have sent Benji away yesterday, when he'd clearly wanted to try to fix things. But Diego knew his temper simmered a little cooler and lasted a little longer, unlike Benji, who flashed hot and strong and then immediately wanted to apologize. When Benji had come over,
Certain he'd finally discovered a problem he could fix, Diego hadn't been ready to hear it. He'd still been stuck in a rut of anger, hurt, and, ultimately, fear, all culminating in the worst question of all. What would Vicky do when she found out about this? That question had paralyzed him for 2 days, and it wasn't until he'd come face to face with Benji this morning, so clearly as miserable as him, that Diego had begun to shake it off. Was he really going to ruin this incredible thing they had over fear, when that was all it was? Vicky hadn't said a word about taking Anna away, and maybe the thing he'd always worried about, buried in the back of his head, was only an unfounded worry. Since they were working, and Benji had always stressed how important it was that their relationship had to take a back seat, Diego had patiently waited for an opening. When they'd all acknowledged that the song they were currently working on was a disaster, Diego had seen his opportunity. He would make Benji see that Violet was worth revisiting. After all, how could he let it go when he didn't want to let Diego go? Except that wasn't how it had worked out after all. Diego stared moodily at his keyboard. "You should go talk to him," Caleb said. "He doesn't want to talk to me." That much had been very apparent to Diego, and it should have been very apparent to the rest of the band, too. "Yeah, he really does. Max shoved his hands into his pockets and leaned back on the stool behind his drum set. "That song is a really loaded one for him. I worked with him when he was writing, and he was obsessed with it, and completely determined to make it a huge hit. When it flopped, he was inconsolable. That song means a lot to him, and it's all tied up in you." "I know," Diego said miserably. "Which is why I thought he'd understand why it's important to me, too." "I think that's what you need to tell him," Leo offered. "Seriously, we're happy to wait." "But leave us that arrangement," Max called out from behind his drum set. "I want to give it a go with Caleb and Leo." When Diego stepped outside, he saw Benji sitting against the back of the building, his back against the brick, his knees tucked up underneath his chin. When Diego approached, he hastily wiped his eyes. So it wasn't too late, Diego felt, as a wave of relief washed over him. He settled down right next to Benji before he could protest, or even worse, leave. "Hey," Diego said softly, and Benji glanced over at him, confusion blooming on his face. "I thought maybe we should talk. I realize I wasn't very understanding when you came over yesterday. I wasn't ready to listen, and I'm sorry." "You aren't ever obligated to listen," Benji said in a hard voice, and started to move, obviously trying to stand up, but Diego reached out and grabbed his arm. "Yeah, I am. We were friends first, and friends listen. I can't lose that. I never realized how much Star Shadow meant to me, too, because I can't lose that either. And if we go off the rails, the band will never last." "So, what? You want to talk so we can be friends again?" Benji tensed. "I know we were friends for a long time, and I don't want to diminish that friendship because it meant everything to me. But now that I know what it's like to have more, I can't settle for just friendship. Not with you." Diego smiled and curled his fingers around Benji's arm, stroking his skin. "Good. Neither can I." "But you said—" Benji hesitated, then smiled wryly. "But I guess I did too. That was what me playing that song meant. I wasn't going to give up on it, and I wasn't going to give up on you either, no matter what it looked like yesterday." Benji sighed. "It's hard to remember what that song meant originally. It's all gotten tangled up in the failure of my album. I can't really separate it out anymore even if I want to. I hear it, and all I hear is a big fat flop." "I hear its beauty," Diego said softly. "I hear how much you cared about me, even back then. I hear a way it could be even better, and I want to show that to the world if you'll let me." "You really mean that?" Benji said disbelievingly. Diego shoved Benji a little.
Of course I fucking do. You're brilliant, and this song is the greatest gift you could have ever given me. It's why I waited so long for you to figure out that you wanted me. How could you write a song like Violet and not know? Benji reached over and laced their fingers together. Trust me, I figured it out. I figured out I can't live without you, not in every single part of my life. It doesn't work any other way, not for me. You're it. You're it for me too, Diego said, tipping his head to rest it on Benji's shoulder. I want to tell you something else, and I need you to swear to me you will never tell another soul. Something I should have told you a long time ago. Something that is partially why I was so freaked out. You know you can trust me, Benji said, his voice puzzled. Diego sighed. You'll understand when I tell you. It's what's had me so goddamn terrified of this whole thing Jay was arranging. I couldn't let Vicky get fed up and decide that Anna was better off without me. But she wouldn't, and even if she did, you have an incredible amount of money and resources. You could fight whatever she tried to do. I could, Diego said, trying to keep his voice even, devoid of the fear that threatened to consume him. But I think there's something that might take Anna away from me permanently. I don't understand, Benji said, clearly confused. Diego swallowed hard. I'm not sure that Anna is mine. Of course Anna is yours. Benji's outrage soothed some of Diego's fear, but he couldn't take all of it away. Nothing could really do that. I mean, I'm not sure she's biologically mine. Vicky and we dated for a while, yeah, but I didn't love her, and she didn't love me. It was more about convenience and trust. We only had sex a few times. We might have at some point after the wedding when she could have gotten pregnant, but I've never really been sure. I knew she slept with other men, and that didn't matter. But then she was pregnant. And you never asked her? Benji asked softly. His fingers squeezed Diego's reassuringly. I've been too afraid to even bring it up. What if that's all the motivation she needs to get a DNA test? I made sure Vicky got a good settlement in our divorce, and she gets monthly child support. She doesn't really need me, not anymore. And if suddenly it's harder for Anna to be related to me than not related to me, I wouldn't blame her for taking that step. Diego swallowed hard. Vicky isn't a bad person. She's a protective mother, but I don't think she would ever do that to you. She knows you adore Anna, and you're her father. It doesn't matter what a goddamn DNA test says. And if she tries, not only will you fight her on it, I'll do anything I can to make sure you don't lose Anna, Benji swore. You would? Diego shifted closer to Benji, wanting to soak up every bit of his certainty and his assurance. It was one thing to tell yourself over and over, until you were sick of your own thoughts, that nothing bad could happen, but it was another entirely to hear Benji say so. Especially in that certain-as-fuck voice that dared the world to fuck with him and to live to pay the price. I would do anything for you, Benji confessed. I hoped you knew that. I did. I do, Diego swore. I love you so goddamned much. What are we going to do about the whole mess? Benji wondered out loud. I didn't know how to fix it because I thought we wanted to live two different ways. But now I don't know. Do you want to tell people? That I love you? I've never not wanted to, Diego reassured him. I just didn't want it to overwhelm our lives. I didn't want to be followed around constantly. I didn't want to do things for maximum impact like Jay wanted. Well, Benji said, his voice growing flinty, I think it's safe to say that I've spent a lot of time going over what Jay said over the last 5 years, and I think he made me my own worst enemy. He knew all my ambitions and my fears and preyed on every single one. I still wish I could go back and punch him. Definitely a wasted opportunity, Diego inserted. But I think I've got some ideas where we can do this and not make it a huge deal, Benji said. I don't want to become more well-known just because I'm your boyfriend. I want people to know me because they like my music, not just my choice of partners. Diego nodded. That's how I feel. And you were also right. I need to put myself out there more. I've let fear rule me for too long. I can't let this thing with Vicky and Anna control me. Benji pressed a long, lingering kiss to his temple. It won't be so bad if I'm next to you, I promise. It's still gonna suck for a little while, Diego said reluctantly. He was never going to crave the spotlight, not the way Benji did. His ambition was never going to equal Benji's, but they could still find a middle ground, a way to live together and love their lives, and each other. As long as it's the good kind of sucking, I think we'll be okay, Benji grinned. Should we go put them out of their misery? Diego said. Leo's probably about to call in reinforcements. Felix, Benji said, raising an eyebrow. Did he really go to your house and yell a bunch of stuff through the door? Diego hadn't believed he could laugh about any of the events of the last few days, not for a long time. He felt like his heart had just been through the ringer. But remembering how he wouldn't let Felix in, and Felix, a more stubborn person there wasn't, had decided that it didn't matter, coaxed a giggle from his lips. Yeah, he totally did. I couldn't hear much of what he said, but he definitely felt very passionate about whatever it was. He glanced up at the sky. What was it, anyway? Benji laughed, too. Basically what I came barging in a few hours later, blabbering about. The stuff about Jay. How I thought I could fix everything. Diego shifted position so they were knees to knees. He took Benji's hands in his own. You have to promise me that you'll stop expecting that you can fix everything. Frowning, Benji considered this. I don't know if I can. It's kind of my natural state. You have to try. At least... Diego pondered this for a moment. At least let us try to solve it together first. That I can absolutely agree to, Benji promised. Anything else you want? That was easy. There was a short list of things that Diego was desperate for, and having Benji's incredible body pressed naked against his was at the very top of the list. A short recording session today? Diego asked hopefully. And afterwards, we go back to my place? We could just leave now, but we shouldn't, Benji said. It sounded like he really regretted that being the case. Yeah, Diego said. We should go back in. He used Benji's hands to balance as he hefted himself up from the ground, and then reached out one of his own to help his boyfriend up. First, Benji said, and reached for him, pulling Diego close and tight against him. Their mouths met, and Diego didn't know how he'd gone a few days without this, never mind the previous 10 years. Happiness bubbled through him as Benji's lips moved confidently over his, like he knew everything was going to be okay, and that he would do anything in his power to make that prediction true. It felt like the kind of kiss that Diego wanted to experience for the rest of his life. Benji pulled away, and Diego was certain that he could hear his heart beating wildly in his chest. Let's go in, Benji said softly. They walked back into the recording studio hand in hand. To Diego's shock, they were playing his song. Well, not his song, Benji's song. But Diego realized it was definitely a little bit his, too. Violet was about him, and it was his arrangement they were playing, and it sounded just as incredible as he'd hoped it would, all those long, lonely nights at the piano when he'd scribbled down his ideas, never believing they would ever go anywhere. But most importantly, he glanced over at Benji and saw the expression of stunned, incomprehensible awe on his face. He hadn't known what it could be, and in this moment it was like the beauty of his creation had been born again. You'll be left in the dust, Caleb and Leo sang, the rough edges of the former's voice contrasting beautifully with the lightness of the latter's, all playing off melody that Max and Leo were playing together. Unless I stick by us. In that moment, Diego squeezed Benji's hand and realized one last life-altering thing. He wanted to go back in time and tell 17-year-old Diego Gonzalez that even though he felt lost, confused, and unsure of his place in the world, someday he would find someone who loved and accepted him for every messy part, and that, despite every impossibility, the really cute guy he'd met and couldn't forget would not only become a friend, he would become so much more. For 10 years they'd stuck by each other, and the beauty of looking only toward the future was that Diego knew, without a single doubt, that would never, ever change. Epilogue. Fighting for my trust, and you won't back down, even if we've got to risk it all right now. Benji had always believed that when the actual moment came, he'd be a hell of a lot more nervous. Instead, as he and Diego finished their final run-through of Violet in the green room provided by 5 Points, he felt completely calm and surprisingly at peace. What he was sure of was that if Jay had been orchestrating this, maximizing every bit of it for the most potential, it wouldn't feel this way. He wouldn't feel this way. "You seem pretty chill," Diego pointed out, as Benji rested one hand on his guitar and the other on Diego's knee. "I was half expecting to have to talk you down off the walls today." They talked about this day for months, what it would look like, what they might say, what they would do, how they would explain their relationship, their marriages, and Anna. Then they'd spent at least that much time searching for the perfect person to organize the whole thing. Someone who'd respect not only their choices, but them personally. They'd found that and more in Craig, who was not only managing Benji's career, he'd taken on Diego as well. By bringing Craig on board, they'd both expressed the hope that Diego could take a step forward, while Benji took it down a notch. Now that they'd found each other, Benji wanted to pay more than lip service to finding a work-life balance, and Craig was dedicated to making the most of the promotional opportunities they had while not turning every second of their lives into a publicity circus. But mostly, Craig had organized this interview at 5 Points. He'd gone to them with exactly what Benji and Diego had decided on. They would play Violet together, and then answer a handful of questions. The interview would be posted online on the 5 Points website, as well as concurrently on Benji's and Diego's websites. The questions had been vetted, and they'd been practicing to show the world a new version of Benji's first solo effort, and now there was nothing left to do but take that final step. "I told you," Benji said softly. "Everything's always easier when you're next to me." Diego smiled, slow and wide. "Then it's a good thing I'm right here." "Do you want to go through the song one more time?" Benji asked. He might be taking a step back on the work commitments, but he was still a perfectionist. And while Diego and many others had told him how good this arrangement of Violet was, he still doubted. He wanted this moment to be perfect, not for him, but for Diego. Benji needed everyone to see just how much he adored him. "I think it's great just like it is, and if we need more than one take, it's not a big deal," Diego reminded him. "This will be edited first before it goes live." Right, Benji said. I love you. I want to make sure everyone can see just how much." The look in Diego's eyes was lovingly luminous. "I don't think anyone will doubt it." The fresh rose trellis tattoo on his arm, the red of the petals matching Diego's, might help win over anyone who wasn't immediately convinced. He and Cora had specifically picked out a shirt that would show Benji's new tattoo to its best advantage. A knock on the door interrupted anything else Benji might have said. It opened a moment later, and Craig stuck his head in. "You guys ready?" he asked. Diego stood, and then Benji followed. "I've never been readier in my life," Diego declared with a certainty that echoed through Benji. He was right. They'd never been more prepared to take such a significant step. "Good," Craig said with a big smile in their direction. "Well, then let's go kick down some homophobic doors." They followed Craig to the soundstage, where everything was prepped and ready for their performance. Next door, there was a single chair facing a couch, where they'd sit with the interviewer after they were done playing. Benji had performed countless times in his career, but he'd never felt the words resonating with him the way they did today. They'd worked out a very simple piano and guitar arrangement based on Diego's modifications to the song.
It gave the lyrics all the time to shine, and it also gave the song an emotional resonance that it hadn't with all the overproduced beats of the original. As Diego began to sing, his gorgeous voice clear and confident, eyes shining with love as he stared at Benji, he realized just why Diego had never given up on this song. Why he'd fought tooth and nail for Star Shadow to redo it, and then fought again for this to be included in their coming-out video. Violet represented everything about them, condensed into a beautiful, tight package, the melancholic yearning tempered with the obvious love that they discovered in each other. It was the kind of song Diego was born to sing. It was the kind of song they were born to sing together. When it finished, a hush had fallen over the soundstage. Craig approached them next to the director of the segment. "Beautiful, guys. I think this is going to turn out exactly the way you hoped." "I wanted people to know us through the music," Diego said earnestly. If Jay had been managing this, he'd have insisted on releasing the new Violet duet as a single, but when Benji had said it would be available as a bonus track on the upcoming Star Shadow album, Craig had only nodded, agreeing. This wasn't about album sales or single records or views on YouTube. This was about their feelings for each other, expressed lyrically. They would, of course, answer some questions, because that was unavoidable. But both Benji and Diego wanted the song to represent everything they really needed to say. They settled on the couch, and the interviewer, a good-looking man with dark hair and penetrating gray eyes, settled opposite them. At first, Benji hadn't liked that Nick Wheeler had originally been a sports journalist, but Craig had vouched for him and given both Benji and Diego lots of reasons to believe that he was the right guy to lead this interview. "He wrote the coming-out profile for Colin O'Connor," Craig said, referencing the famous Miami Piranhas quarterback. "And then he married him. While he might have gotten his start in sports journalism, this is someone who really cares about representation and ultimately cares about respecting your choices. I can't think of someone better suited than Nick." Then they'd met Nick, and Benji had found himself agreeing, despite all his previously held opinions. Nick possessed a sharp sense of humor and a fierce sense of responsibility and obligation to tell queer stories. Benji had been forced to acknowledge that he was perfect. "Hey, you guys," Nick said, shooting both of them a reassuring smile as he settled down opposite the couch. "You ready for this?" "I think as ready as we'll ever be," Diego confessed. "Are you ever truly ready to bare your soul and your heart to millions of people?" Nick grinned. "Nobody ever truly is, but you guys seem like you have your heads on straight." "Notoriety and fame are something we're rather experienced with," Benji added dryly. "Well, you'll get some more from this, no matter how you downplay it," Nick said. "And that's not a bad thing." Benji nodded. It wasn't going to be fame in the way Jay had wanted before, but Nick was right. Some of it was unavoidable, and he was also right that not all of it was bad. He glanced over at Diego, who was holding his hands together in his lap, the knuckles white from the strain. He reached over and took one of Diego's hands in his own, gripping it tightly. "I think we're ready," he said. The questions were extremely straightforward and non-sensationalistic. "I know a lot of your fans have been speculating that you've been together for a long time," Nick said, after the introductions were taken care of. "Do you have any light to shed on that theory?" Just like the questions were rehearsed, so were the answers. Benji might have objected to that at one time, but now he was just grateful he wasn't going to fuck this up by putting his foot in his mouth. "We've been best friends for 10 years, Benji said. "And while we might have had feelings for each other, we didn't decide to act on those feelings until last year, after my divorce. Sometimes the timing just isn't right, and it wasn't for us for a long time. But it is now." "Friends to lovers after 10 years, Nick mused, impressing Benji with his ability to look like they hadn't been haggling over the exact wording of the questions for the last few weeks. "That must have taken some getting used to." "Yes and no. More of an adjustment for our bandmates, I think. Leo and Caleb in particular. They're really used to being the cute couple in the band, but now we're definitely giving them a run for their money." Diego grinned. "As for us, yeah, it was a little strange at first, but we found that talking to each other makes all the difference." "Yeah," Benji added. and it helps that we were friends first. I could always tell him anything before, and now I still can."
"That's incredible," Nick said supportively. "It must be a bit of a negotiation, having two pairs of couples in your band. How does Max feel about all this?"
Benji laughed, and found it came out so much more natural than he'd ever thought. "Like the odd one out, I think, but we try to keep it professional."
"Most of the time, anyway," Diego added with a sly grin. "Is there anything else you'd like to say to your fans?" Nick asked. Benji and Diego had debated for long hours with Craig about whether they should mention either Sophie or Vicky, knowing that they might get some pushback after this interview was published. In the end, they decided to go with a blanket statement, encompassing not only their ex-wives, but Anna as well.
"I just hope," Diego said, his hand tightening over Benji's, "our older fans and our newer ones can respect our families at this time. Being honest was important to both of us, even though telling the truth can be really tough. It wasn't easy for us to make it to this place, but that difficulty only makes our relationship more meaningful."
"Things that are worth it are never easy," Benji echoed. Benji knew he'd get shit from Leo from using his line during his coming-out interview, but it felt right. After all, Caleb and Leo had led the way first. In that moment, the 10 years they'd been friends didn't seem as much of a waste as he'd always believed. He and Diego had been building toward this from the very first moment they'd locked eyes in Leo's